Hey Neil, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, man? Hold on a second. How do I get there? You go. How are you?
I'm really good, thanks. Hey,
Where you at?
I'm actually in Australia.
Australia. Wow,
Yeah,
fantastic. We're going global today, ladies and gentlemen. This is awesome.
yes we are.
How are things down there?
Yeah, pretty hectic with this virus thing going around, but overall it's pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's again. You got to find the blessing and the curse. You got to figure out, or you drive yourself nuts, wouldn't you? If you just think about
Yeah,
how horrible this is. I mean, so many people dying, and one of my favorite
just gotta
musicians
think.
of
I
all
think
time.
the positive out of all of this, you gotta think of the
Yeah,
positives instead of the negatives and stuff. That's the whole thing about this virus. You just gotta think the positive and instead of all the negatives.
yeah, or yeah, you'll drive yourself crazy.
Yeah,
And what good is that? It's it's hard. It's a very hard thing that we're going through, but with positive thinking and desire to do the right thing, stay at home, be
yeah,
don't do things you're not supposed to be doing. That's the only way we can get through it as a group, as a collective, as not just as Americans or Canadians where I am now, but
yeah,
as people of this planet. We got to stick together as a group and really fight through this, and then we'll get through it. But it's
yeah.
going to take
We,
a
we
while.
definitely will. Yeah.
Well, thanks for
Can
checking
I
in.
ask you a question, by the
Yep.
way?
Yeah, go for it.
What was it like playing Damien Dark in Legends of Tomorrow and the Arrowverse?
It's awesome. I
Awesome.
love playing Damien Dark. It was so much fun for me because, you know, on Arrow, it was much darker version of Damien.
Yep.
But when we got to Legends of Tomorrow, Mark Guggenheim just kind of let me loose and wrote to me. Mark Guggenheim was one of the greatest writers in television history and one of the greatest human beings too. Just a phenomenal guy. And he wrote some wicked stuff for me and keep me as a family guy and introducing the whole father aspect to me and which is obviously so near and dear to me. So Damien Dark was one of the greatest things I've ever been part of, and blessed beyond belief to get to hang out with all those actors and actresses. It was really fantastic.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, Neil, thank you for adding me to your live. You're truly one inspirational person and actor, and I just want to say thank you so much.
God bless you. Thank you very much.
Hello, one and all. Welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So, for today's guest on my show is this incredible actress known by the name of Amber Eva, who is in Batgirl vs. Shiva, this incredible fan project, and this also she plays Speedy in Arrow Unlimited episode 1, and soon to be episode 2 coming very soon. So, I'm about to give Amber an add into the live now, and yeah, here we go. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Can I do this? Is this a thing? Can I turn
Yeah,
sideways?
yeah, sideways.
I'm obviously terrible at
You're all good.
for anything. I
You're
guess
all
I'll
good.
just hold it. Hi.
So, it's a pleasure having you on my show, Amber. I'm
Hi.
actually gonna. So, what I'm gonna actually get you to do, I'm actually gonna get you to explain a bit about what you do, and we'll go through the questions after that.
Okay. You mean like what I do, like who I am?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay, I'm Amber. I'm a nervous person. No, I'm just kidding. I'm an actor, to say the least. I act. I pretend to be people I'm not. That's about it.
Awesome. So, we'll dive right into the questions now, Amber. So, for my first question, you're in this incredible fan project of yours called Batgirl vs. Shiva for episode 1. What was it like developing Batgirl vs. Shiva, and how did you come up with the concept of the project?
So me and my friend Jen, who's my bestie, we obviously I love Batgirl and he loves Batgirl, and we were like, how cool would it be if we just did our own thing? Like, who cares if you don't get cast as Batgirl? Who cares if you're like a super unknown actress? Just do our own thing, create your own stuff. And so we like thought of ideas for about I want to say like 3 months. It was like a pretty long process because I was actually shooting a movie the time we were planning it. So it was just like we had this idea for a very long time, but we didn't get to that part in like doing it yet. And so he had a friend, and we were like, she could be Lady Shiva, and I was like, ooh, that's different. People are gonna think Batgirl Cassandra Cain. Hi, action figure addict. Okay, I'm weird. I'm sorry. And
You're
I get really nervous on interviews. Like the whole time, like before coming on, I was like, oh my god, I'm really nervous. I'm really nervous. I'm really nervous. Because even though I'm an actor, I get really nervous.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Thank you. You're doing
Okay.
fine too. Okay, and then we contacted his friend Julie, who is obviously like the most iconic person in the entire world, and I'm so grateful she actually wanted to work with me, because she's like here and I'm like way below, you know what I mean? And she wanted to sign on and be Lady Shiva, and we didn't know how people would take it, because again, Barbara Gordon, Lady Shiva, but we wanted to throw a twist, because why not? And when we actually started filming it, we didn't talk about dialogue. We actually did the dialogue all kind of in the moment. So all the dialogue is mostly improv. It's just really cool.
Well, you guys did incredible creating it, by the way, for the very
Thank
first
you.
episode, and it
Thank
was incredible. So,
Thank
Um,
you. Yeah,
yeah, I
we
just
had
wanted
no
to say-
budget.
oh man, it's hard to work on a budget that like
Yeah, and
say,
actually,
yeah.
it's insane. And actually, the you know, the beginning sequence in the alley or garage.
Yep.
That's at like 3 different garages, because we kept getting kicked out.
Jeez,
So yeah,
that's
literally
dedication
at
there,
different
right there,
places.
people.
Hi, Eric.
So, on to the next question. With you're actually developing episode 2 for this incredible fan project of your Batgirl, what can you actually tell people? What can they expect to see in episode 2?
Episode 2. Took a long time for me to write it, and if it wasn't for the people who signed on as well, I wouldn't have gotten to where it is, for sure. The writing, the script is more taken care of in this. Like, we actually put a lot of thought into each character that's in it. Obviously, there's going to be some surprise characters I'm not going to tell, but obviously Black Canary and Huntress are in it. Which is really freaking cool, and I love both. Oh my gosh, I love our whole team. Like, we have such a cool team. We talk every day. We're all creating different things for it, you know, like we're all contributing. And yeah, it's just gonna, okay, can I swear on here?
You may feel free.
It's gonna be badass.
Nice.
It's gonna be badass. Like, we're getting a stunt team. We're getting actual locations. It's just gonna be a real set. A little set, but a set. So it's gonna be cool.
Sweet. Well, now you got me excited for that.
I'm so excited. That's all I literally talk and think about.
Awesome.
And
So,
and it's just like, I don't know, just everyone's so contributed, and I really like it, because obviously I'm not a big name. I'm like, hey, let's do this, and everyone's like, yes, and that's what I love.
well, I reckon you're going to go far. To be honest, you are definitely going to go far. With the amazing projects you've been in, like this incredible fan project that you're creating with Batgirl, and you also play Speedy in this other incredible project called Arrow Unlimited, which is another fantastic film. You're brilliant in those two. So, and yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
On to
Hi.
the next.
Hold on, people are saying hi. Should she say
Hello,
hi?
people.
Hi. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to say it. Esjar Menjel. Hi, David. Okay, sorry. I just wanted to be nice.
It's all good.
Say hi to them.
So good. So, for my next question, what makes your Batgirl different from other Batgirls?
I genuinely. Are you talking about me as an actor?
So, like, with other Batgirls that have come before, what makes your Batgirl different?
Oh, like
from
the
those?
other actors
Yes.
before me. That's what you mean, like the other
Yeah.
actresses before me.
Yeah.
I think that I sit down and actually listen to Barbara Gordon and who she is. I've said that since day one. I'm not just like this actor who's like, I want to be Barbara Gordon because I can and I have all these followers and da, da, da. I genuinely like Barbara Gordon and I love her story. I have like 4 action figures in there, posters all over my room. Like, I genuinely love her. Even if, like I said, even if I don't do this part, which 1 in a million chance, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think me just being passionate and extremely dedicated to who she is, and I just genuinely care for her. I think that's what makes me different. I'm sure they cared for her too, but I just feel more connected to her. I think the connection is different with me and her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. So for my next question, you're actually in this, as I mentioned before, you're in this other incredible fan project called Arrow Unlimited, and you play Speedy in that. What's it like playing Speedy, and what can people expect more from your Speedy?
So we did the first episode, and obviously it was a hit, and you know, I got locked away or whatever. And I'm excited for episode 2 because I can't say much, but I'm definitely hoping to be more part of it. I'm kind of like the side character, but I definitely I love the team. I want to be more part of it because it's such a great cast, and I freaking love Colin and all of them. They're just great. So I don't really know what to expect from Speedy. I mean, hopefully she gets rescued. You know?
Fingers crossed.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, I hope she gets rescued. That's all I could really say because, you know, it's only the first episode. And they don't tell you what the second episode brings. You get the script and then you're like, oh, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
And I think the second episode is coming out soon. I don't
It
really
is.
know.
Yeah. The trailer has been released for it on Nobot Studios. If anyone wants to go check that out, it's incredible. Whoever hasn't seen the second trailer, so yeah, definitely go check out that. For my next question, who actually inspired you to get into acting in the first place?
So my dad's always been a performer. He's like a guitar guy, and he would always be on stage and stuff. I actually wanted to be a singer, but then I was like, I'm not that good. And then, okay, this is so bad, but I'm just gonna spill the tea. Obviously I liked Justin Bieber back in the day, and
who wouldn't like Justin Bieber?
Do you know the one, the Never Say Never concert?
Oh yes.
Never. Okay, so there's this time where I was on YouTube and I was really young, and he just it was just his life, and he was, oh god, I sound so dumb. This isn't who inspired me to act, by the way. I just always wanted to perform. I was always dancing, I was always performing, but this is the moment where I was like, I could really do this, because I don't know, I just saw him on stage and I was like, I just knew I wanted to be in front of people. And I just wanted to perform in front of people because I wanted that. Because I don't know, I just crave it. I truly feel like I'm Amber when I'm creating anything. Justin Bieber didn't inspire me. He was just the light.
Your dad, so his dad inspired you?
When I was 10 years old.
Nice. So, with the whole inspiring part, on to my next question. Who would you actually relate to more, Speedy or Batgirl?
Batgirl.
Nice.
Without a doubt.
Nice.
I mean, that's obvious.
It is, yeah.
It's obvious.
I do have to say, when you play Batgirl, as the moment I saw Batgirl versus Shiva for the first episode, your Batgirl had a new twist to it that no one noticed from other Batgirls, and that's why your Batgirl, I think people more can relate to from other Batgirls, in my opinion. So yeah, I just wanted to say you killed it as Batgirl.
Good, thank you. Like, yeah, I
You're all
wish
good.
the dialogue was stronger in the acting per se in the first episode, because like I said, that was all improv. We literally went in. We were like, okay, so we're gonna walk in. We're gonna be like, hey, what are you doing? Type of thing. Like literally, that's what we were doing. And then we're like, oh, that's a good line. Let's just say that. You know what I mean? So like the script with the dialogue wasn't there. We were mostly focusing on the stunts, and then now the second episode has absolutely everything, and that's why it's taking longer to do, because we have a makeup artist, we have a promo photographer, we have a color grader, we have a visual effects person. Like, we have a team, and I'm super excited about it.
Awesome. Well, I'm super keen to actually see it, and yeah, everyone definitely get on board and support Amber as Batgirl. She's incredible. So definitely check out episode 2 when that drops. So on to our next question. What TV or movie franchises would you want to be in? It can be any TV or movie franchise.
Harry Potter. But like, yeah, Harry Potter for sure. This is so bad. But I'm gonna say it because I don't care, because I love it.
Just be you.
I love Twilight. I
Who
love
doesn't like
Twilight.
Twilight?
I want to be in Twilight. I love Twilight.
Nice.
Literally.
Oh,
And then
Robert
obviously-
Pattinson.
Yes, I
Robert
know.
Pattinson as Batman.
Oh my god.
Oh my
I
god, how
know.
cool is that? Yeah.
I know. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
iconic. I'm so proud of him. I love it.
I
And
highly
everyone
recommend.
doubted him. Everyone doubted him.
Yes, they
Not
actually
me.
highly recommend go see Tenet. He's
Huh?
brilliant. Tenet, the movie.
Oh,
Definitely go see Tenet. He's incredible in Tenet, and you would actually get the feel of him as a Bruce Wayne character in Tenet.
he's so
Incredible.
talented. He's so underrated, and everyone hates him. I don't even know, because it's cool. Okay, rant over. But obviously, and then obviously any DC Marvel superhero, and then I'm super obviously into body positivity, because so anything that can be like a story along the line of loving your body and loving yourself, love all that, love any inspiration.
Nice. Well, on to my next question. On to that. What advice would you actually give someone wanting to get into the acting industry? And what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives?
Sadly, okay, let's start with the worst and we'll get into positives. The negatives in this industry is, sadly, it's about followers. And I don't really care, because I don't think that's what makes you a good performer, influencer, whatever it may be. I don't think you can have 1 million followers and I'm just like, cool. But a lot of people look at that. So that's a really big negative. Another negative thing is there's this thing that you have to be this stick figure, which is great. If you're a stick figure, you be a stick figure, but that is not the only body type in this world. And anybody can play any character as long as they bring it emotionally. And obviously sometimes you need to be fit for a certain role, but it's just like I want to see more people like my body type. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's something negative. And then obviously the fact that there's not more people of color in the industry, obviously. So those are, I would say, the negatives of it. And hopefully we continue to change in 2020. And then the positives, though, is you get to meet great people. You get to make good friends. You get to be on great sets and eat lots of good food and learn. You learn everything. You learn how much people are so dedicated to things and how much sleep they don't get because they're so passionate about it. So, like, that's very inspirational. Yeah.
Nice. So for my next question,
Yeah.
for my very last question of the day, so what new projects are you currently working on that you can announce on the show that you would like to announce?
I am working on, obviously, Batgirl episode 2. I actually had 8 auditions this week. 8. That's a lot. And so I'm hoping I get all of them. But there's a couple big ones that I can't say, I don't think. So I'm not going to exciting trouble. But I hope I get one of those. So just know I've been getting a lot of I actually have 2 auditions after this. I've been getting a lot of auditions that I hope I get. I am working, my friend and I, April McGuire, she is working on our short film called Violent Circumstances, which is really cool. So that's coming out. Obviously, Prodigals is taking a little longer because it is a bigger film, and the fact that Corona hit, it's setting us back. But Prodigals is going to be coming out and hitting festivals, which I'm extremely excited about. Yeah, I mean, I've just been auditioning like crazy.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, Amber, it has been such a pleasure having you on my show.
It's been so nice meeting you.
Oh, you too. Like, I've been wanting to do this interview since, like, I saw Batgirl first Shiva. Like, no kid. Like,
I know, you're so kind. You're so kind.
I just love supporting you guys. You guys are incredible. Like, you, Colin, Dade, all you guys are truly incredible, and from the bottom of my heart, like, you guys are killing it with all these incredible projects, and I just want to say, we need more amazing people like you guys in this world. We really do. Like, we need more creative
like
people.
You're super kind,
Yeah.
and you're just super positive, and you're always understanding, and you're just awesome.
Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actor known by the name of James Davis, who was in Power Rangers, who was the Black Ranger in Power Rangers Dino Charge and Dino Supercharge as the role of Jace. So I'm about to give James an ad into the live now and have a chat with James. Hey James, what's up?
Jacob, how you doing, man?
Yeah, really good.
Awesome, awesome. Great to hear your fantastic accent. How's it going in Australia?
Oh man, amazing.
Oh, hang on. I can't see myself. Hey.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
great,
on my
thank
show,
you.
By the way,
Beg your pardon?
I just said thank you so much for appearing on my show. By the way, it means a lot, James, for you coming onto my show. So to people that don't know who you are, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Awesome. So, so a bit about me, obviously. In terms of work, I'm a professional performing artist, singer, actor, dancer. I have done theatre shows, done musical theatre in England, and I've done roles in Power Rangers and other TV shows like Legend of the Seeker, and UK TV show Inspector Lewis, which is a murder mystery series, and yeah, lots of other things like that. Well, lots of different things, but yeah, it's a bit about my work. Yeah.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, James. So for my very first question, you actually played the most awesome character ever in Power Rangers Dino Charge and Supercharge. What was it like getting to play the role of Chase, who was a ladies' man in Power Rangers? And yeah, what was the experience like getting to play the role of Chase?
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's. I mean, of course, as an actor, as an artist, having the opportunity to play a role for a long, an extended amount of time is a huge privilege, and so it was fantastic. It's amazing what can happen over the 7 to 9 months, where you learn to just you learn more and more about the character as you go along. It's like it's like getting to know somebody that you want to be best friends with, kind of thing. It's just everything's more comfortable, and yeah, it's great fun. Great challenges. Power Rangers is probably one of the longer, in terms of the hours that you work per day. It's kind of, one of the bigger shows, possibly in the world. And so full of fantastic, wonderful challenges, and you're working with some amazing people, and some of those people I'm still very good friends with today. So yeah, lots of really, really great experiences, and just a huge privilege. And obviously part of it is having the privilege and talking with you. So yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was your favorite memorable moment about playing Jace in Power Rangers?
So, I mean, there are a bunch of memorable moments. Personally for me, there were some occasions where I got to work with a young lady who played my little sister, and that was really, really sweet to have that more innocent and caring moment with somebody. It was really beautiful to have that experience. Some other times working with the actress who played Kaylee, to have a bit of fun with that, and also the episode where Tyler gets gets paint on his back and falls in love with the monster that who woos Tyler into thinking that she's something else, and that episode does really stand out to me, yeah, there was loads of fun.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was the stunt work like on Power Rangers, and how did you keep up your fitness while doing the stunts?
Okay, well, first of all, I can't not promote's not the right word. I can't, I have so much respect for the people that we were working with in the stunts. And so, we had the privilege, the opportunity to do some stunt work ourselves. But of course that does not take away from the extremely well-practiced, extraordinarily professional stunt people that some of them were from New Zealand and a lot of them were from Japan, and their work ethic was just really, really inspiring. So, of course, like I said, we did have the opportunity to do some of our stunts, and we did have a number of weeks before filming where we had stunt practice. So that was a good laugh. A good fun and a good challenge, because sometimes you don't have the opportunity to learn how to not just throw a punch or kick, but to be punched and to be kicked and to try and make that look as realistic as possible, because of course a lot of the time you may not actually be connecting with that other person, and in fact it's a lot of the time better not to. So yeah, it's great fun though.
So for my very next question, as you mentioned, with the whole Chase coming, so there's this like Beast Morphers crossover coming this weekend actually. What was it like coming back as Chase for the Beast Morphers Dino crossover?
It was like putting on a pair of shoes that you've had a lot of really cool experiences with. It was of course really, really fantastic to see some of my friends who I worked with in the first two seasons that we worked on together, and to meet some new fantastic faces. They were just really, really excited to be there. You could tell that there was a really good energy with all of them, and of course that was just really special to see, because some of the days they are really long, and you will be challenged at times with getting enough rest and getting enough sleep and things. So Yeah, and that takes me back to, I just remembered you asked about staying fit and training. And to answer your question, it was a lot of the time, it was, you know, either before filming, you know, sometimes we might have had a half day. And so, you know, it's just getting in the training when you can. Sometimes you might have like a 12-hour day of filming, and then you come home, you work out, you go for a quick run, and then you eat, and then you read your lines for the next day, and you go to sleep. And that's kind of, you know, it's just whenever you have the opportunity to get the training in, because it is important, and they do feed you some pretty good food. So you got to make sure that you look after your fitness. So yeah, yep.
Awesome. So for my very next question, if Chase could have any 5 Ranger team members on his team, who would Chase actually pick, and why?
Okay, so I think through this time, I imagine that Chase has learnt, because you know, he wasn't in New Zealand, obviously, for a lot of the Dino and Dino Supercharged seasons. And so I think what he learnt was that family is not just who you're blood related to, and the fact that you can be really, really close and have almost the same kind of connection with others. And so, to be perfectly honest, I think the people that he's been working with for a number of years now, I think would be his first pick, because that'd be like family to him. I think the original Red, Austin St. John, recently, you know, he's been back, and so to work with him again, or to work with him for the first time, for me was great fun. To you know, I don't think he had come back for years anyway, and so so that was really cool to work with him personally, and to get to know him a bit. But I think Chase might have perhaps looked up to him a little bit as well. So to have him on the team would be great. So you know, and a couple more specifics would be you know, Brennan Mejia's character Tyler, and Yoshi Sadasu as Coda. I think those are the two that definitely, I'd say, probably bonded the most. But in the rest of the group as well, absolutely. I think his family. So why would he work with anybody else?
Awesome.
Yep.
So for my next question, you were actually, as you mentioned, you were actually in The Legend of the Five, and you played the Seeker. And you played the character Mark. What was that experience like, getting to be in The Legend of the Seeker?
Yeah, it was. It was amazing. It was my first ever TV series role. And so here I was probably about 17, 18 at the time. And I'd grown up in, you know, in theatre, which, as some of the people watching may know, is there are some major differences between theatre and screen. And so it was so special to be with a group of people that had the patience for me to learn as I went a lot of the time. You know, I had the opportunity on a regular basis to look at what we had filmed, and to see how it translated on the screen, because obviously you want things to be, you want the level of energy to be to be the same throughout the whole series, right? Rather than somebody being way over the top or way too natural, perhaps. So there's a level of energy that comes with every particular type of show or film. So yeah, there was a lot of learning that went on, and even to the point, I've told the story to friends and family before, how there's a point where the character that I played, he sort of double-crossed who he thought was his brother at the time, and anyway, it ended up with the character throwing his brother on this chopping block to just before to basically get his head chopped off and to be executed, and after we cut. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry if that was too hard," because I had to kind of push him down onto the chopping block, and he was like, "Oh, it's totally fine." And I think he might have said something like, "Oh, feel it. It's actually, it's not bad at all." And I pushed it, and it was actually like foam. And so it's amazing how the world that we see, when we're watching a movie or a TV show, can be so different to how it actually is in reality. And and obviously if you have an exceptional team, then it becomes extremely believable, whatever the material is that you work with. If it's foam, they make it look like real wood. If it's a plastic sword, for example, they make it sound like it's really a real sword. So yeah, it's really interesting to get to have that behind the scenes look. Or it was really interesting, continues to be. But that was my first taste of it, really. So, yeah, a really, really fantastic start of the journey. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, with my next question, you were actually in this music video called the Thomas Brothers. And you actually appeared in that music video called Sorry. What was that experience like, getting to appear in the music video?
The experience? Well, they are, the Thomas Brothers is made up of Samuel Thomas, Josh Thomas, Joseph Thomas, and Benjamin Thomas. They, among the rest of their family, we've actually known each other since, I think Sam and I were about 6 or 7, perhaps. So they're like family to me. So of course that's really it's just so much fun working with people that not only you respect as artists, but that you're just really, really close with. This is just loads of fun. So yeah, it was great. They come out with some fantastic ideas. They're really creative people. And on top of that, no matter how exceptional their music is, or their whatever art they share, they're really, really fantastic people, and I love working with people that are just really, really nice people. So I think that's really important. So yeah, so if you ever have the opportunity to interview them, if you haven't already, I'd suggest that might be great, and I could let them know if you like.
Yeah, that would be incredible. Yeah.
Awesome. Great.
Sweet. So for my next
I'm writing a note.
Yeah. So for my next question, James, so if you could be in any TV or movie franchises, what TV or movie franchise would you want to be in, and why?
There's a TV show that's filmed, I'm guessing predominantly in the UK. You've probably heard of it, called The Crown. And so good. And honestly, I mean, it's just one of the many fantastic shows. And of course, there are different genres, different energy levels, that and for good reason. But that one, I think, is just I just really love how honest their acting is, and how well that they seem to portray their characters, the stories, and yeah, it's just the team clearly is top notch, and so that is just one of the many. Of course, New Girl. I've been rewatching New Girl recently, And oh my goodness, it's just one of those shows where like I I find myself cracking up laughing out loud, and so that would be something that I don't know if they're still filming. Maybe they're not, but it would something like that. I would. I think it would be great learning for more comedy experience, but also that group of people that that were the core cast were just phenomenal at what they did. I think it was cast extremely well. So something like that would be great fun as well. But obviously, lots of experiences. Anyway, to answer your question, those two I think would probably be one of my top two at the moment.
I love how you said The Crown, actually, because Matt Smith, who plays Prince Philip, he's such an incredible actor. He actually was in Doctor Who. I don't know if you knew that.
Yep.
Yeah. So I love how he performs as Prince Philip in The Crown. So I love how you said The Crown.
Awesome. Yeah, it's just such a good show, isn't it? But it also very interesting to see that they've for the next seasons they've got obviously a different person playing the Queen, and there was some really big. I think it's dangerous to say shoes to fill, because somebody who plays another character, it's not like they reinvent that character, but it's their take on it. So I think if that person didn't do as good of a job, if that person didn't do as good of a job or better at playing the Queen, then it just wouldn't be the same. But of course, this person is she's doing a fantastic job as well, or has done. So yeah.
Awesome. So for our very next question, what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
Whew, what have I learned about myself? I think a lot of people can relate to the fact that work can be and has been challenged in this time, so I think being I've learned to not rely on myself more, but just take matters into my own hands rather than rely on waiting for the next audition or anything like that. So yeah, just starting my own things. I'm going to be starting my own YouTube channel soon. Something that I sort of started to get the word out there last year. Asking people questions on my Instagram as to what they might be interested to hear about in a particular subject, and so I'm really interested in that too. It's going to be it's got a bit of an interview sort of thing about it, but it's also a very different genre, I guess you could say, to say what you're doing. I hope you're having a fantastic time doing all of these things, and that everybody, and that that it's a privilege for anybody to have the opportunity to be interviewed as well. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
So yeah. So but I think just taking things into, not relying on the possibility of when, and just getting started on your own, stuff now. Don't wait. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Oh my goodness, there are so many positives and so many challenges. I wouldn't say that they're negatives at all. I would just say, like in life, there are lots and lots of challenges, and it's a decision to grow through them or to let them affect you until you do decide to grow through them. And so challenges, positives are, some of the many positives are that you if I personally am interested in people, I love people, and I'm really interested in psychology. And so that's one of the many aspects to acting that I find really fascinating. Not just going, okay, here's a person that may or may not have existed. Why are they the way that they are? Who are they? Why? And what's happened in their life, and what do they want in order to really understand a human being? Sometimes when I work with people, I say it's like, an example I use is it's like getting to know somebody you want to be best friends with. You just want to know everything, but not just, what kind of food do you like? Oh, okay, you like pizza, and leave it at that. It's like, why? Why do you like that? Does it go back to, a childhood memory? And all of those things can resolve in how a person describes something in the future, or in that particular moment in a particular scene. So psychology is really interesting to me. Another perk is travel. Obviously, when these kinds of what's going on at the moment ends, and we can go back to international travel, where people feel it's safe to, we have the opportunity to go overseas. New Zealand, as you know, Australia and New Zealand, we're kind of far from a lot of other places, and we have beautiful countries, and it's a real privilege to live in the countries that we live in. But to travel overseas and say you want to go to Portugal or just the States or whatever, England, there's so many places to explore, so many cultures to learn about, and it's part of the experience, and extremely enriching, I think, as a human being and as an artist. So some of the many perks, I could go on for a long time about those things, relationships building, getting to know people. Challenges could be making sure that you look after yourself, not only to do with the fitness side of things, but the health. What you actually put into your body is extraordinarily important, and making sure that you get enough sleep is a challenge that I've had to work on, because it's a good challenge. Maintaining your energy as well. If you're doing 12-hour days, how do you have like half an hour to an hour and a half, however long's rest in between the day? Maybe you woke up at 3 a.m. and you have to go until, I don't know, whatever time in the evening. How do you allow yourself to rest and then carry on, and offer as much energy as required? Yoshi Sadasu is actually really fantastic at this. When we were filming together, he honestly, he could just sleep anywhere. I think it's a really fantastic skill. Yeah. So yes, some of the pros and some of the challenges, but I could go on for much longer about all of those. But yeah, just some of the many.
Awesome. So for my next question, have you seen any of the incredible fan series of Power Rangers that are out there? Like Power Rangers Unworthy, shout out to them. They're so incredible. And Shattered Past on Nerdbot Studios. Have you seen any of those fan series? And if so, if you got asked to come back as Chase in any of those series, would you want to appear in any of the Power Rangers fan series?
Yeah, I would definitely seriously consider it. I can't say yes or no. It's something that it's in taking a job. It's not just, oh, that sounds fun, but it's how is that going to further my my opportunities, my career, and things like that. And who will I be working with? Are these people, do I like the style of what they're doing and things? So there are definitely some choices that need to be made prior to just going, yeah, that sounds great. And of course, any opportunity should be seen as a huge privilege if you're offered something or you have the opportunity to do so. So I would definitely look into it. Answering your first question, I have seen some fan-made clips, and I think it's great if you're passionate about something and it's not like a copyright thing, then cool. Like, and it seems like there's a great community around it as well. So yeah, that's really cool. I can't tell you exactly which ones I have seen. There is something in the pipeline at the moment which might actually take me over to the States at some point, that we might be filming over there. But because of things happening with COVID-19, I'm not 100% sure if that's going to happen yet, or continuing to happen. So yeah, it was early stages for that, but hopefully it'd be great fun. Yeah, I'm sure I'll keep you guys posted if and when it happens.
Awesome. So on to my very last question, James. What new projects do you have installed after COVID?
Hang on a tick. I'm just going to find my my charger.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Sorry, Jacob. Could you
Yeah, I'll repeat
that?
that again. Yeah. So
Thank
just
you.
for my very last question, so what new projects would you like to announce on the show that are coming out, if you have any?
Cool. Yeah. So I have nothing that I want to that I can publicly announce just yet. There's something big that I'm working on for New Zealand, which is hopefully going to be a yearly thing. So that's really, really big. I've currently created acting lessons. I'm working with people one-on-one. So that's been really, really great to meet new people and to just encourage people along their journey in acting. So I've recently advertised for new openings in that group. And so I'm just waiting for the auditions to get back to me. So yeah. So that's really cool. Also, like I said, creating a YouTube channel that is going to be to do with basically looking after yourself, health and psychology, and just working through all of those things. And so it's not going to be this is how you do it. It's just going to be talking from perhaps some of my experiences or sharing my thoughts and ideas, and also interviewing other people within the industry a lot of the time, who can also share their experiences. Because I think there are a lot of people, even though this day and age it's more of an open discussion. I think there are a lot of people that may not understand how to process their thoughts and their feelings and to work on themselves in a healthy way. So, or work on that kind of thing in a healthy way. So, I really want to encourage people along those lines. So yeah, that's coming out hopefully sort of late this year, or even later this year. Yeah, we'll leave it at there. And other things will be announced later on, I think. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, James, for making an appearance on my show. It's been such a pleasure actually getting you on my show and having the chat with you. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say on the show?
No, I think just keep doing what you're doing, man. Like no matter what, if you believe in it and this is something you're really passionate about, then I'd say just keep going and keep challenging yourself in these areas, and you'll see the benefits. I'm sure you probably already are. It's a real privilege again for to have the opportunity to have an interview. So thank you very much, Jacob, for that. And perhaps we can have another one later on.
We wanted everything, Stay up on that rise, stay up on that rise, never come down, oh. Stay up on that rise, stay up on that rise, never come down. Mama said, don't give up, it's a little complicated, all tied up, no more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. They say it's all been done, but they haven't seen the best of me. So I got one more run and it's gonna be a sight to see. Had to have high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars when I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a dime, but I always had a vision, always had high hopes. Had to have high hopes for a living, didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had high hopes. Had to have
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actor known by the name of Michael McRae. He was in this incredible fan series called Reverse Flash Origins with Colin K. Bass as Reverse Flash. So I'm about to give Michael an ad into the live stream now and have a chat with Michael. Hell yeah.
Hey, okay, sorry about that. Instagram wanted to mess with me. Oh, hey.
Hey, Michael.
It's going well, it's going well. Let me know if the AC is too loud, by the way. I can totally switch to AirPods.
Awesome. No, you're completely all good.
Cool. Hey, good to see you. Sorry I'm late. Typical Flash fashion, you know. Always showing up late.
How's it been, by the way?
It's been well. It's been going well. Just life in general?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, it's been... It's going as well as it can be, you know, a lot going on right now, but it's, I would say, yeah, it's going really well. How about you?
Yeah, it's actually been really good too. I actually live in Australia, if you don't know that. So,
nice.
Yeah, Australia's been coping pretty well, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
So what I'm going to get you to do, Michael, if you can, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then I'll dive right into the questions. Perfect.
So, my name's Michael McRae. I'm an actor and now writer and director, but we can get to that in a little bit. Yeah, I live in Los Angeles. I work a bit with Nerdbot, Crimson Vision Studios. I played Bart Allen on Reverse Flash Origins, so that's where like anybody that knows me from something knows me from that generally. But yeah, I'm an actor.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Michael. So for my very first question, as you mentioned with Reverse Flash Origins, which was such an incredible series, by the way, you guys
thank you very much.
Fantastic job. What was it like playing this really awesome, iconic role as Bart Allen in the Reverse Flash Origins?
Well, it was really cool. It was I was a huge fan of the Flash, the show, especially in the earlier seasons. I regret to say, and don't flame me for this, I haven't caught up to the last season. I kind of stopped when Crisis on Infinite Earths happened. I was a little disappointed, so I just kind of stopped. But honestly, it was incredible because at the time, from at least what I know, Colin kept telling me, like, hey, just this is the first Bart Allen live action thing. So it's going to be your first time ever or Impulse has ever seen in live action. So it was really kind of an honor because I knew the character from Young Justice and things like that, but I didn't really start looking into him until I got offered the role. And from there, it was just amazing because I had seen what Reverse Flash had become. I was going to be in episode 1. That's a whole different story. But things just kind of didn't work out. I was in Israel at the time, so things didn't happen. And it was really cool to actually be brought into this already well-established web series and get a chance to play and have fun.
Awesome. So for our very next question, what was your favorite memorable moment about playing the role of Bart Allen in Reverse Flash Origins?
Oh man, there's many. There are many, many. Honestly, getting to work with Colin for before I played Bart Allen, I actually played Zoom in a very short series with Crimson Vision Studios, which is the company that they partnered with Nerdbot to make Reverse Flash Origins. So it was really cool because I just got to transfer from playing at odds with Colin to actually trying to be on his side and find the good. Any scene I got to play with Colin, it was just always a good time because when we would rehearse, whenever we would be real, he is like a brother to me, and in Reverse Flash Origins, we really hit on how Bart and Eobard are technically related, and so we really had a dope connection there. And I know that's not very specific, a specific time, but just being able to shoot scenes with Colin and have fun with that really was some of my favorite. Honestly, the whole cast and crew just was always so talented and fun and just up for anything. I once had, for the last episode in season 2, episode 2, I got an audition the afternoon of, and I found out that that morning, I think, that, oh shoot, we're shooting this huge fight scene, but I have to leave at 4, which I never do. I never do that on a set, and I felt so bad because I had to be at this audition, but we were also running out of time, and we shot a whole fight scene in, I think it was either a half hour or an hour, no time at all. And the whole cast and crew were incredible. Being able to do that, but I'll be more specific for the question at hand, which was in, I think it was season 1, episode 6, season finale. Eobard, Colin and I keep calling him Eobard, we were shooting at this place where the background is all these tubes and stuff, and it's the first fight scene I have with him, and I just got to really unleash on him and just tell him just how pissed off he made me. And it was hot. We were surrounded by cement. We're in pleather and latex. We're dripping. We're getting a towel to try and dry off and not die. And I had just gotten off of shooting Ford v Ferrari, the movie that came out last year, I think. And that was 5 days I had to spend in the desert. So I was dehydrated. My hands were cramping. It was so bad. I was so dehydrated. And we had just run out of water. But we were no, we need to get this. And everyone there was so supportive. They obviously gave me their water that they did have, for their own personal water, so I wouldn't die. And it was just, everyone there was we so badly wanted to get the perfect shot and the perfect scene that we just kept going. We fought through it. And I remember Sean, our director, he kept saying, one more time, one more time, just because, you know, that's how it goes. And one more time never really means one more time. And Sean's like, we were getting really near the end. I'm like, I'm dying. I'm leaning on Colin, who's also in pleather, so that's not cool. But I have this latex helmet. I'm like, I can't even think of anything to tell him. And Sean's like, okay, guys, one more time. And Colin whispers in my ear, he's like, I don't think he's telling the truth. I don't think we have one more time. And we just did it, man. And that was probably my favorite moment in the series that we got. And but really, it's so hard to choose because honestly, the connections between the cast, the crew, everyone was just so strong because everyone from like the very top, Elvin, all the way down to me and like everybody else, like, I shouldn't say me, but like everybody that I worked with at all was so cool. And it was just so like, it was like a family. It is a family. And that's why I kind of miss shooting Reverse Flash Origins. It's been a little bit, but I'm looking forward to it again.
Awesome. So on to my next question about Reverse Flash Origins. So if Reverse Flash Origins could come back for another series, what next would you like to see from Bart Allen?
Like another season?
Yeah.
Okay, so first, I want a new costume. I honestly would like a new costume, but I'd like to just kind of experience more of the inner workings of the Flash family, from Bart Allen to Kid Flash, maybe even getting Ginger Kid Flash in there, just really talking and experiencing what happens when you mess with time in that sort of way. Something cool about season 2, which I really wish we had gotten to finish, was the idea that we were going to be hopping from different universes that we've seen throughout DC. And I was really looking forward more to experiencing that. But also just teaming up with more of the future, what did I used to call it? The Covert Super Secret Future Justice League. That would be, that'd be super cool because we only really got one solid scene together with everybody there. It would have been really cool to actually be able to continue on with more of that.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. With the whole suit, how, like, what was it like wearing the suit for Reverse Flash Origins? I gotta ask that.
Tight. No, it really hot. But it was awesome. I remember the very first time I ever wore it was for a it was like not a press thing, but it was like it was an event, and we were trying to get the word out there about Reverse Flash Origins. And I remember walking into this place in I think it was Pasadena, and we were fully clothed up. And on the way there, I remember I saw all these like kids. They were walking to or from school, or like they were walking with their parents getting dinner, and just they were so excited. And is my phone really going off? That is, I'm so professional, as you can tell. I'm so used to this. No, but I like just being able to put a smile on these kids' faces and stuff was just it's unlike anything else. I actually, after I was the Flash in Reverse Flash Origins, a friend of mine decided to get me the suit very generously for like a birthday present, and I started using that suit to go and like I work with this charity called Kids Can Cosplay. I'm definitely shouting them out right now. Kids Can Cosplay, and we go to hospitals, and we go and we do events like diaper drives and food drives and toy drives and stuff like that. And just obviously you can't be the superhero. There's no way that, like, it's just impossible. But being able to bring some sort of joy out of like taking on the resemblance of this superhero is just incredible. And I think pride. That's how it felt putting on the suit. It felt like very it gave me a lot of and pride's not even the right word, but just like it made me feel good, because when I was in that suit, I knew that I had to be the best version of me, if you know what I mean. I needed to live up to that suit, and I needed to help out people that I could in that suit. And I mean, I can't run into a burning building and pull people out, at least not well. And but it made me try to be the best version of me that I could be.
Awesome. So on to my next question. If you could appear
Yes.
in any other Nerdbot Studio series that they've made, what series would you want to be in and why?
Well, keep an eye out. I'm just gonna say that right now. That's all I can say. I haven't gotten permission to say anything else. But something that I for sure I'm not in as of yet, but I would love to be in, is their new thing, which is the pick your character, the character battle ones. I would love to do that, and I would also love to be in the I would love to be in Solaris, which is their upcoming original series that I was just hanging out with Colin and Elvin the other day, and Sean, and they've just got some really cool plans. And it's, if anyone hasn't checked out Nerdbot Studios, definitely check them out, because they are making some really amazing creations. But if I were to pick two, it'd be the versus battles and the character select and and Solaris for sure.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You were actually also in Fall Break as the character Ben back in 2016. What was that experience like for you?
Man, it was my very first film, or feature film ever, and feature film? It was my first film I ever did, and it was crazy because I was still in college at the time, and it was, I learned a lot on that film. I learned a lot of the angles, a lot of the do's and the don'ts and things like that. It was great. I mean, it was a short little comedy skit. You could probably still find it on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't a huge production, but it was one of the first times that we were like, all right, we got to film. We got 2 days to get this out, and let's do it. You are the main characters, and we only have you for 2 days. Let's go. And yeah, it was one of the things that helped me learn how to film fast.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You were actually in this other film called Ex-Con, and you played the role of Mick. What was that experience like?
So, really quick, I do also want to answer Super Cosplay Lover's question in just a second after this, because that's a good question. Ex-Cons was insane. Our director put us up in this house in the middle of, it was like 2 hours away from my place. I couldn't just drive there and back every day, but I went there and we just kind of stayed the night. We just stayed as long as we could there, and they were like, the place did not seem safe to live. I'll just say that. But it was insane because I had to play a character that, I mean, I had to find ways to relate, but the character had done some unforgivable things, you know? And the script, it was, I've worked with that director a lot, and we make some cool stuff, but we always are given the script like the day of or the night before, and we have to shoot in like 24 hours a whole film. And that's what we were trying to do. So, and we succeeded in doing. And that was especially hard because it was such a difficult character. It was a character that was in prison for, I don't think his whole life, but for a good majority of the time. Yeah, it wasn't for his whole life, but a good number of years for doing some horrible stuff, and I wanted to make sure that I gave actual truth and honesty in the performance. So it was tough, but it was a really good experience. Another time that I learned that you have to film quick sometimes.
Awesome. So I'll let you actually answer Super Cosplay question in the comments.
Which was I fan casted as Spider-Man for character select. Yes, I do remember you. But thoughts on creating a Spider-Man fan film? You look a lot like Peter Parker. So, personally, I am not planning on creating a Spider-Man fan film, but a good friend of mine, Vigilante Cosplay, I gave him that cosplay name and he stole it from me, just putting it out there. If you see this, Evan, I remember. But he, for years now, he's been trying to make Spider-Man Vigilante. And that's something that I've wanted to make like with him for a long time. And I was going to play Harry Osborn in that. But recently he asked me to come on and help him write and possibly direct the series. So it seems like he does want to push more for that. But yeah, I personally, I need to get a six-pack before I work on Spider-Man, before I become Spider-Man. But it's definitely on the list. I definitely am going to be working on one at some point. I just don't know when exactly that's going to be. But if you want to follow his channel for updates on YouTube, it's Evan Jung, Evan Jung. And yeah, hopefully we should be making something soon. No spandex for me quite yet. But so yeah, I was lucky enough to play Richard Nixon with the same director that did Ex-Cons. She saw my face and said that I looked a lot like Nixon. I didn't particularly take that as a compliment, but I went with it and I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. And honestly, dude, that was like, luckily I learned how to film quickly before then, because I shot that whole thing, which was pretty much a 20-minute monologue straight with only a single night. We shot it in like 2 hours. I did like 2 or 3 runs at it, and it was, I don't know, I think it was 14 pages, something like that. 14 pages. That first I had to, first we tried to do it on a teleprompter so I could just stare at the camera and read it, but she didn't like that. She wanted me to be looking off camera so that she could like do whatever she usually does with it. Understandable. You see something a way that you want it, you got to get it that way. I just thought of something which I'm going to get to in a second. So instead of looking at the teleprompter, I started just doing it in sections. I would learn I would learn a quick monologue, and then I would do it to the camera. I'd learn a quick monologue, do it to the camera. Because I got the script probably 2 hours before we started filming. And now what I'm realizing is I had figured out how to do it on the teleprompter, and we had 2 cameras. Why didn't I just set up the other camera right here so that she would get the shot of me not looking straight? I just thought of that, and it's been like a year since we filmed it, and now I'm a little peeved. I can't believe we didn't think of that. But no, it was an experience. It was really, really cool to get to play that character. I went in, watched a ton of YouTube videos on Nixon, like actual speeches he gave. I probably can't do it now, but I learned the accent, everything. One of my favorite things is accents. So learning how a character speaks is like, that's huge to me. And luckily I was able to, from the speeches I picked up on, learn at least as close as I could get for the accent. But no, it was fun. It was fun. I love historical pieces. I love things that are actually true, because along with comic books, in a different way. But I like historical pieces because the watcher learns a lot from that. Like they learn the they learn what happened, as long as you try and stick to the truth as much as possible. And that's the thing. You can't, like, a lot of movies, they stray from the truth to make it interesting, and that's totally understandable. But that's probably my favorite thing about historical pieces, you know? Like, I like people walking away having learned something from your piece. And even if it's not historical, as long as you are trying to write something with heart and try to write something that people will walk away from being at least a tiny bit better than they were when they saw it. For me, that's amazing.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. Who inspired you as a person to get into acting?
So that's a hard question, because so here's a little bit of backstory. Sorry, I'm answering in like monologues. But so my dad was an actor before I was born, and my godfather is currently a working actor. And my mom was a dancer. That's how he met my dad and she met. But or it wasn't how they met, but whatever. I guess I would have to say my godfather inspired me a little, probably more than a little bit, because he's living proof that it's possible. It's more than possible, and I love that. Like, he isn't a big household name, but he's able to live a really, really good life just doing his thing and being an actor. And so he definitely inspired me to get out there and try it. But I almost wasn't an actor for a second there. Like, for my first 18 years of life, until I was in my senior year of high school, I didn't act, even though it was in my blood. And my parents were like, hey, you should give it a shot. My godparents were like, hey, you should give it a shot. And I was like, no, I don't wanna. I'm too shy and nervous, and I don't want to be in front of people. And that's true. I went into marching band so that I could kind of just like hide from people. But then a friend of mine, Joseph, he told me to. He's like, listen, and I like singing. I like musicals. I love musicals. I always have. But my friend Joseph was like, hey, so senior year, I'm taking this musical theater class, and I want you to join with me. I want you to be there, and it's gonna be fun. I already took it before. It's super amazing. The teacher's awesome. Just go for it. And I was like, okay, I'll go for it. And the very first day of school, I walk into the class. I'm looking around, and I don't see Joseph. And I'm like, wait a minute. And I end up calling him that night. I'm like, dude, what the heck? I'm here. I'm in this class, and I joined it because of you. Where are you? And he's like, oh, dude, I didn't tell you. I can't actually be in it this semester. My schedule didn't work out. And I'm like, Joseph, God damn. He's like, but don't worry. I'm going to join it next semester. I'll join you next semester. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. So I went and did the very first assignment, which was getting in front of people and singing a musical song of your choice. And instantly I fell in love. And I was like, dude, who was I kidding? Why was I telling my godparents that I wasn't doing it? Why was I telling my parents that I wasn't going to do it? When honestly, there's nothing more I enjoy in life than being able to create in this sort of way. So I do, I don't know if inspiration is the right word, but Joseph definitely pushed me in along the way.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, you're such an incredible actor. Like, you've actually proved it so much in, as before mentioned, Reverse / Origins. Your performance as Bart Allen and all these incredible roles that you've been in has been truly inspirational. I just want to say that first up. For my next question, what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
So first off, thank you. Second, man, I I guess I learned how I guess I learned not to I learned to take advantage of the time that I have to create, because right now I'm already over halfway through a production that I've wrote and I'm co-directing, and I never thought that it would become so difficult to be able to film. We started in February, and then right after that, the shutdown. So it's like, when we get out of this, especially like once a vaccine and everything's ready, I want to, like, I can't take that for granted anymore. I want to be able to. I learned that I have to take this time that we have to shoot, because, like, another thing that I don't know if you know this about Shakespeare. I took a few Shakespeare classes back in college, but something that he was deathly afraid of was death, and he wanted to be immortalized by his creations and stuff like that, and he is. But in a similar way, I can kind of relate to that, because maybe it's not death per se, but you're not always going to be able to create. So I want to just kind of create as much as I can while I still can. And when we get out of this, man, I hope you guys are ready, because I have been, like, just itching to film. And we've got one more weekend left of the film that I'm already halfway through. And once that's done, I'm hoping before the end of the year, we're going to have it out.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
The Boys, done. Right there. Right there.
Nice.
So the reason why it's The Boys is I love the take on realistic superheroes. I always have, and I always will. Before The Boys came out and before Umbrella Academy came out, I had this script that I was writing about, without getting too much of details because I might still make it one day, about realistic people getting powers, kind of like Heroes, if you guys have seen Heroes. And I was like, man, I need to make this. And then The Boys came out, and I'm like, oh, God damn it. I mean, I love it. Thank God someone's making it with a high budget and all that. But it was kind of similar to what I wanted to do, except they were geniuses with making superheroes like celebrities. I never even thought about that, but it's such a realistic play, and having them be like, oh, for charity, and like, you know, we gotta help out these children, and then on the inside they're being like, oh, I hate those children, like, can't believe I'm stuck here, and like showing both sides. I think that was brilliant, and I would die to be on that show. I would die to be on that show for sure. And God, even just playing like a minor superhero or something, like, oh, I don't want to spoil, but there's I can't even mention it, but like, even like a minor superhero or something, that would be insane to me.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
So some of the negatives are, you hear no a lot, and actually worse, you don't hear no a lot. They say no, but you don't hear it. You have to go through countless auditions and just hope, and then like a week will go by, 2 weeks, and then nothing came of it. But heck, back when The Force Awakens, maybe The Last Jedi, something, I got put on hold for this Samsung commercial for the for the movie where they were getting cosplayers who dressed up as the Star Wars characters to go through as the Star Wars characters and like be in this national commercial. And it's the closest I've come to a national commercial. I got put onto, I got the callback. I went to the callback, knocked it out, nailed it. And then I got the, hey, just so you know, you're being considered for this role, and we want you for it. If we end up using you, wardrobe is Wednesday. And I was like, oh my God, my first national, it's going to happen. And they ended up choosing, I was dressed as Kylo Ren, and that's who they wanted me to be. They ended up choosing a woman to be Kylo Ren instead of me, but still had brown hair, kind of looked like the girl version of me, and I was like, dang, I'm so close, I'm so close. But I guess you develop a way to handle your hopes. Part of being an actor is you have to be hopeful and you have to believe in yourself and know that you can do it. But you also have to know that you're not going to get most of the things that come along. And you got to be okay with that. And I've gotten auditions for things that I'm like, oh, dude, I'm perfect for this. I cannot not get this. And then maybe you'll get a call back and nothing comes of it, or sometimes you won't even get that. And then for an example, my very first professional audition, sorry, I'm jumping things, but it's like in the same vein, was for a movie where a kid puts on a headset and starts going through this virtual reality world. And they wouldn't even tell me who the director was until I got like a ways into it. But that movie, where I believe I got a callback for, was Ready Player One.
Oh, yes.
And they, that sort of thing would have been life-changing, but it's interesting because that's where I learned I needed to manage my hopes, because they always said, we don't want a named actor. We want a no-name actor. We want somebody fresh, somebody new. And then they cast the guy who plays Cyclops in X-Men. So it's the most amazing, not the most amazing thing. It's one of the amazing things about acting, but it's also one of the most painful, that you get these bursts of hope. Like, oh my God, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. And then it crashes down. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Crashes down. But then it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It happened. And those moments are incredible. I recently got that with a car commercial that I'm in. When it's actually like released, I'll post it on my Instagram and stuff. But it's a little bit of a trial, but it's amazing. And as long as you kind of learn to develop that thicker skin about it, because a lot of the times, even though you don't get it, a lot of times they really wanted you, but you just don't have the right look. I got that a few times. They're like, we like you, but you're just too tall, And like, I'm only 6'1", but it comes down to minor things like that, and you can't take it personally. So if anyone like in the audience is trying to become an actor, because they feel that's what they need to do, they need to have that release, that creation, then absolutely go for it. But you have to also know that a lot of the times it won't happen. And there's like the classic saying, like, you get 1,000 no's before you get a yes. I mean, it might even be more than 1,000, to be honest, but it's just the way it goes. And in the end, it's really worth it, to me at least.
Awesome. So on to my very last question, Michael. So what new projects do you have installed after COVID that you would like to announce on the show?
So about that film that I was talking about earlier, we are 2/3 of the way done with it, and it's going to be my very first film by my production company. It's actually a longer film than we've ever released before with Nerdbot or anything. It should come out to around 30 minutes long, maybe a little less. And it's another comic book story. It's called X-Men Origins Cyclops. And I actually have a few familiar faces returning to it. Colin's going to be playing Havoc. I'm going to be playing Scott. And we've got a few of the Nerdbot team helping us out with it. And we took some people from Nerdbot, and we took some people from other productions that I worked on, like Nixon and like X-Cons, and we kind of put them together to make this team that wanted to create this with us. And honestly, I'm so nervous about it. I'm so excited because it's like, I mean, it's the first thing that I've like ever written and put out there. And man, writing is, I mean, when you find it, when you like really sink your teeth into it, it's easy. But when you don't, it is so hard, you know? And it was so nervous when I was giving the first draft to my buddy, Dusty, or giving it to like Colin, saying like, hey, what do you guys think? But it's definitely worth it. And honestly, it's coming out to be like just as amazing or more amazing even than I had thought about. And I am so stoked to be releasing that. It should be ready by December, late December. Maybe like a little bit of a Christmas time release. But I'm still figuring out the best time to release it. It might be early January, late December, but we got that. And after that's released, we are going to be putting out an original. So that's exciting. Our very first original, completely. I mean, it's still inspired by comic books, but it's not like about comic books. So I'm really stoked. 2020, though it is. It's been a year, but it's got some. We were still able to create during it, and for me, that's. I mean, hey, that's something, you know.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Michael, for making an appearance on my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go support Michael McRae. He's such an incredible actor and one truly inspirational person in life. Any last final thoughts that you would like to say to people on the show?
Well, first off, thank you for having me on the show. It's been really fun. I guess just keep your heads up, y'all. Like, I know that 2020 has been a really dark year. We've all had a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of it hasn't been good. But find the thing that is your light in this sort of time. Like, for me, it's creating. Even though creating's hard right now, I'm able to at least write, get ideas going. Like, just try and find something that really makes you happy and follow it. Do what you can with it. And other than that, just be kind to one another. Everyone's going through a lot right now. So just stay tough, stay strong, and stay kind.
I'm 364 days too early.
You're leaving me.
This is my destiny.
Pet Shop here says they're going to build a museum in your honor. Should be out this time next year. Know that if you need anyone to talk to, you can talk to me. You can trust me.
I've been pushing myself to the limit so I can go back and learn how to use them. I will become the fastest man alive.
Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actress named Emily Sweet. She's in this incredible new release film called Fear Farm. Definitely go check it out. She plays a character called Wendy in the film. So I'm about to give Emily an ad into the live now. And yeah, here we go.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to be on. Thank you for having me.
So good. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure having you on my show. So what I'm going to get you to do, Emily, if you can, so I'm going to actually get you to introduce yourself to people that don't know you, and explain a bit about what you do, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Sure. So my name is Emily Sweet. I'm an actress. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm having trouble. So you said, say it one more time. I can't really hear you that well. So who I am and what I do?
Yeah.
Okay, well, sorry. So I'm Emily. I'm Emily Sweet, and yeah, I'm an actress.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So for my first question, you're in this incredible new release film called Fear Farm, and you play a character called Wendy, who is the girlfriend of Brandon in the film. What was the experience like filming for Fear Farm?
Oh my gosh, it was the most amazing experience. So I got the sides for the audition and I read them, and I'm not going to spoil anything for people who haven't seen it yet, but there's a part towards the end where things go a little bit awry for my character, and those were the sides that I got to audition, and I was like, I have to get this movie. This is so amazing. Like, I have to do this. So I did, and the experience was amazing. Dante is one of the best directors that I've ever worked with. He, you just immediately trust him. He lets you do things right off the bat, that other directors maybe not. Like, he lets you, like, for instance, with Chris Leary. Chris did a lot of ad-lib, and, he was free to do that. We just had a very safe environment. The four of us, me, Tiana, Houston, Chris, but also Amy and the rest of the whole cast, we just got along so well. It was the best. It was freezing, but we didn't even notice it. I mean, we were just having so much fun.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could have explored the relationship more between Wendy and Brandon, would you have wanted to explore it more, or did you think the relationship between them went well?
So I love Houston. He is. I just love Houston. I was actually sad when our characters separated and went into the corn maze. I thought we could have, had. Well, I think all four of us could have had more of a background together. But I think for the most part, the point, wasn't, I guess, about our relationship. It was more about the four of us, in the maze. But I don't know. I guess I would have liked to, but what can you do?
Yeah, true. So for my next question, with the location of filming for Fear Farm, what was the location like?
What was the what like?
What was the location area like for filming for Fear Farm?
It was amazing. So we filmed in actual corn, mazes. It's the biggest one in all of the United States. I mean, it is literally huge. Those sweeping drone shots in the trailer and then that's the real place. Like, that's not CGI, that's like the actual place. At nighttime, when you're walking a set, with yourself or one other person, it's kind of creepy. But once you get there and everyone's there, it's just amazing to look at. It was a beautiful location. I want to go back just to do the maze this Halloween. I don't know if it's open this Halloween because of COVID, but it was beautiful.
Awesome. So for my next question, you actually worked with Tiana in this film again, because you both were actually in this incredible other film called The Final Level of Escaping Rancala. What was it like working with Tiana again, but on Fear Farm?
What was it like when she what?
What was it like working with Tiana again, but on Fear Farm this time?
Actually, we worked together first on Fear Farm, and then we did Rancala. That was our second movie together. Funny how we filmed Fear Farm first and it came out after Rancala, but so I didn't tell her that I had booked that role, but I knew she was coming in to read for that part. and I was there. Dante had me come in to read for the final level, and it was amazing when she walked in. She was just like, Emily, I'm so excited. And I think the director could tell that we had already this chemistry from working together on Fear Farm. So no, it was fantastic. I love Tiana. I loved working with her.
Well, can I just say, you guys are truly incredible. The whole cast, like, of Fear Farm, you guys killed it with this incredible film, and it's truly incredible. So whoever hasn't seen it, definitely check it out. For my next question, why should people watch Fear Farm, whoever haven't seen the movie yet?
Oh gosh, it's so fun. It is such a fun movie. I think it's really, I mean, I've said this before and I will continue to say it. I think it's very obvious how well we all got along and how well we worked together. So the very first day of filming was a lot of the bedroom house scenes and like a lot of the corn maze scenes, like when we're all there at the very beginning. And it's really hard normally to just be like, okay, we've been best friends for all these years and, you know, whatever. But we immediately got along right from the table read. And I think that's really obvious to see. I think that Fear Farm is funny, and it definitely has some jump scares and some good effects. I think it's great for Halloween. I think it's great during this horrible COVID time to just kind of have an escape and to have a release. I love that it really flips a lot of the tropes on its head. I've said this also before, but, you know, I wear a cheerleader uniform the whole time, and I'm not even a cheerleader in the movie. You know, my friend, I had an audition that day. We're all actors in the movie. I had an audition for a cheerleader, and then my friends, you know, wouldn't let me change. So they're just like making fun of a lot of tropes, and I think it's really smart.
Awesome. So for my next question, as I mentioned before, you were in this incredible film called The Final Level of Escaping Rancala. What was it like? And you played a character called Chrissy. What was the experience like filming for that?
My gosh, that was awesome. So much fun. So we shot that in 6 days. We had one take, which was, you know, a lot of pressure, but we had a lot of the same Fear Farm people who shot Fear Farm and shot this one as well, and like, you know, same crew. So that made it a little bit easier just because we were going into it, you know, already knowing a lot of the crew. It was really fun to be, you know, to have more of an action-based character and to go in and, you know, fight these CGI sharks and rhinos. Like, I've never done anything like that before. It was so much fun. It was a great learning experience also, just to be like, okay, here's where the shark's going to be, and then the shark's going to be there, and then it's going to be there. And then like, okay, here, I don't know. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. For my next question, on to the stunt stuff. What was it like filming and doing the stunt work for The Final Level?
So we had the same stunt coordinator, oh my gosh, I can't speak, stunt coordinator, Mario, who did Fear Farm, that did this one. So we also had like a really good base with Mario. I trust Mario with my life. He is one of the best stunt coordinators ever. He's so great and so patient, and he, you know, does a really great job of teaching you things. And so it was fun. I had to, you didn't really see it in The Final Level, but I had to fall off a 4 or 5 foot cliff, like onto a crash pad. I've never done anything like that before. It was so much fun. I learned a lot.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was it like working with Jess and Tiana on The Final Level and getting to be badass women?
We are badass women, thank you. Well, I love Tiana. Again, I mean, you know, we met on Fear Farm, and like I said, when she came into the audition, we both were just like, hi! And I think, like I said, the director and the casting director and the producers just knew that we had such great chemistry. And so I was thrilled to work with Tiana again. I love her to the moon and back. I never knew Jess, but I knew that she had worked with friends of ours, and so I was really looking forward to getting to know her and getting to work with her. It's funny, during the audition, I was sitting right next to Jessica, and I'd never met her before, so I didn't know who she was, but then once I, you know, made the connection, I was like, oh my God, you were sitting right next to me in that audition. How funny. It was great. Both of those girls are so lovely. I love them both so much.
So for my next question, who actually inspired you to get into acting in the first place?
I have wanted to act since I was a little girl. It's the only thing I've ever wanted to do. I don't know if you remember or if you had Scholastic book fairs in elementary school. Yeah. So, you know, my friends would get Clifford books or, I don't know, Berenstain Bear books or whatever, but I would come home with books on how to get an agent. My parents still make fun of me for that. I mean, it's all I've ever wanted to do. I can't tell you why I wanted to do it. I've never wanted to do anything else. And I just made that decision at a young age that you know, people can make this a career. So you can too.
Awesome. So for my next question, what have you learned about yourself during all this COVID pandemic stuff?
Oh man, I have learned that I need to be patient. You know, a lot of things, I had a couple of movies booked pre-COVID, and then they all, you know, kind of either were postponed or canceled or whatever. And I just, you know, I had to learn, and it's a great thing to learn that, you know, things will eventually get back on track and back to normal or some kind of a new normal. And it's okay if, you know, things aren't coming, you know, straight away. It's fine. So I've learned to be more productive and more creative and make better use of my time and really kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, I always value my friendships, but really try to dig deeper into friendships. And, you know, it's definitely a hard time for everyone. So I'm just really thankful that I have, you know, a great support system and people around me to kind of help get through this terrible time.
So for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise currently, what would it be and why?
That's a great question. So I love horror. I would love to do anything horror. I love the Hellraiser movies. I love the Scream franchise. I love anything. I mean, I don't know if you've seen. Oh, maybe not. There's not really even a franchise either, so I guess I can't really say that. But I'm going to say Hellraiser or Scream.
Yes, nice. Awesome. So for my next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives in your opinion?
I mean, there's so many ups and downs in this industry for sure. The great thing is, okay, one of the great things is that you know, you get to meet a lot of fantastic people. Like the Fear Farm cast and crew are still my best friends to this day. I love them. It always sucks then when you leave a set and then, you know, you go your separate ways. Fortunately, you know, the Fear Farm people, we kind of kept together, but I think also it's really hard when you want something so badly and you don't get booked for it. You know, there's a lot of rejection in this industry, and if you don't learn to manage that and get over that quickly, it could really do a lot for your self-esteem. It could hurt your self-esteem. But I think it also builds a lot of character, and it builds a lot of just, you know, I can do this. You know, just a good kind of sense of self-worth. I know sitting in casting rooms, being a reader, that you might be auditioning for something and the person could crush, you know, their audition and they could leave, and I would be like, oh my God, they were so good. That was amazing. And the casting director and producer or writer director would just be like, yeah, but they're 2 inches too tall. I mean, that doesn't work with who we already have cast. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it really can come down to how tall you are. So that is helpful, knowing that it's nothing personal. I mean, maybe you're just not literally what like they're looking for, and that's okay. So a lot of ups and downs, but you meet a lot of fantastic people. You get to play a lot of really unique characters. I mean, I love it.
Awesome. So for my next question, very last question too. What new projects are you currently in next that you would like to announce on the show?
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. One of my favorite movies of all time is the original Castle Freak. And I booked that. Fangoria rebooted it last year. Yeah, last year. And because of COVID, the release date got pushed, but I cannot wait for that. It's a reimagining, as we call it, and it focuses a lot more on H.P. Lovecraft. and like that kind of side of things. It is going to be amazing, and I cannot wait for everyone to see it.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Emily, for coming onto my show. It has been such a pleasure having you on my show. Everyone definitely go support Emily. She's such a truly talented and incredible actress, and yeah, definitely go support Emily. And yeah, any last final words that you'd like to say?
Rent or buy Fear Farm because it's amazing.
We should totally do this. It's only an hour away.
No, my car. I'm low on gas.
Yeah, and drinking. It's way too good to pass up.
It's gonna be crazy. Jesus, man.
Welcome to Fear Farm. For your safety and that of others, we ask you to abide by a few simple rules.
Is everything okay?
You get to visit our VIP maze experience.
How would you and your friends like to experience the VIP maze? You finish under 2 hours, you'll win $5,000.
Not pumpkin money or something?
Let's go for a ride.
Come on, strap in. Safety first, people. Now, you don't think I was going to make it that easy, do you?
Cool. I'm not ready to die. I'm so sorry I brought you guys here. No!
Just, can we try, for the love of God, keep the mess down? Laundry ain't cheap.
One game. Don't make me come get you.
Ron Kala.
I just can't stop thinking that maybe he's out there somewhere. Player one ready.
Rancala.
Kind of looks like my brother.
I'm coming for you, Jake.
Where are we? What is going on?
Everything in Rancala is designed to kill you!
I think we just have 3 lives within the game.
Find the king, find Jake, and then we go home.
Only death promises us peace.
Resist!
Get them!
Boss fight.
Now what? Incoming!
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actress who's in this new film release called Fear Farm, and her name is Amy Stoltz. So I'm about to give her an ad into the live now. She plays a character called Gemma in Fear Farm. Definitely worth the check out. It's such an incredible film, so yeah, definitely worth the check out. So I'm about to give Amy an ad into the live now, and yeah, have a chat with Amy.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good. My first official live
Instagram live.
interview.
Nice.
I was like, okay, how do I do this?
Yeah, the way of technology these days.
Right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure having you on my show, Amy. You are
Pleasure to be here.
sideways, by the way.
I'll hold my phone.
Awesome. Okay, so to people that don't know who you are as a person, if you can just give a brief of who you are, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, real quick, my name is Amy Stoltz, and I'm a Canadian and US actress is mainly what I do. And I live in Los Angeles, California, where it's hot today. And I have been pursuing acting in film and some television down here for the past 6 years.
Awesome.
So,
so for my first question, Amy, we'll dive right into the questions. So for my first question, you're in this new incredible film release called Fear Farm, and you play one of the incredible villains in the series, in the film called Gemma.
Yes.
What was the experience like filming Fear Farm and playing Gemma?
Okay, so, well, filming Fear Farm, I mean, it was fun. It was super fun. I loved the script. It's got all the horror stuff as well as a lot of comedy in it. It was cold because there was a lot of overnights in a cornfield. And even with wardrobe, when we were picking out the amazing Lisa Bird, when we were picking out my wardrobe, I got to have a say in it. And I was like, God, that's so awesome, so fun and pink and everything. And then at 3 a.m. in the morning in the middle of a cornfield, I was kind of like, okay, this was a little bit less clothing than probably I could have used at this point. As far as Gemma goes, she's definitely one of my favorite characters. She, you know, all the kind of psycho stuff aside, some of the things that I love about her personally are her sense of playfulness and childlikeness, which I got to get out. You know, you have to be kind of serious sometimes these days, and it's really fun to play. And the other side is her, you know, for lack of a better word, feminist approach to things. She's growing up, she's kind of in a man's world with her brothers and her dad. And they're all these big brutes.
Oh, yeah.
And so she's like, I got to make my statement. So I really like that about her, too. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. You actually kind of gave me this feeling of kind of like a Harley Quinn kind of a feel with Gemma.
Yeah, okay. So I was thinking that even in reading the script, I was like, oh, she's got this like kind of oddball out there, like really enjoying this in a childlike way. At the same time, purposefully, whether it was a good choice or not, I don't know, but I actually, because all the Suicide Squad and all that was coming out around the same time that we were filming, and I purposely didn't watch any of that or look up any Harley Quinn stuff because I didn't want to copycat anything or get that in my head. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, well, what part of Gemma do I come from? You know? But yeah, she's really fun that way too. I think she's a twist on the Harley Quinn thing. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, if Fear Farm could get a sequel, what next would you want to see from Gemma?
From Gemma, I would like to see her come into her own a little bit more and do a like really almost grow in the family business as to more of a matriarch, because she's got, her dad is a patriarch, her mom's, you know, I don't want to spoil anything, but right away, you know, it's in the beginning. But her mom's not around, and I'd like to see her grow more into matriarch of the family. I think she's got what it takes. I think she's smart. I think she's kind of got it all in a lot of ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for my next question, for people that haven't seen the movie yet,
Yeah.
why should people watch Fear Farm?
Okay, so let me make this as succinct as possible. I think that we know it doesn't take itself seriously, but it fulfills a lot of the horror tropes and fits the horror genre, and has, you know, a specific amount of gore and things like that that is always fun to have in there. But the dynamics of the family and even the dynamics of the kids that come into the corn maze are really fun to watch. And I think that it's got just such a great sense of humor to it. I think people will be pleasantly surprised by the balance.
Awesome. So for my next question, you're actually in this other incredible film that I watched yesterday. That was Battle Star Wars.
Ah,
What was
Battle
that?
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was that experience like playing a space pirate named Ajax?
I know, a space pirate. I saw that and I was like, I gotta be another badass.
Oh man, you were a badass in it.
Yeah, I get so much fun out of those roles. I'm kind of sort of goofy a little bit in real life, so
Who isn't goofy?
Yeah, Battle Star Wars was incredibly fun. Building in that genre, I hadn't really done a sci-fi like that before, and that kind of world and in space and all that kind of stuff. I really do enjoy kind of playing, kind of not a fish out of water, but the rogue kind of rebellious characters, I guess you could say, who kind of go their own path. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, whatever team they're on. They really like to kind of go their own way and make their own rules and that kind of thing. So yeah, it was really fun doing that. The director, James Thomas, that was my second time working with him, which is always just a blast. Like, I can't say good enough things about him. Yeah, so it was really fun. And I mean, the crew and everything. And I always seem to be surrounded by really big guys.
Oh man, there was some big brutal dudes in Battle
It's
Star
so
Wars. Man.
great. I know. Ross Forte, man, 6'7".
Oh yeah.
He's known as like the Viking.
Yeah.
And he is. Yeah, he's amazing. It's super fun.
Well, you guys all killed it. Like, the whole cast in Battle Star Wars, you guys were all incredible. And I actually, like, it actually reminded me of an old series that I create web series and stuff. And it reminded me of my character, Jon Stark, a bit like with your character, like of a rogue, how you mentioned. It kind of reminded me of that. So I was like, oh man, I love this character. So yeah,
That's
you did
so
really good.
awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
Yeah. And so for my next question, the stunt work like for Battle Star Wars?
For Battle Star Wars?
Yeah.
I didn't have too much. Some of the others, I mean, some of those actors were already knew some stunt choreography and are really good at that. The stunt choreographer Mario Roca, who actually plays Andy in Fear Farm. He was a stunt coordinator in Battle Star Wars, and he does a bang up job with the cast. He's really good at making things fun and interesting, and workable with people depending on where they're at in their own training choreographically. And then of course, working with talented camera people like Dante Yor was the DP on that. And director James Thomas, he loves action and that kind of thing. They really know how to do the camera work around it and set the stage. So yeah, that's what that was like.
Awesome. So for my next question, if Battle Star Wars could get a sequel, what next would you want to see from Ajax?
From Ajax? I want to see her build her own empire. That's what I want to see.
That would be cool.
Yeah. I don't know what side I care that she's on, whether it's like the quote unquote good or bad side. Just her own side. Just her own. I want to see her build her own empire. Yeah.
So to people that haven't seen the film Battle Star Wars, why do you recommend Battle Star Wars for people to see?
Oh, I think if you enjoy, again, like that kind of genre, space, space pirates, going after coalitions and things like that. And obviously, if you enjoy Star Wars and those kinds of films, I think it's a really fun one to watch. It's also great for the kids because it's not, Fear Farm is a little more.
Oh yeah, Fear Farm. Yeah.
So it's a really good family fun movie as well. That isn't, it's got some good action and things like that, some great villains, but I don't think it's too scary. I think it hits a lot of the great notes. I think the characters are really fun in it. Really, really fun. You get a little bit of drama. You get the family drama. You get the comedy with some of the characters and stuff. I really like it. Yeah, I think that's why people should watch it. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, who inspired you as a person to get into acting in the first place?
I have never been asked that question before. I would say that there are, I mean, going way back, there's a couple of people that certainly influenced me the most. My older brother, is an actor, director. He works in Toronto with, actually with displaced community for a group called Sanctuary, and developed this whole drama program for them to, you know, have their voices heard and that kind of thing. And since I was little, he's been into acting. And so definitely I looked up to him a lot. There's a couple plays I saw as a kid where the actresses, I just remember being like, oh, that looks so fun. And then I had a wonderful acting teacher in high school who just inspired me in a variety of artistic ways. And was one of those people that was like, hey, you can go further, you can do more, you can like go down the rabbit hole a little bit. So those are some of my initial inspirations to get into acting. I went a different route a little while in my early 20s and stuff, and then got back into acting. I was like, you know what, let's do it. One life, let's go for it. So awesome. Obviously there's movies and all kinds of actors that I'm inspired by too, but I wouldn't be able to, that's a whole thing that we'd never stop. So
well, can I just say, Gemma, can I just say, Amy, you're such an incredible actress. I actually could see you in a Marvel or DC, as I said before. Like, you are truly talented, and you are definitely going to go super far in the future. So keep up the amazing work.
Yeah.
For my next question, onto that, what have you learned about yourself as a person during all this COVID pandemic stuff?
That mental health is really important. That taking care of oneself and is very important, but also how much certain friendships and relationships just add value when all of a sudden I can't see or hug or be in person and really feel someone else's energy, especially those you care about. Trying not to, give into fear and things like that. At the same time, take things very seriously. And it's always better to be safe, in my opinion. So those are some of the things. There's obviously been a lot going on in the world, in America. And with all that, there's some very serious stuff. I also find a lot of hope and love, even when it feels like there's not a lot, right? There is, and there's a lot of truths to be discovered in oneself and in the world, for a lack of a better way of putting it, right? Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise currently, what would it be and why?
Oh man, with the stuff that I guess I've been doing over the past couple of years, I'm super attracted to like the Marvel franchises and things like that. That whole realm, the comic book realm, is super fun. And you just get to play in a fantasy that is just, I don't know, it gets to take you out for a little bit. You know what I mean? And exercise some things that you don't really exercise in real life. I prefer I'm a huge fan of The Boys. Have you seen it?
Yes. Yep.
It's like the perfect mix of dark and drama and fantasy and fun, and it's incredibly twisted, and I think it's like it's such a wonderful package. I'm amazed by that show. That would be the show.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
I could definitely see you in anything. Like, really, as I said before, you are a truly talented and incredible actress, and you got a lot of potential in yourself. So,
Well,
yeah,
it
as I
helps
said,
when
you're going to definitely go far.
Yeah, it helps when you're surrounded by really talented people. And I don't say that just to be nice. Most people in this business would say the same thing, is you just got to make each other better, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives in your opinion?
Oh, I kind of learn of new ones. Sorry, because I'm holding my phone. I know I'm moving around a little bit because my arm.
You're fine.
As time goes on, sometimes I discover new negatives, or challenges is probably a better way to put it. I am, as a woman in the industry, there is a lot of stuff around ageism and things like that. But that being said, you know, I know I've heard other women be scared to turn 30 because they're just, or turn 25 even, because they're like, oh no, am I aging out of my category? Am I this? And it breaks my heart because it's such a backwards view and such an objectified view. And there are so many amazing women and actresses and women in authoritative positions who have really paved the way, in particular in Hollywood. I mean, you look at Charlize Theron, right? Or,
oh yeah.
She's completely, over the past years, become this mega badass, which, I mean, she always was.
Yeah.
But no one cares about her age. You know what I mean? You look at shows like The Good Wife. Those women are all over 40, some in their 50s and 60s, and they're sexual, powerful women. So there used to be old sayings about after 35, actresses age out and things like that. And I just think these women have just done, there's just too many to mention the incredible things that they've done for the rest of us who aren't A-list, trying to come up in the rungs and do the work and just work as much as we can and have fun and meet great people and do great projects and that kind of thing. So that's a major challenge that I see being overcome, which I love.
Yeah.
There are other challenges, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, different roles challenge you different ways and things like that. Living in LA, balancing like when's my next job coming and just all that normal stuff. But yeah.
Awesome. So for my very last question, so what new projects are you currently working on that you would like to announce on the show?
Well, currently due to COVID, actually I do have a current one. I don't think I can announce it yet.
Okay.
I'm really excited about it. It's a dark thriller drama. And it hits some very, very important themes. And I think it deals with them really delicately but very in your face in a way as it should be. I'm really excited for my character in it, and I think I'll get to explore some really new parts of myself that I'll learn. But I don't think I'm really allowed to talk about it yet. So I'll talk about it when I can. So that'll be filming safely soon. With COVID, everything is a little difficult, as most people know. I do have another film coming out, which of course I can't talk about yet. Next year. I think it'll be coming out in spring. We'll see. But I'm really excited for that one. Oh man, I wish I could talk about these things. I will be posting on my Instagram the moment I'm allowed to post on my Instagram. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Amy, for coming onto my show. It really means a lot. Everyone, definitely go support Amy. She's such a truly incredible actress. And yeah, definitely go check out Fear Farm. It's definitely worth the check out. So definitely check it out and check out all the other projects. So yeah, thank you so much, Amy, again. And yeah.
We should totally do this. It's only an hour away.
No, my car. I'm low on gas.
Yeah, and drinking. It's way too good to pass up.
It's gonna be crazy. Jesus, man.
Welcome to Fear Farm. For your safety and that of others, we ask you to abide by a few simple rules.
Is everything okay?
You get to visit our VIP maze experience.
How would you and your friends like to experience the VIP maze? You finish under 2 hours, you'll win $5,000.
Not pumpkin money or something?
Let's go for a ride.
Come on, strap in. Safety first, people.
Now, you don't think I was going to make it that easy, do you?
Cool. I'm not ready to die. I'm so sorry I brought you guys here. No!
Just, can we try, for the love of God, keep the mess down? Laundry ain't cheap.
All personnel, welcome to Haven. We want a planet of our own, and we're not turning back. Not when we're this close.
Where am I going?
Limitless resource and power. We can't let the Coalition find it.
Attention, enemies of the Coalition. This is Lord Malister.
We got company.
You have 24 hours to surrender the planet.
The only way out of this is to fight.
Two of you with me.
Where is my daughter?
She's on board an escape pod headed towards the planet.
Strap in.
To what?
The deadline has expired.
We're out of time.
Prepare for surrender.
Help her, now.
Get to the base! Watch as I obliterate this planet.
What Haven needs right now is a protector.
War against the Coalition is a fight you cannot win. Anyone who can hear me, attack! Get your asses in the air and fight to save your planet!
In 3, 2, 1.
Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my next guest is this incredible director and actor playing the lead role of Hellboy in this fan series of Hellboy. I'm going to be giving him an ad into the live now with his co-star. So here we go. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah, pretty good.
Nice to meet you.
What I'm going to get you guys to do is introduce yourselves and explain a bit about what you guys do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, sounds good. I'm Ryan Kessler. I'm the director, and I'm also playing the lead role Hellboy in the Hellboy fan film that's coming out tomorrow.
I'm Philip. I'm one of the main actors in the Hellboy fan film.
help out, a little bit of a stunt choreographer as well. Mainly just helping out with the cast and being the main actor.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So for my very first question, with this fan film of episode of Hellboy, what was it like shooting for this very first episode of Hellboy?
Yeah, it was pretty thrilling at first. You know, the whole idea of the group was, let's do a Hellboy. Right off the bat, there's already complications, right? You gotta deciding on story,
location, character. So we wanted it in the episode of the film.
Right. The mythos is so huge throughout the universe, and we sort of had to pick apart with what we had to work with, and then combine it with Hellboy. So we sort of had the balance, and from there we started production, and it was a really fun experience, especially with all the actors and the cameramen and sound mixers and the party of group of people, and it was a really good time doing it. It was one of our films that was a lot more smoother.
Yeah, I say Ryan did a really good job on the script with this one, especially when we were trying to he pitched the Hellboy film. We had to work smaller scale, but because of that, much more tight knit story, I'd say, a lot more character development, and with the locations, we got pretty creative, and we're really good at our fight. It's our main background, so we incorporated some of those too. So there's a good amount of action in this film as well.
Awesome. So for my next question, with as you guys mentioned before, with locations and stuff, how hard was it to actually look for locations for Hellboy, and what makes this fan series of Hellboy different from the movie franchise of Hellboy?
To answer the first question, location was a little, like I said, back to mythos, it's a very colorful world. You know, it's not earthly like. That being said, there are comics where it takes place on Earth. A lot of it is, and we sort of had to also work with the script, so sort of adapt towards the location as well. Right, so we sort of were looking for, and you were talking to Brandon a couple days ago or a week ago. He was actually going to help us out with this production, as in terms of location, and he had this huge sort of backyard forest, tons of land, and that would have been awesome. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it due to unfortunate circumstances, but we ended up resorting to another forest area location, and a lot of it is also shout out to our editor. A lot of it was in post, making it look otherworldly in a sense. So that's turning up color grading, just all that, just to make it look very different and unique. And as in terms of what makes the Hellboy different, if you want to pitch in a little bit, and I'll add on.
Yeah, in terms of this, especially with Hellboy, very kind of grand story. We got him coming up. A lot of the stories too, they focus on origins. So just kind of jump right into it, and we're focusing more on how Hellboy fits into the BPRD. So he is a demi-human, he's a half mutant kind of thing. So it kind of focuses a little bit on people will react to that while the BPRD is investigating these paranormal activities, and now we have something paranormal in front of us just standing right there, and we got to kind of deal with it that way. Kind of how Hellboy kind of wants to fit in too, because he was raised as a human, even though he's not human. So he, at his core, still a human pretty much, but he's still trying to figure out place.
Awesome. So for my next question, this is actually for Philip this time. What character are you playing, if you can give any details about your character?
Yeah, sure. I play Agent Brody. No, sorry, Agent Lindell. Agent Brody's Marco. We have Agent Peters, Agent Lindell, and Brody. All of them kind of play a role. They're sent in on this investigation, the forest, with Hellboy as their backup, kind of like their smoking gun, their ace in the hole, if anything. And let's just say that in the beginning too, they don't very trust Hellboy too much, so they kind of tolerate him a little bit. But as things progress, Hellboy takes lead, and kind of follow suit.
Yeah, we sort of worked a lot with making the characters, and the cool thing about it was they're not taken from the comics, so it was completely up to our imagination who we want these characters. So we sort of worked as, okay, if they were actually sort of from the military, and then they had an opportunity to join this mission group. So they all sort of worked on that during our acting coaching. We'd ask all the actors or the agents, where were you beforehand? How did you get here? Do you know these people? Do you know Hellboy? And it's sort of just as these fully fleshed out characters. And I think you'll really see that in the film. Characters will hesitate to do things because he knows, oh, I know this guy. I don't want to put him in jeopardy, so I'm going to do this. There's a nice connection with these three agents, and we really want to because, yes, Hellboy, and that's like the grand of it all, but we really want to, if this is going to be contained, we've got to all have them all interlooped. And I think the agents really live up to the BPRD.
Yeah, we did a really good job too. Week of prep work, we would talk on set just in character. So you're gonna see a lot of like the camaraderie of the agents kind of come out because we really kind of worked on the fact that people made it realistic as that they would know each other and work well together, not as just like friends that you kind of have on the street, but as like military operatives and as like agents that have your.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was it like wearing the Hellboy mask?
It's a pain. It honestly is. Yeah, so it was basically it's a mask and also a bodysuit to wear, and then you got the hand, and a lot of it was also less of prosthetic and more of actual face makeup. So it would take a long time to really put on. It would take roughly about 2 hours to get everything on. So if we were filming at 6 in the morning, we'd have to show up. I'd have to show up at 4, do them, and be ready for 6, kind of thing, right? But I think I told myself when doing the film, Hellboy's got to look right. As soon as the costume doesn't look good, the film is going to fall through, right? So if there's one thing we got to get right in this film, what look of Hellboy? He needs to look like Hellboy, and he needs to look, notch. That being said, we're also on a budget, so a lot of things we did were practical. And I really like how it turned out, but just acting in it, performing stunts, whatever it may be on the day in the suit is really like dreadful. It really takes a toll. And this was during the summer, really hot, so it's just even more the idea of just really just pulls you down. But you keep it in the back of your mind. This is for the fans. We put so much work into this. At one point or at some point, the whole idea of just being hot and sweaty and just tired just goes over your head, and you're in the game. And you're just ready to go, and that's how I looked at it. But you can ask him. He just see me on set, stressed out.
We're there. We're planning our scenes. We're planning like what we need to do. See Ryan in the corner sweating buckets. We're reapplying makeup, reapplying the mask because it kept kind of popping up. We almost had an issue with one fight scene in particular. Bit of a costume malfunction, but we managed to like move through that, put on, because that was the one thing, especially when is if the costume broke at any point, then that was anymore. So we're very cautious of that, and we just wanted to make sure this looks good. That was the main thing. Even with Ryan, like this to look like, even though it's a fan film, we need to have at least Hellboy look like pristine.
Awesome. So for my next question, as you mentioned before, Philip, about the fight scenes, what were the fight scenes like?
We had shout out to Matthew. He's right now he's a boxing coach, a really good guy. He's been doing our fight scenes like with us for probably since we started back in high school. So he really knows his stuff and really works hard and really kind of figures out, okay, this would look good. So we have a knife fight in there. We have some gun disarms in there, and we have a big fight scene with Hellboy and the main antagonist. With those fight scenes, we kind of had it planned out too, where we showed up before in that week of figuring out the characters. We also would figure out, okay, how these pictures look, how would this look. We recorded on our phones, and that way we have a kind of like basis. And we kind of, when we were there, we did it, we shot it, and it was perfect. I'd say these fight scenes are probably one of the best we've had so far.
Awesome. So for my next question, why should people watch this Hellboy episode when it gets released?
It's gonna sound a little cheesy at first, but it's sort of like it's made by the fans for the fans, but that's not the main reason. It's a whole new concept. It's a whole new idea, right? We're taking a really Hellboy movies when they come out, and they're big, spectacular, huge monsters, huge fights, huge effects. But for a moment, let's just take Hellboy and a couple people and put them in a small contained story and just work with that. And it sort of worked on our end because I think we told a really nice tale. So I think people should watch this because it is a completely new, right? If you're a fan of Hellboy, it's going to be like reading a story from Mike Mignola's, right? Because Mike Mignola released short stories of Hellboy, right, that are like a couple pages long, and they're just small little adventures. And you don't really see it on the big screen, not as often as you would like. So in this, take that idea, right? These small contained stories with a link, and you can sort of watch it and appreciate for what it is. And it's nothing too grand. Just a nice something where after it's short and sweet, and you can at the end of the day have a good time.
Awesome. So for my next question, who inspired both of you guys to get into directing and acting? If you guys can say.
I'll answer for directing. I started as an actor first. I've been doing acting all my life ever since the beginning of high school and translated away after I graduated from college. So I'm doing it for a long time now, and I really like the dynamic of getting a script, figuring out a character, and doing my portrayal of it. You know, I really love doing that. As in terms of directing, that sort of came upon me during doing some other films where I'd have no choice but to direct, in a sense. And I do really enjoy it a lot. I do like the idea of coaching people on how to form character. I like taking actors that are lost throughout a script and not sure what to do, and I sort of guide them with them, right? But with directing now, I really do enjoy it a lot. For this film, as you know, I juggled directing and acting, which was kind of rough. But like Phil says, we did a lot of pre-planning, and that was a very extremely important part. It was just the pre-planning, because that on set is going to be very limited as in terms of me also directing, focusing on my lines, focusing on being in the costume and sort of just getting in the groove. So yeah, the whole pre-planning stage was absolutely fantastic, just in terms of me being able to direct them beforehand. But as in terms of directing how I feel towards it, I do enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, all of us, it was really good. Ryan gave us like a set. Okay, this is how I want the scene to feel. Kind of that out. So while he's rehearsing his lines, or while he's just kind of getting more into character, able to bang that out. In terms of acting, have inspired us like to act or to be in acting. I've always loved like kind of like action movie stars like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Van Damme, Jackie Chan. Like those guys are really cool. So I come from a bit of background, just in high school. That's what I would do. So boxing, jiu-jitsu. And in terms of the fight scenes, everything fluid, everything looked nice. And then also taking characters too. So Ryan gives me a character. This is what I kind of want, and I can spin on it. And he can either be like, okay, we'll dial it back a little, or yes, a perfect idea. Let's go with this. And taking stories and taking arcs and developments and tweaking them and working them and putting our little spin on it. Like even our Spider-Man series, we didn't want to do just a classic Spider-Man. We put our own spin on it. Whenever we do something, a project, an independent IP, or like even like the fan film, like this Hellboy film, we put our own nap spin on it. And I think it really I like that a lot, that we have our own little signature.
Awesome. So for my next question, with this Hellboy, with your Hellboy, what makes this Hellboy so different from the actor that has portrayed Hellboy in the movies?
Yeah, we sort of had to, we can't help but take inspirations from all the interpretations of Hellboy. So David Harbour, Ron Perlman, big inspirations. They're more portrayed on screen as the big sort of don't give a damn badass, right? And you see that a lot. I sort of leaned a little more towards the comic, and I love my producer that helped me write the script. He's a huge Hellboy fan, read all the books, and he simply told me that Hellboy is really, at the end of the day, just human. He feels human. The way he talks is human. The way he reacts to things is human. But the only difference is that he's half demon. Right? Other than that, he feels like a human, right? You take off the horns and the red up and the tail, he would basically be just a human. Right? So I like that idea, and I sort of translate that to film, where he's not always acting like the big badass and always having the last say in things. He's literally just human with these other humans that he's in a sense also trying to fit in. And I think that's where sort of the idea comes in comics, why he's so human, is because the point of Hellboy is he wants to fit with others. So as you film in our short film too, that slowly, you know, he's talking like him and he's reacting like him. It's more, I like to think of it as almost a little act, as in him trying to be like, hey, I can be like you guys too, you know, we can all have a beer one day and it'll be absolutely normal kind of thing, when that's definitely not the case. So you have his one-liners in the film, because that's definitely part of his characters too, where he has the one-liners, but I wanted to lean more for just a human character, right? Something that not quote unquote relate to, but sort of you can feel for.
Awesome. So for my next question, what have you guys learned about yourselves during all this COVID pandemic stuff?
Go ahead.
I'd say what we learned is that we really love like filmmaking in general, and I think given like the time, because when we usually do our films, we do a bit of prep work, but this one we really wanted to put like our 100% effort into, because we're locked in COVID. I remember he pitched the idea, sure how we're gonna do this, how we're gonna film this, because even though like the script and everything took about, I'd say how long? 4 months?
Yeah.
Maybe to finally like figure it out. So we've known about this project for like a while. So while we were all in lockdown, we were still kind of figuring out, okay, like we're still practicing our movies. We're still trying to see, hey, Ryan, like how's the script going? He's telling us like great. And we're trying to figure out, okay, so where are we going to film after? Where are things going to open back up? So really it was, to us, prep work is one of the biggest keys, because when we were there, filmed it, and it was such a smooth experience, even with all the hiccups of not finding the right location in the beginning, somewhere else, and then we completely scrapped that and filmed in a different course, and it still ended up being still had an idea of how the shots needed to look. So honestly, just prep work really helped us out, and having clear vision with everyone, not even just Ryan and himself, but everyone kind of understanding the director's vision and coming together, being able to project that on the screen.
I sort of took from COVID, sort of learned from COVID that if you're doing what you're doing, especially in the film industry, if it's friends or not your friends, have a good time, have a fun time. The whole time I was doing Hellboy, yeah, like I said, it was tired, the costume and everything, but if you have the idea of like, okay, this is fun, I'm having a good time, you'll overcome all of that. Right, you'll overcome budget, you'll overcome editing, you'll overcome just whatever is blocking you from getting the project done. Just having fun is really, at the end of the day, why you should keep doing what you're doing. And yeah, I had a great time, he had a great time, and everyone had said had a great time, and that's why. And I think that's one of the more important reasons why it moved so well, is because everyone's having a good time, right? Really see this as work in a sense. It's more of us hanging out and making a movie.
Yeah, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
Awesome. So for my next question, what were the challenges like filming for this Hellboy episode, and how did you guys get through those challenges?
For me personally, just challenges, like I said, with student stuff, but I already touched on that, so I'll come up with something else. I think just
even pre-production was pretty bad. We had an old cameraman, project lead producer. I won't get into too many details, but he bailed on us for other reasons, and we were just thrown up in the air. As Ryan was mentioning earlier with Brendan, we were actually going to do this short film with Brendan, and stuff ended up happening. You know, we just didn't contact him, or our main guy didn't contact him, so he was just right. So then we ended up needing to find, within about a week, another like cameraman, and oh shit, what are we gonna do? So we kind of brought it back to our like high school roots. So we said, you know what, really amazing editor, really amazing shot, like photographer, really good. So we ended up calling we asked him, hey, can you do this? Would you be okay? And at first he was a little bit like apprehensive, but once he saw how serious we were about the film, he's like, okay, fine. I'll do this for you guys. Find locations, getting all our actors together. Everyone meets up like really early in the morning. We're all ready to go. We all get into our character method act a little bit. And honestly, it went super smooth. The location didn't work out in the beginning. We were going to go somewhere else, like a drive. But we ended up kind of filming there on scene, and it all ended up working out. We were a little, at least with Hellboy, with the costumes, sometimes he'd get knocked around and the mask would just fall off. And we're like, oh, okay. Because if it got broke, then that was it. So fix it up. We got to reapply. He's going to spend maybe another 10 minutes now trying to reapply the mask to make it look right. And now we go back into the fight scene. So there was some, but honestly, we had so much fun doing it. And even though Ryan was dying half the time, even he had fun. We got him some water. He was okay. And especially when we saw how these scenes, just without any color correction or without anything, just the way the shot was taken, we got really hyped because you know what? I like this. We love what we're doing right now. We're having fun, and this is looking really good.
Mm-hmm. A great thing too is, especially in the industry, is having those connections. And in life, when you have these connections, I believe in never burning down bridges. And as much as first director bailed on us, I'm very open, because at the end of the day, things will fall flat, but you should always have those, just like for us, for example, that horrible thing happened. We lost our director, but we still have connections, right? We reached out, and there you go. Because at the end of the day, these would be the ones filling in the gaps for you. So great to have. The connection was great, but even more importantly was just overall just having a good time, footage, being really excited about it, and just keep going.
Yeah, the passion people put into this project was really good. Everyone was super on board. It was really on making it look the best they can.
Yeah, and I always say we wouldn't be doing this if we weren't having fun, kind of thing.
Awesome. So for my next question, what TV or movie franchises would you guys want to be in if you guys could?
I'll let you go first here. I know he's the big movie junkie.
I would, in terms of TV series, I'd really get something that's David material. For those of you who don't know who David Lynch is, he did a lot of weird, abstract movies, TV shows. And showing mine on TV was Twin Peaks he did, and I watched it, and it's just disturbing. It's just weird. I talked to my colleagues and friends about it, and some people can't even watch the show. So, but I love that idea. Just so out there, and all these characters that are they're just so something you never see, and that's David Lynch. In these characters that are just so abstract and out there that he knows some people can't stand to watch it, but that's something that intrigues me a lot to get a script from an episode of that. And I think that would be a dream, actually, to get a script from Twin Peaks or David Lynch, be able to read the characters and be like, what the hell's going on, but anyways, kind of thing. So that's for me.
For me, I'd pick a movie series, and one of my favorite movie series is Kick. I love to be in there, even though they're not superheroes. They're still, superheroes in general, because we're normal people, but we're still going out fighting. Sure, you might get your ass beat a couple times, and you get back up, and you keep doing this.
Awesome. So for my very last question, guys, so what new projects do you guys have installed that you are aiming towards after Hellboy?
To be honest with you, after the whole promotion cycle with Hellboy, letting people know that we're doing this, we got a lot of opportunities from people on regards to project ideas. So we have a lot of take right now, and I'm very much privileged to actually just say that. But for us personally, for our company, and aside from working with other people, we have this really big story that I'm writing in the background, even while I was writing Hellboy. It was just an underlying script I was writing as I was writing Hellboy. And I've talked to Phil and the other cast members, and it's a really different kind of series. It's a mini-series. And we're so infamous for our action films, and this is a whole different the drama, and I don't want to get too much into detail, but it's a really great story with characters. And
I'll say that I've known Ryan's work for like a long time, and we've done our like kind of action with Spider-Man. Even Hellboy was a bit more drama, but a little bit of comedy elements in there. When he told me this story, and he told me kind of the 5-episode series, it still worked on a little bit. We kind of have like the main touching points we want to work on. I would get like goosebumps just on like the twists and turns in this drama and how much the stakes are. Yes, it's going to be called Sleepwalkers. Part of the whole mystery of it. As the episodes go on, you kind of realize that there's something more to the characters.
Yeah. So it's like you said, it was just it's a drama I want to do. That's it's really not out there, but there's a whole secret underlying theme to it, and you sort of unveils itself throughout the series. And we sort of took the idea of this song that's really popular by this group called Depeche Mode, and I sort of took the lyrics and translated it onto these characters. It is a very controversial sort of statement, but I like when people pickpocket at it and just pick through it and all. So the whole overlaying theme of it is sort of if God loves humans so much, why does he let good people die? And the characters are sort of living with that sort of psychology in their head. So that's just a little sneak peek. I can't really reveal too much, but very much later on we'll have a lot more details about it.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, guys, for coming on to my show. It really means a lot. Everyone, definitely go support these guys. First episode of Hellboy fan film series dropping this week. So definitely check it out. And thank you so much, guys, again. Do you guys have any last words you would like to say?
Just quickly, thank you for having us.
You've been a great host.
Great host, honestly, great interviewer. So yeah, we're just very happy to be on the show. And I think we could just say we hope you enjoy the movie. It comes out tomorrow. And no point sitting around. Let's get a game face on.
Looks like Homicide missed a spot.
Shit! Contact!
I got sights! 10 more people down here. They'll just get killed.
We'll see about that.
This incredible guest on my show is this incredible actress known by the name of Lindsay Bean. She has been in this incredible fan film called Powerpuff Girls. Her husband directed this incredible fan film called Powerpuff Girls, this incredible fan film. And Lindsay actually starred as Blossom in the Powerpuff Girls fan film. So I'm about to give Lindsay an ad into the live stream now. And have a chat with Lindsay. So, what I'm going to get you to do, Lindsay, to people that don't know who you are, I'm going to actually get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, so I'm Lindsay, and I've been acting for about a little over 4 years now. So, but obviously with COVID and quarantine, everything's kind of on hold right now.
Awesome. So onto the questions now. With my very first question. So your husband directed this incredible Powerpuff Girls fan film. What was it like with your husband getting to direct this incredible fan film of Powerpuff Girls?
Well, it was really fun. He's right here. Sorry, he's out of the frame.
Hello.
Hey, I'm Chris. I'm the director.
Pleased to meet you, Chris.
It was fun. Believe it or not, I actually had a really hard time filming the alley sequence because it was midday and we were filming in between buses going by, so it was really loud. So after 30 seconds, another bus would drive by and I'd have to cut and I'd just be cursing and screaming when will rush hour end?
Awesome. So onto my very next question, Chris. So how did you come up with the idea of wanting to create this Powerpuff Girls fan film?
Well, I had recently met a very beautiful redhead, and I said, what are some things that I could put her in? And I just ran down the list of superheroes with red hair, and Blossom. That's literally it.
Awesome. So, with my very next question, Chris, so what was the experience like with creating this whole incredible Powerpuff Girls fan film? What influenced you to actually say, hey, I want to create this Powerpuff Girl fan film? What to getting people invested into this?
Well, I wanted to do something that was mature, but I also wanted to, you know, respect the source material. I grew up watching the Powerpuff Girls. I wasn't too much of a fan of the 2016 reboot, so I had motivation there to kind of go, okay, let's try and harken back to the original series, and let's do something a little bit special. Let's subvert it. So I figured, okay, well, how can I do a mature Powerpuff Girls movie, but at the same time have it be as cartoonish and childlike as the show? And I remember when I saw the movie, the original 2002 feature film, how they dealt with some more mature themes and whatnot, and I go, okay, what if I just break the fourth wall entirely, and, you know, I added in that whole bit about them actually just being part of an imagination, because that's essentially, you know, the best way to interpret the Powerpuff Girls is that they're for children. So why not just, and also I have so many people complain being like, they have fingers, how can they have fingers? And I'm like, well, because it's a kid's imagination, so there, deal with it.
So this is a question for Lindsay now. So what was it like portraying the role of Blossom in this incredible Powerpuff Girls fan film?
It was really fun because I've always, like, I remember when I was watching the Powerpuff Girls when I was really young, and I really liked Blossom because she had the big bow, and then we had to spend like 20 minutes getting the big bow to stay on my head because it would keep like falling off or falling to the side.
Yeah. I actually had to put wire in the bow to make it stay up the way that it did. And I had gotten ribbon that had wiring in it so you can actually sculpt it. So we were able to make the bow stand up.
Anti-gravity.
Anti-gravity bow, and have the back of it kind of twirl out like Sailor Moon hair and everything.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What was your favorite memorable moment about creating this incredible Powerpuff Girls fan film? And what was your favorite moment about playing the role of Blossom, Lindsay?
That's a hard question. Let's see. So this is, well, it was really exciting for me because this was my second acting gig like ever. So, and it was the first thing that was ever actually published, because the first thing I did, I never got any word about what happened to it. But this was the first thing I did that got on YouTube, and I got to send it to my parents and my grandparents, you know, all the relatives, and everyone was like, oh, she's actually, you know, doing what I said I wanted to do as an actor. And it was really cool because it got so much traction, and so many people were saying how this really meant a lot to them and the sweet message. And I was like, oh, like we can actually, like, you know, make people feel good by just putting together a little 5-minute short on the internet.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If you could actually choose any like actor to portray the role of Blossom in like a movie, who would you actually pick and why to play the role of Blossom?
I'm trying to think, like, I'm trying to narrow down all the actors that are out there right now because there's so many talented actors and actresses and everything. So
And they should have red hair.
Well, I'm trying to think of all the redheads. I forget her name, but the girl from Riverdale, the redhead on Riverdale. Someone's gonna get mad at me because I can't remember.
Cheryl?
Yeah, the one. I think that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. So on to my very next question. What was it like working with the other girls on the Powerpuff Girls fan film?
It was really cool. That was the first time that I met them, was that day. We all went to Chris's house and we got dressed, got ready, we took some photos, and then we all got in our separate cars and drove all the way up to LA because he was in Anaheim at the time. So it's like,
actually, I want to point out, she wasn't there for when we were doing the photos for the posters.
Oh,
you were working that day.
Oh, yeah.
So I actually went ahead and did, for the poster, I had done posters for the other two, Bubbles and Buttercup, and then I had Lindsay come in and I inserted her Blossom because same lighting. I photoshopped them, and so they actually were not all together for the poster, but they all met on the way up to start filming.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was cool. I got to meet them, and the girl who was Buttercup, she could do a lot of cool voices. So it was really interesting hearing all the girls. I'm like, oh, hi, nice to meet you. And then we start filming, and all their voices change to fit with the character. So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, you had the easier job.
I had the easiest
because the
to do.
Blossom voice is not as distinct, I would say, as Buttercup or Bubbles.
Yeah.
Especially being, like Bubbles being so high or Buttercup being
I
so
got the
raspy.
easiest job.
You did. All you had to do was and you already have the cadence that Kathy Cavadini, I'm gonna butcher her name, Kathy has, and so it was a lot easier.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you were actually in this incredible, other fan film called Night. Hopefully I pronounced this right. Nightlark. Back in 2000.
Nightlark is original, and it's not a fan film. That's my character.
Nice. So onto that. What was it like creating Nightlark?
Ooh.
Well, unfortunately, we never got to actually release Nightlark. We only did. We only had to do the trailer.
We have bits. We have 2/3 of episode 1, and we filmed them all out of order.
There were 3 episodes that I was doing, and we have about 75% of each episode, give or take. And scheduling just eventually got in the way, and I had to move at the time, so I never got to really complete it. But it was a real challenge, especially being in the suit of armor that she was wearing, because we're filming in August.
Well, also, we had the helmet. Well, first of all, it was really cool getting to be an original superhero. I felt like I'm part of Marvel or DC or something. But we had to make the whole costume. So the headpiece, we had, what was it,
we used plaster bandages.
So it came off of my head, but then when it dried, it shrunk. So to get it on for filming for long hours, he had to shove my head in, and then it would press on the sides of my head. So I'd be here trying to memorize my blocking, my lines, how I'm supposed to say everything, and I just am
and
losing
she's got her
sight.
head just getting squished the whole time.
Getting squished.
Well, can I just say, the trailer to Nightlark was fantastic. I wish, man, if it had have got episodes, it would have been incredible.
It would have been.
Hopefully, we can remake it soon.
Yeah, I would like to remake it with an actual budget and give her a better suit of armor, because we were really just dealing with a lot of leather and pleather and in August. And that's not flattering when you're sweating and hot and everything. You want it to be a cool time. But yeah, I mean, especially since I've grown as a filmmaker, I would like to definitely attack it now with more skill.
Awesome.
And she's grown as an actress too.
Oh, thank you.
Oh
There you go.
yeah, Lindsay, you are such an incredible, talented actress, and I've seen other projects that you've been in. So on to my next question. With Rogue Redemption back in 2019, what was it like playing Jean Grey in Rogue Redemption?
That was her second time actually doing it.
Oh yeah, because we did.
I'm
glad you found that one, because a lot of the Marvel characters, if we do fan films, YouTube is really strict with their copyright. So even though it's not anything owned by them, they'll still copyright it. So we have to put them on different websites and everywhere. So it's really cool that you found that one, because normally we have to link to it. But it was really cool being Jean Grey, because I've always really liked that character and thought she was the most powerful out of all the X-Men, really. If you read the comics and stuff, she's a badass. So I was really excited to play her. Obviously, how we pick things is he'll just Google redheaded character.
I mean, I already know a lot of them anyway, but one of the things I wanted to make sure when we were doing Jean Grey was that she was portrayed better than she's ever been. Even as far back as the cartoon, she was always the one holding out her hand, doing this, and then passing out because the power was just too great. In the movies, she was passing out because the power was just too great, and I don't like that. or that she was out of control and couldn't control herself and the power was just too great. I wanted to actually do a Jean Grey that was in control of her powers, knew exactly how to handle them, and at no point was she ever worried that she was going to go out of control. I wanted her to be the emotional rock of the team for once. So that was nice.
Make her cool.
So onto my very next question. You actually appeared in Wonder Woman Jacqueline back in 2017. What was that experience like for you?
That was a really interesting project to work on because it's pretty serious. Like, it deals with some serious stuff. And normally, you know, I had been doing so many lighthearted shorts and stuff, and we kind of wanted to get and do some superhero videos that would kind of bring in the views because people would be searching, oh, Wonder Woman, and click on it. And then it got, you know, more serious. You're like, oh, and it has a message. So that was really interesting. And the whole thing was, you know, a monologue. So we had to film first me doing the monologue, and it took so many tries because you get 2 lines down and then you forget the whole rest of it, or you get all the way to the bottom of the page and then you forget the last sentence and you got to start all over again. But it was really cool to kind of get in that headspace and try to emote as the character, as someone who, you know, was struggling, and then Wonder Woman came and gave her the independence and the self-esteem to change her life and better herself.
Yeah.
If I explained that well.
That was pretty much it.
That was, yeah. So on to my very next question. You were actually in a Spider-Man fan film called Spider-Man and the Ballad of Mary Jane. What was it like playing the role of Mary Jane in that incredible fan film?
Aren't you going to ask me how I chose that character?
Yeah, how did you choose that character, Chris?
Well, I just decided, what redhead? She's redheaded.
Well, to answer your question, that was really fun because I got to, one, be a lead. And, like, Mary Jane, I remember watching, you know, the first 3 Spider-Man movies, the Tobey Maguire ones, and Mary Jane was, like, she wasn't as cool as she could be. You know, she was just kind of dull and kind of just there as the girlfriend.
Well, she was the plot device. She was the damsel in distress for
Yeah.
like 2 out of 3 movies, if not all 3.
So I thought it was really cool that in our fan film, even though, spoilers, Mary Jane gets kidnapped, she doesn't just sit there and wait for Spider-Man to show up. She fights back, and she's like, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. And she, you know, starts attacking him, running, and isn't just like, okay, I'll just wait for Spider-Man to show up. It's cool.
Yeah, that was definitely something I wanted to make sure I showed, was that she was not just another damsel in distress. She wasn't just a plot device, that once she was able to physically escape, she took that opportunity and she fought back. And she actually, like, if you see in the movie, a spoiler, she's beating the crap out of the guy. I'm not going to say who the guy is, but she's like kicking him in the face and running towards the door. She's doing everything, if you were in a horror movie, that you should do.
We like kick-ass women around here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, female empowerment.
Yes.
onto the female empowerment sides of things, because that actually hit my head for a minute. So onto the female empowerment, what do you think with this whole female side of things these days? How do you think females are being represented in like films these days?
I think it's really cool that we're getting a lot more female-led movies, and some of them, I will say that personally, a few movies might feel like forced feminism, pandering, like the Ghostbusters film, the whole women can be funny thing that wasn't really needed.
For every good movie you have a ton
Can
of
I
bad
speak
ones.
on the female empowerment thing, Chris?
I just wanted to say that.
If you would let me. But yeah, so I really do like that there's a lot more women writing in Hollywood. I mean, one of my favorite shows right now is What We Do in the Shadows, and one of the writers on there that's in the funniest episode, in my opinion, is a woman. I'm like, awesome, because, you know, when you watch stuff, you wouldn't know who's behind the camera, and then you look at the credits, you're like, nice. Like, I watched, what was it? American Psycho was directed by a woman.
and written by a woman.
And I didn't know that going in, and I saw, I was like, awesome. So I'm really excited that Hollywood is lately really trying to have women's voices heard and have more empowering characters. Like I said, I mean, if you look at just like we were watching Fifth Element, and it's funny because I hadn't seen it, and I was watching, I was like, I don't know, like I feel like Leeloo as a character doesn't really have an identity other than she's there. And he's like, oh, well, you know, this is an older movie. And every time I watch an older movie from like, you know, 20, 30 years ago, I remember that I'm used to more female empowerment, full characters that have identities and purposes other than just being the girl. So it's interesting to see how far we've come, and I just can't wait to see how further we get over the years.
As I said before, for every really good female empowerment movie, there's like a dozen mediocre ones or forced ones, and that just comes with the territory. And I just hope that people are better at sifting through the movies before they get made rather than after they get made. I don't want there to be like an oversaturation. Like, for example, with just superhero movies in general, there used to be no superhero movies, and now there is a superhero movie.
There's so many.
Every other, week, and it's amazing, but there's a lot of bad ones too. So I just hope that quality stays
over quantity.
Quality
over quantity.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What was it like filming in the Huntress film?
Ooh, yeah.
Well, that was a trailer in a comic book.
Well, yes.
You were in Firstborn. Huntress is a short film, but she wasn't in Huntress. She was the Huntress.
Mm-hmm.
He made it very confusing because what happened is we have different properties, and some of them are on track to get filmed, and then either budgeting falls through or scheduling or COVID or whatever. So then we're like, okay, how can we do this safely? So with the Huntress character that I was, we originally were going to do a movie, and then we didn't have time. Fell through.
What was a feature film?
Yeah, a feature film. And then we're like, oh, well, let's get a few friends together, and we made it into a photography book. So it's set up like a comic book, but with photography. So that's really cool. It's on Amazon. But if you look at it, it's like you're watching a movie, but in comic book form. So that's really cool.
Yeah, just
and
comic book pictures, basically.
Yeah, the character was really fun because it's like a female Terminator before they did the new Terminator movie. So we did it first.
No, we didn't actually. Terminator 3 had a female Terminator.
And then you lied to me.
I did.
We did it second.
Yeah.
Second.
So on to my very next question, guys. So who inspired you? So this is for Lindsay. Who inspired you into acting? And for Chris, who inspired you to get into directing?
Okay, I'll go. Do you want me to go first?
If you have an answer.
Okay, so it's not very inspirational, but my story for why I wanted to act was when I was little, I always wanted to perform and everything. And I was like, oh, can I go be on Disney Channel? And my mom's like, not till you're 18. And then like a week after my 18th birthday, I was sitting in bed and I was on YouTube, and I got to like the end of YouTube where it was talking about how to get agents. I don't know how I got there. And I was like, wait a second. I'm 18. I live 2 hours away from LA. I have a car. Oh yeah, I can do this. I was like, I might as well try. So I set up, I went on casting websites. I got headshots. I would drive three hours to get there early. I would go to auditions. And after like a couple months, I was like, oh, I guess I'm a professional actress now. So it was kind of on a, no one can stop me, so might as well try and see what happens. On a whim, yes.
On a whim. For me, I got into writing when I was a teenager, but prior to that, I was an artist. Started drawing at the age of 5. And I think it took from the age of 5 till about the age 16 to realize that I wanted to become a filmmaker, because I would draw and try and tell stories in comic book form. And I realized that, yeah, I'm an okay artist, but I don't have the patience to sit down and draw. And as I tried to do animation, I realized I do not have the patience to draw that many pieces over and over again to get, 2 seconds worth of animation. There has to be a better way. Oh, that's right. I could be a director and just tell people what to do, and they'll do it. So I just got into filmmaking that way, and I decided I wanted to be a filmmaker at 16, and I officially became a filmmaker at 21.
Awesome.
Took some time. I didn't have a camera growing up.
So on to my very next question. What have you learned about yourselves as a person during COVID this year?
Patience.
I have learned that apparently I'm very annoying to be around for long periods of time. But I mean, it has been nice. Luckily, we're in a position where we don't have to go outside, and normally we don't go outside anyways. We're homebodies, so we're kind of comfortable being at home anyways. But of course, being told I'm not allowed outside makes me want to go outside, even though I would have wanted to anyways.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've learned that we are very blessed because, like I said, we're in a situation where we can take time off of work and we can stay home. We don't have any underlying medical conditions that put us at higher risk. And now with social media, we can really stay in touch with everybody. I mean, I email my grandparents every other day and be like, make sure you're inside, right? Like, you're not going outside. So, I mean, that's really nice.
I learned I could write a feature script in 8 hours.
Brag much?
That's cool.
Yeah, I was pretty proud of that.
Heck yeah.
I'm trying to be insightful.
So on to my very next question. So if you could appear in any TV or movie franchise, Lindsay, what TV or movie franchise would it be and why?
All of them. No, I'm kidding. I would love to be in like any Marvel thing or superhero
You don't want to be in
thing.
What We Do in the Shadows?
Oh yes, I would love to be in What We Do in the Shadows. If they want to bring me in as a vampire, ooh, I would love that. There's just so many good shows out there. Like, I have to try to keep up with all the streaming sites and all the channels, but there's so many good shows out there right now. I mean, one of my dreams is to be on SNL at some point in my life. So I have plenty of time for that because I hope, knock on wood, live a long time. But I don't know. I can't really nail it down because there's just so many good shows out there.
So on to my very next question. So what are the positives and negatives into acting and directing, and how do you guys get through those negatives as a person?
I'll say one of the biggest negatives is if you're going to put yourself in any type of the entertainment industry, your self-esteem, unless you're like a super, super narcissistic person, your self-esteem is going to get hit a lot. I remember I had an agent for like a whole summer and I would get maybe one audition a month. And it would just be, you know, you walk in, they literally look at you and they're like, okay, I see ya. And you don't hear anything and you're like, okay, well, what did I do wrong? And you start over analyzing yourself instead of thinking, well, you probably just weren't a good fit. It could have nothing to do with you. You could walk in and be half an inch too tall and they're like, okay, well, that's not what we're thinking of, or someone could be having a bad day. Like, there's so many different factors. As long as you know that you went in, you did the best job you could, then you just have to accept that and try not to let it get to you. Because it can. There's been times when I've wanted to not go on auditions or go out and do other projects than Chris's because I'm so comfortable with him as a director, and I get kind of nervous working with new people because I don't know how they're gonna act. Like, I know what he wants on film because I'm in his head, so I'll be like, okay, if I do a take this way, he knows that's what he wants going in, or we can rehearse prior, versus going to an audition and you know, they give you just half of a page, not even the full page, and you have to decipher, well, is this person talking straight? Is this person talking sarcastically? And not knowing and going in and thinking you did it right, and oh, maybe you did it completely wrong, and you just start spiraling. So it's really hard to stay out of that mindset. But I think if you just keep pushing and, you know, believe in yourself, not to be cliche, but you kind of have to be your own cheerleader if you don't have someone to do it for you.
Yeah. Some of the biggest negatives in filmmaking just come down to budgetary constraints for me. You know, I have a lot of ideas and I have to find ways to execute them. And one of the hardest things is when I realized this. I was writing a script, a feature script, where, you know, I can do whatever I want. It's a feature script. And I am so used to having to keep the story limited for budgetary constraints because, oh, if I do this, I can't afford to make it. So I'm writing this feature script. I'm like, oh crap, I I'm totally like, it's not that as good as it can be because I'm writing for no budget, and now I have to expand my mind, and I got to put myself in that mindset. And that actually felt stifling because I have been forced to constantly have to shoot stuff for no budget.
But
and
it looks good, even though there's
Yeah,
no
and
budget.
it-
They look really good.
And it looks great. And that's the other part of it too, is when you're doing low to no budget, and you have an idea and it's almost within reach, and like, damn it, how can I make that happen for no money? So it's constantly having to, go back and forth rather than just being able to do whatever you want without any of the consequences.
So on to my very next question. So with my very last question. So what new projects do you have installed after COVID, if you would like to announce on the show?
Well, I'm trying to think. If I go back on my Instagram, there's so many posters I had for things that, due to COVID aren't happening anymore. So right now we're limited, I'm limited to, we're doing photo comic books.
We just done a photo comic book.
Yeah.
You were in it.
Oh yeah, I just did one. It's in, if you go to the link in my bio, there's all my stuff that I've done. I have links for everything. So
It's called JJ Flask, Detective JJ Flask.
Yes, I was
Private Eye.
I won't
Sorry,
spoil
JJ
it.
Flask Private Eye. I don't even know it.
But it's a detective noir, and it's in a photo book format, and it's black and white, and it looks really good. And it's almost like 90% Photoshop, like the sets, because we just did it with our in our garage with the backdrop. And then lately I've been trying to focus more on music, so we're gonna try to shoot in the next few weeks like a
music video.
For my first music video. So that's gonna be kind of nerve-wracking, but hopefully it'll look good. So fingers crossed.
I just released a Tick fan film. If you're a fan of the Tick, that's up. And tonight, we're going to actually start working on part 2.
That's cool. Well,
Yeah.
Can I just say thank you so much, Chris and Lindsay, for appearing on my show. It means so much. Everyone, definitely go support Chris and Lindsay. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people?
Oh, well, just first of all, thank you so much for reaching out and having us, because we have just been watching the news 24/7 for the past week. So it's been really nice to have a distraction, even if it's only for a little amount of time. I mean, you can see it behind us.
Oh, yeah.
We have been up. We get like 2 hours of sleep. But just thank you to everyone who watched. And again, thank you so much for reaching out. It's really nice to be able to talk and just have a platform.
Yeah.
So.
Follow her on social media.
Thank you.
What is it? The real Lindsay Bean now?
I tried to change it, yeah, so they're all consistent. So Instagram, Twitter, and then Facebook should just, and YouTube just Lindsay Bean. But yes, so
And I'm
if
Blinky
you type
500.
my name, you'll find it.
And
Oh, he's got his little business cards.
Oh, that's so cool.
it's probably reversed or flipped. I don't know if it's straightforward or not, but can you read this?
Yeah, I can. Yep.
Okay, good.
Awesome.
You have to read it backwards. You're extra talented. But yeah,
There we go. Find me.
Heck yes. Well, can I just say, as I said again, it was a pleasure having you guys on my show, and everyone definitely go support these truly incredible people. And yeah, thank you so much again, and bye for now.
I need a favor.
If it's about Shayna, you're on your own. This is now the 5th shoot in the last 2 weeks?
Yep.
Shayna Ballard!
I cannot lose her.
There are still scumbags walking the streets, and if the Raven isn't gonna fight, then it's time for someone to take his place.
Welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for tonight's guest is this incredible actress known by the name of Meg Shirley. She's in this incredible new web series called When It Rains, and she plays the role of Lottie in When It Rains. So I'm about to give Meg an invite into the live now and have a chat with Meg. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Thanks for joining, by the way. So what I'm going to get you to do, Meg, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself to people that don't know who you are, and explain a bit about what you do and stuff, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Fab, okay. Sweet. Shall I introduce myself now?
Yeah, if you can.
So my name is Megan Shirley, and from the UK, from the West Midlands in the UK, and I'm probably best known for, well, in the Doctor Who community from a fan series called DW 2012. But I also do other acting stuff, which is, you know, going all right at the moment. In a web series called When It Rains, and yeah, that's pretty much me.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Meg. So for my very first question, as you mentioned about When It Rains, you actually play this incredible new role as Lottie, the girlfriend of Zeb. What's the experience like getting to play this new role and exploring the role of Lottie?
I was really passionate about, like, Alan asked me to be in it because I auditioned for a series that he's part of. And instead of being cast in that, they asked me to do this series, which I was actually really, really glad about at the end because it turned out to be like so much fun. But like when he sent me the scripts, I was kind of really, really passionate about it because like it's just hilarious. And I've always wanted to do comedy, and it, like, the scripts are really, yeah, honestly, it was so good, like really, really good. And like Lottie's character is just someone who is entirely different from myself. I had someone ask me, they went, what similarities is there between you and Lottie? And I was like, absolutely nothing whatsoever. Like, apart from the fact that we look the same, that's literally it. But I think that's why I liked it so much. It was just nice to kind of explore, like, more like comedy and like do different roles to what I'm kind of used to, and kind of, yeah, honestly, it was so much fun to play. It really was.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what can people expect to see from the relationship between Zeb and Lottie? If you can give any like details about what can people expect.
It's interesting. Lottie's very she's quite childlike. I sort of see her as like very sort of innocent and kind of like she's like in the first episode she was saying how she doesn't agree in, like, you know, sex before marriage type thing, and she won't like any sort of intimacy in like a relationship or anything like that, and she kind of sticks to it, but she's in a very extreme way. And the fact of what Zeb's character is like, it plays like it's quite like interesting. There's a episode called Virginity, which it's in Virginity, the name might be changing a bit, but it's like, that is probably my favorite episode, because it's just hilarious. Some of the stuff that happens in it is just like great. But their relationship is very like Zeb is trying to change himself in order to suit her, and she's not very open in herself, but it makes a very funny, unconventional type relationship because of that. And it's really, yeah, it's great. Like, I want to say more, but I can't, so
Awesome. So for my next question, what's it like actually getting to work with Alan in When It Rains?
Yeah, he's a really, really nice guy. He's super, like, he knows his stuff. Like, he's such a good writer as well. Like, and he's quite passionate about like his writing and his roles and everything that he does. He's really like passionate about kind of his work, and it kind of does come across in it because like he's, you know, he understands kind of what he wants out of it, and he's a really, really nice guy. Like we're sort of very like similar in the way that like how we kind of work, and it really, really kind of works. He's really funny. Like, he has loads of ideas and like banter and like whatever, but like, yeah, it was just a really good experience, to be honest. He's a really talented guy, so.
Awesome. So for my next question, what to people that haven't seen When It Rains, why do you think people should watch When It Rains?
Mainly, you know what? Like, it's a comedy series, but it does highlight some very kind of important topics like mental health and type like things kind of the idea of kind of staying true to yourself and not change because of someone else, or like because it's a comedy series, it has like underlying kind of themes and kind of reasons to it, and it really comes across. It's not like in your face as well, because it's a comedy series. It kind of like really flows, and it kind of, these characters, they're like normal but kind of exaggerated, but it works in this because it is quite relatable as well. But people should watch it because of that, and also because it's just a pretty funny series, to be honest. And I'm quite excited. Like I keep saying to people, the episodes get better. Like as we go in, the episodes just get more funnier and funnier, and like I'm really excited to kind of release them. So.
Awesome. So for my next question, as you mentioned also that you are in this incredible Doctor Who fan series and you get to play the role of a companion, Megan. What's the experience like getting to play the role of a companion in this like Doctor Who fan series?
It is really fun, like really, really fun. I've been part of it since 2015, and each year we kind of, it's been quite a learning curve for me, because I did sort of acting in school and stuff, but that was kind of the first type thing I've always had been interested in it, but it's kind of the first thing I've kind of done. And like the more we do it, we kind of progress as well, because I'm part of the writing process and I know how everything goes on behind the scenes and everything, because of like being with Luke and stuff like that. Like we can kind of write stuff to kind of experiment, and the fact that we're now looking back at stuff even a year ago and going, oh, that's like rubbish, I kind of want to redo it, or like stuff like that. But and the fact that we kind of work with friends, and you know, we're lucky to have a channel kind of that successful really, and that many people kind of watching is really like, it's rewarding. The fact that, you know, you get people who say they admire it or they look up to it, or you know, people who just enjoy it, and it's really, really nice, because it's like, it's a passion for us to kind of do it as well. And it's, you know, we do it with friends, and like filming is always just really fun, and we just get excited about, you know, it's hard work, but we get excited about when we can actually release stuff, which hopefully we can do whenever we can properly film. The world happens.
Yeah. How has COVID changed in the way of filming for any series that you have been in?
I mean, we couldn't film for a long time because we're sort of more amateur in a way. So a lot of it is done like in areas that we live in, or like sort of this house or stuff like that. And because of rules and stuff, it's quite hard to kind of, you know, and people in it kind of have to travel to come down and film and stuff. So it's been a pain, and like we have filmed quite a bit when we got back into it. We have got quite a bit done, but at the moment we've had to stop because of rules and stuff like that. It is annoying, but you kind of, we're so behind, and the longer we leave it, the more behind we are. But like, we can't, there's nothing you can do, so we can't like stress about it and stuff. But I'm just sort of making sure that everyone's kind of comfortable doing it. Like, we had a couple cast members who like say, hey, I'm not very comfortable kind of doing this, so we're gonna have to wait to do shoots like next year or something. But just sort of prioritize what we can do and what we've got left, and like making sure everyone's sort of safe. So yeah.
So for my next question, if your companion Megan could team up with any Doctor from the Doctor Who universe, what Doctor would Megan want to team up with, and why?
Like actual Doctor Who.
Actual Doctor Who, yeah.
You know what? I was thinking about this, but I don't. Like I myself, I really like Paul McGann's Doctor, like as myself. So I would probably say her. And Meg's quite like, we are sort of similar-ish, I suppose. More similar than Lottie, that's for sure. But like, I'd say him. I don't know if they'd suit, but that would be really fun. I don't really know why, but like, I quite like Paul McGann's Doctor. I don't know why they'd suit, but I could kind of see that. Or maybe series 5 of like the series like DW2012 gives me like vibes of John Pertwee, mainly because the TARDIS is kind of broke and stuff like that, and the storyline's kind of like Earth-based type stuff that we're doing. So maybe that, because that series 5 gives me that vibes, and so maybe John Pertwee, maybe as well. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, what has been your memorable moment about playing the role of Megan?
A lot of stuff, really. To be honest, every new episode we do, I'm always excited about. Like, whenever we get, like, because we've been working on Series 5 for so long, like, the moment we get new scripts in, it's like, oh my god, it's something new. Like, even though you guys haven't seen, like, a lot of it, it's like really old for us because we filmed it so long ago, or we know the scripts for ages, or we've reshot like episode 2, we've reshot scenes about like 4 different times. But episode 2 has kind of been like, it's a nightmare episode. You always get one. It's a nightmare episode because of reasons, and yeah. But like it, like we just get really excited about like new scripts and stuff. So maybe like my favorite episode always changes regarding of what we're kind of filming. Like my most memorable moment will probably be the regeneration we shot in For the Doctor, like always, probably because that was a pretty heavy day. Like it's quite memorable, and the scene came out like honestly, it was just it was crazy. Like I was like, this is a fan series, I don't think I would get like, you know, emotional or whatever, but no, it was totally real. I don't know why. Like it was, I think it's because like it's such a big part of our lives. Like we literally talk about it all the time. It's the majority of our time, like talking or planning or filming for it and stuff. So like, that's probably why. But that would probably be my most memorable moment. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually a part of the Doctor Who Velocity cameo with the Tron episode. What was that experience like doing the cameo?
It was just shot on green screen, really. The bits where it was well, I shot the bits in the bedroom, but like I shot quite a lot of stuff on green screen, like reactions and stuff. Yeah, like Chris, who runs Velocity, we know them quite well. We got on with them really well. They're such like great people, and like yeah, Velocity is like really, really good. Like the episodes and the quality and stuff like that. You know, I've had like lot of conversations with Chris. He actually helped us out, helped Luke out with when the 50th episode kind of messed up in the edit and stuff, and then it was late coming out, and Chris was like there in his computer at like whatever time it was because he's over in America and like trying to fix it and help it for us. He's a really good guy, and like he asked us to be in it. I just instantly said yeah. I didn't even read like what it was. I was just like, yeah, okay, that sounds fun. But no, it was good. He just sent what I had to do over, and we just sort of shot my bits here in this like room, and then there was the bits on green screen. I held like this sort of, I think it was because like the scenes was on like this bike, right? So like I was like, I need to just hold something to pretend I'm actually like on a bike, otherwise it just feels weird just sort of doing this. So I held like you know the weights you can buy, like hand weights. Yeah. Sort of, I took the weights off it, and then I just sort of held this thing. And I was like, yeah, that'll do. It looks like a bike handle. That'll do. So like, I think they uploaded one on Instagram, like a behind the scenes thing, where you can see it in it. But obviously you don't see the episode. It's mainly for me to sort of react off, maybe. So, but yeah, no, it was fun. It was nice to sort of be part of that because like they're great people and their episodes are good. So it's nice to sort of cross over. Yeah.
Bit of a, like a multiverse kind of stuff.
Multiverse, yeah, that's it. We I tell you what, there was an issue because there's someone called Connor who does like Connor Chadwick. He sort of does sort of audios and stuff as well in our sort of universe, and he has this massive timeline of where everything goes. Even like Luke's even wrote stuff. Things are in the series. We have no clue where it goes, and Connor's like, it goes here. We're like, okay. And then so basically when I said yes to this, Connor was like having a meltdown, and he was like, where does this go in the story? How we have no idea. So I had to say to them, I need to add in a line about saying dimension can't remember what it was, 7 dimension something, whatever it was in the episode in Velocity. I'm like, dimension 7, is that in the multiverse? I think that's what I say, or something like that, to make it make sense. Otherwise it just would have been like, what, how does this work? Take things very seriously, so yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually in the detective, and you actually played the role of Tilly Jackson. What was that experience like for you?
That was my first audio I've kind of done, which I'd never really attempted audio before because I didn't really know a lot about it. But like, I actually really enjoyed doing it. I think I had issues with like recording it and stuff because I never really had like a proper professional mic, but now I do, which I've bought and everything, because I like really like audio stuff. I've done quite a bit, like a few stuff now. So yeah, it's a really good like audio series, and like it was nice to be part of, just sort of getting my reins in audio and sort of just experimenting really. But I actually sort of really learned to kind of enjoy it and wanted to do more. Because I did 2 episodes for them. Yeah, I did 2 as Tilly Jackson. And my lines were basically just like, Leo, help, Leo. Like, just like 2 lines or whatever. And I'm like, Leo, because like my character's just sort of like trapped in this place. But no, it was great. It was nice to sort of see it come together and like something different as well. So it's not just screen, it's like audio. So it's fun. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually in this other series called Overlooked, and you actually played the role of Shirley. What was that experience like?
That was Overlooked is a short film that we shot in Ireland. Actually, we filmed like for the series, we were going over to Ireland to film, and then Dan was shooting for this, like planning this short film at that time. He's like, yeah, well, you're over here, do you want to sort of have a part in this? And I was like, yeah, sure. And that was that my first short film I did? I think it was my second short film I did, I think. One of the first as well, and that was kind of playing a different character. It was a very short scene. That's kind of the first time I kind of played a different character kind of properly. But yeah, I mean, that was like a good experience. That sort of like, it was very last minute sort of doing it, but like it was kind of nice just sort of playing someone else, even though my character had the same name as my surname. I was like, Dan, come on. I was like, so you got Megan in the series and then you got Shirley. I was like, yeah. I'm like, this is a rule. I can't play characters that like don't have the same name as me, apart from Lottie. That's different.
Awesome. So for my next question, who actually inspired you as a person to get into acting in the first place?
I have to admit, like, I've been a fan of like Doctor Who ever since I was a kid. And that is kind of what has kind of got me into acting really. It was mainly sort of around the time of like when Series 5 came out in 2010, which was like 10 years ago now. Geez, so I would have been like 13, about 12, 13, and like my favorite actress of all time is Karen Gillan, and like I followed her stuff, like everything that she's been in and stuff like that. I think she's great, and it's that really that kind of made me want to properly get into acting, just sort of like admiring people like that really. And it's just something that's never really gone. It was something like an interest that I want to do, but I never really had the confidence, sort of knew how to start with it. It's mainly just sort of, oh, that would be cool, you know, I'd like to do stuff like that. Or I'd have like goals, like when I was like younger, I was like, my goal in life is just to be an extra in something and just sit in the back and drink coffee. And now like 10 years on, I've done that, but like a lot more, which is like great. So like it's nice to know that I've kind of achieved something that I've always wanted to do, but now I'm here, I'm like, I want to go further, I want to do more. But yeah, that's basically my inspiration really, and just sort of meeting new people and sort of learning off them and sort of actually sort of getting confidence and sort of growing up really has kind of gave me a bit more confidence to get into stuff. So
Awesome. So on to my next question. What have you learned about yourself during COVID this year?
I learned that I can eat a lot healthier than what I used to. This year like has been a bit like I've just been at home a lot because I've been on like furlough from work and like we had to stop filming for a while. It's mainly like sort of keeping myself busy, but I've actually done quite a lot of stuff this year, like sort of self-achievement type things. I've done like a load of like acting courses and stuff like that. I've done like something called the World Monologue Games, which is this like competition which I've actually got through to the finals, in which the finals are happening on Sunday, I think, which kind of is against the world, and that would be like an achievement for me. The fact I'm one of 13 in the UK to make it through to the final out of like 3,000 of people that applied to do this, like, and it's sort of actually having confidence to go, you know, I'm gonna try and film this or like kind of do it and just sort of experiment. I think the fact when you're at home you have like you're not sort of meeting people and you're getting scared of judgment or if like you're very good because you're at home, you just sort of do it, send it off, and like, do you know what I mean? It helps have quite a lot of confidence, I suppose, really. And as well as that, like I train as well. I've got a personal trainer because I used to go to the gym and they were shut, and I was just like, I want to actually sort of achieve stuff, and I've achieved quite a lot in the past few months regarding it as well. It's kind of given me a bit of a focus, really. So like a lot of little achievements, I'd say. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, what TV or movie franchises would you want to be in and why?
One thing I love like docudramas and stuff like that. Like I'm obsessed with watching like documentaries and like docudramas and stuff like that. So I'd like to be, no idea what it would be about or who it would be based on, but something like that. Or like you've got like these proper BBC or like ITV original drama things you've got, which I absolutely love, like Broadchurch or stuff like that. I'd like to be in something like that. Or I suppose I could say Doctor Who. That would be fun, mainly because of the fan series and actually sort of being involved in an episode would be just like you know, really good. But in terms of movies, I really love the series Black Mirror on Netflix. Like I love Black Mirror. I like those type of stuff, like alternate kind of realities, I suppose, or kind of like dystopian type stuff. That would be really fun. One of my favorite film is called The Impossible, which is like this sort of survival type film, and kind of like a film like that, sort of on a massive sort of scale, would also be really fun. I haven't got anything specific, but like quite a lot of kind of types of stuff I'd like to be in. Plus now I'm doing comedy. I'm like, maybe comedy would be kind of cool. I basically just want to do anything. I don't know.
Awesome. So for my next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
There's positives, experimenting, I suppose. It's sort of it's kind of rewarding, the fact if you kind of do something and then you kind of watch it and it's like sort of, you know, you can learn from it and it's experience and kind of meeting new people and actually being able to achieve stuff that you've always wanted to achieve. You know, negatives is, you know, it's not reliable, it's not kind of stable, I suppose. You get people not thinking it's like a real job, or like people are always like, oh, what's your backup plan? What are you doing this? Like sort of see it as a hobby or not like an actual thing, because it's not like stable, not guaranteed kind of work, and sort of, you know, if you're not sort of getting support with it, it can be quite difficult to kind of keep motivated. But you have to sort of realize kind of why you're doing it, and you know, you'd rather be in a job where you're kind of happy, or like you know, something that you enjoy, rather than just doing a job for your life that you absolutely hate, then you regret not trying things. You know, as long as you're sort of, you know, you're not stupid with it, or you're just sort of keeping yourself stable and you kind of, you know, are a bit determined to kind of work hard, then it's worth it, in my opinion. You know, and you've got to realize that, like, you get like rejection, or like you get stuff which you don't think is very good, or like you get like criticism and stuff like that, but you've got to sort of see it as like a learning curve rather than sort of being pushed back by it, which is kind of the mindset I've been like kind of in for the past couple of years, which means I've kind of actually sort of got better with myself rather than just sort of worrying about what people think and stuff. I'm just like, screw it, you know.
Awesome. So for my last question, so what new projects are you wanting to currently work on, or are there any current projects that you are working on?
I've got a audio project which I'm involved in currently. It doesn't have a title or name as of yet, so I can't really say much about that. But I'm mainly, at the moment we're just kind of waiting until we can film again. Our goal is to get episode 2 out. Well, kind of like start the series and stuff like that. I'm always sort of looking for opportunities. I've got you know, a shoot coming up to kind of update my kind of show reel. I'm filming like a monologue scene with him as well, and some like new headshots and stuff, which I was kind of like this whole like package which I managed to sort of like cast in, which is great. So like that'll be a massive help, and like mainly just trying to seek opportunities. Things are kind of slowed down a little bit. Now we've finished When It Rains. That was kind of mad, a few weekends shooting, and then with the series it's kind of all slowed down. We're sort of trying to plan what we can do at the moment. So yeah, it's a waiting game, but at the moment I'm just promoting this monologue games thing for this final, and also When It Rains, because that's out every Saturday. So on YouTube, When It Rains there, guys, if anyone's watching, go watch it. It's great.
So can I just awesome. Can I just say thank you so much, Meg, for taking the time to come onto my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go support Meg. She's truly one incredible actress, and you've got a huge future ahead of yourself. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say?
Go watch When It Rains, because it's great.
It all started in the graveyard.
He fancies you.
I'm Lottie, by the way.
Zeb. We swapped numbers after that. It was good, yeah?
I really like you. It's just, I promise God I won't give any affection to anyone until I'm married. Will you marry me one day?
Yeah, why not?
I'm so glad you don't watch porn, Zeb.
Google Incognito came in clutch on this one.
So when do I get to meet my one day mother-in-law?
Is this your little girlfriend, darling? You never mentioned she was so skinny.
You don't want Mummy's sandwiches? She's worked really hard on them.
Why is it always me?
Don't watch that!
Alright, mate.
Shit. Let's get down to business.
This is your best idea yet!
This is our best idea, mate. We're in this together.
We're going on Isaac Newton on this shit. Shake the ideas out.
This is Vinny. He's my best friend.
I've had dibs on Lottie since we were in primary school.
Then, it's time to party!
Let's just do this again, with a bit of feeling this time. Remember, horrible bloody murder.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actress and singer who is in this incredible film of Hellboy, and she plays the character of Liz and her name's Katrina Duras. So I'm about to give Katrina an ad into the live now and have a chat with Katrina. Hello.
Oh,
How's it going?
good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Thank you for coming on to my show, by the way. It means a lot. So what I'm going to get you to do, Katrina, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself to people that don't know who you are. And then I'll dive right into the questions.
Sure. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name's Katrina Juris. I am a singer, songwriter, and as of recently turned actress, I guess. I love singing. I love songwriting. I'm kind of pursuing a musical career right now. And sometimes I do acting on the side if there is like a project that pops up that I'm interested in. That's about it. Right now I'm signed with Statues Collective, which is an upcoming music company. And I'm just working on my album and getting some singles out there. And that's it.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So for my very first question, as you mentioned, you've just got into acting and stuff, and now you're in this incredible fan films series called Hellboy, and you play the character Liz. What was it like? What was the experience like getting to play this character of Liz?
It was a really awesome experience. It was really cool. I've always been like a little fan, a little supporter of Nut Allergy Productions. They have such amazing work ethic, and they're all so talented. And it's funny because I actually went to high school with them, and I took comm tech class with some of them. So I've already worked with them before on like smaller projects. But yeah, I just had so much fun being on set, working behind the scenes with them and seeing them act and like seeing how the makeup was put together for Hellboy. And and then it was great to be in front of the camera. I found it so funny because I got a DM at like 10 or 11 at night, and one of the guys was asking, hey, like, does your boyfriend act? And I was just like, yeah, let me ask him. And then I'm like, yeah, he's down. And then I'm like, if you guys need like an extra person, like I would love to. Like I've done some acting before, why not? And they're like, great, you're gonna be Liz. And I'm like, I love Liz because I'm a huge fan of like the Hellboy universe. Like I grew up watching it. So yeah, I'm like, when do we start? And then they're like, tomorrow morning. And I'm like, oh crap. So I was like literally memorizing my script on set. So honestly, when I was acting, I was trying so hard to like remember my next line, but I wanted to do justice to Liz's character, so I hope I did. But I had such a great time working with everyone. All the guys are super fun, they're super cool, and yeah, like I would love to work with them again.
Awesome. So for my very next question, if Hellboy got a second episode and you could come back as Liz, what next would you want to see from your character Liz?
I would love for Liz to have some like action scenes, to have some fight scenes. I think that would be really great. I'd love to reprise my role as Liz and to have I would want her to go and join back with the BPRD and become, one of their enhanced agents and just go on a mission with Hellboy and whatever squad they got going. And yeah, I would just love to be in like a choreographed fight scene. I think that would be really awesome.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what was your favorite memorable moment about playing Liz?
For me, it was probably doing the fire scene, the CGI fire scene. Because I was wondering, they said, there's gonna be fire coming out of your hands, and I was like, whoa. So I was really excited to see how they did that, and then they just put like green tape all over my hands, and I just had to pretend and stare at the flames and stuff. So I thought that was really fun, just going out into the forest and then finally be able to like interact with Hellboy's character and be able to like show off my powers. So that was probably my most memorable moment.
Awesome. So for my next question, to people that haven't seen this incredible Hellboy episode, why do you think people should watch this Hellboy fan series?
I think anyone can really watch it. It's honestly a lot of fun to watch. They have a great story going on. They have a lot of fun dialogue. It's really good for people who love action movies because there's a lot of really cool fight scenes that they have in there. And if you are a fan of the Hellboy universe, you probably like to see how we as fans kind of took those characters and interpreted them and made like how they made their own script out of it. So yeah, anyone can really watch it. It's a lot of fun.
Awesome. So for my next question, you actually created this incredible music video called The Love You Never Had. What was it like creating that?
Oh my gosh, it was so much fun because I never thought I would have my own music video. Like, it was like super surreal to me. Yeah, because I wrote the song. It was actually a combination of 3 different songs that I wrote previously, and I just kind of mashed them into one song. And yeah, I had like this whole vision for the video. I wanted to have like a little story going on. I wanted to have some dancing because sometimes, you know, like I just wanted to like, I like to try like different things out. And yeah, I just had this concept for the song, and just to see like my vision come together was super amazing. And I had such a great team with me to help me. And yeah, we did film it during quarantine, so we had to follow a lot of like the procedures according to like the area that we live in. So it was really difficult to even get to like film and to get like a studio and a room to film in. So it was a huge process, and there's so much different like boundaries in the way, but it kind of ended up being exactly what I wanted either way. So it was a lot of like fun just having like my vision come together, because I was able to direct it by myself, which was really cool to have like that artistic freedom. And I just worked with a lot of great people, like the dancers and the choreographer. And yeah, it was just such a great time, and it's so great to see it, you know, come to life.
Awesome. So for my next question, who was the person or anyone who inspired you to get into creating your own music or acting in the first place?
Actually, it was probably my manager. What happened was I got a DM one day. It always happens with a DM. Yeah, I got a DM one day, and someone said that they saw my YouTube cover, and I was like, oh, whoa, is this like my Justin Bieber moment? And yeah, he just said he wanted to meet up with me and talk with me about starting a music company, and I was like, let's do it. And yeah. His name is Dan, and he's my manager now for music. So he kind of inspired me to start doing music and like actually writing my own songs rather than like only sticking to YouTube covers and singing like, you know, covers of songs. So I started writing my own music. And then in terms of acting, I would actually have to say Nut Allergy Productions. Just always seeing them pop out, yeah, like seeing them pop out their own videos and like seeing how great their acting is, because they're all such great actors. Like you could tell like they are like so committed, and they know their scripts, and they just perform so well. So every time I see them doing like all their fan films, it honestly inspired me to like maybe like get in touch with like my acting side if there is one. And yeah, like that, I found that to be really inspiring to me, and now I'm working with them, so that was pretty awesome.
And you are in such an incredible role as Liz. You actually, to be honest, you actually pulled off the role of Liz amazingly. And
thank you.
Like a strong performance. Like as soon as I saw like yeah, your performance as Liz was so strong, like really good. And yeah, I so of Liz, and yeah, it's really good. So
thank you.
Really good. So on to my next question. Basically, so on to my next question. What have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
Ooh, I feel like I learned like a lot about myself. You know, just being able to stay home. You kind of to myself, to my own thoughts, you know, daily. I think I've learned a lot about, I think, self-care and self-love and just taking more time to myself. I've learned a lot about myself as an artist and just, you know, as me, as a person in general. Yeah, like I've had a lot of time to really think about what I want to do with my career, things like that. I've had a lot of time to write more songs. I've also had a lot of time to spend with my family. So I feel like, yeah, like I feel like I've learned to kind of balance like school, a job, family, a music career, and all of that. So I feel like I've learned a lot more about self-care and just making sure to set aside some time, you know, for my mental health and just to have more time for music too. So yeah.
Awesome. So on to my next question. If you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
I think it would be more than 3, but I will narrow it down. I am a huge Ariana Grande fan, so she would probably be like #1 on my list. Also Christina Aguilera and Adele. Those would probably be my 3 because they're such big vocalists and I love their music. And I think they've all done such great things for the music industry. They've all brought their own uniqueness and talent to it. So yeah, those would probably be my top 3.
Awesome. So onto my
and
next
if they're
question.
watching, sign me.
So onto my next question. So with the whole movie and TV franchise, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
I think that, okay, for me, it would be anything in the DC universe. I am a huge DC fan. It would probably be like the Batman series though. Like I would love to be like Catwoman. That would be like a dream role. So anything for movies would probably be anything DC related. For a TV show, honestly, I haven't really thought of it, but if they make a TV series for Mass Effect, the video game, which is like my favorite video game of all time, I would love to play Commander Shepard. I actually met her, and it was so cool. I met like the voice actress, and like she was so nice. But yeah, if there was a movie or a TV series on Batman, I mean, oh my god, there's so many, but if I could cop a role on any of those, that would be really awesome. Yeah.
So on to my next question. What are the positives and negatives into the music and acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
So I'll start with the positives. Good news first. Some positives are probably having the artistic freedom to be able to even write songs and to put it out on platforms and to have, you know, listeners, like people, global, international, be able to listen to your song. So I feel like that is such a great feeling as well. It's really rewarding to see your projects to be finished and to come together and just having, like seeing your vision on paper come to life in like a music video. That is probably a really big positive. And I get to do great things like talk with you and have great interviews and, you know, meet and network with like a lot of great people in the industry as well. Maybe some of the negatives is it is really time consuming and there's always going to be people who want you to do things differently or maybe write differently, and like there's always going to be like constructive criticism, but I always take it, you know, with a grain of salt, and I always use it just to make my music or my acting better. So I feel like there's a lot of positives and there are quite a bit of negatives, but you just kind of have to learn how to balance it and just make sure you do your own thing.
Awesome. So on to my very last question. So what new projects or anything do you have installed that you would like to announce on the show?
Boom, big reveal. Right now, I'm still working on my next single that's coming out. I really wanted to have one for October for this month, kind of like for the October season, but I think I'm aiming more towards maybe November. I'd love to have a new single out. I've also been talking with Nut Allergy Productions, and they might be doing I don't know if I can say anything. I think they're doing some sort of new series they're gonna start, and I told them that if they are introducing a certain character, that it's basically mine, like that's my role, and they're not allowed to give it to anyone else. And I would also love to reprise my role as Liz, which I think after all the great feedback that we've gotten from the fan film, I think I'll be hopefully coming back for that. But yeah, I'm just kind of looking forward to doing some more YouTube covers. I'm gonna have a new single out, and I'm just working on my album. Yeah.
Awesome. So can I just say, Katrina, thank you so much for coming on to my show. It means so much. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people on the show?
Yes, thank you. first of all, for having me. This was such a great opportunity. I loved being able to chat with you. I haven't really been able to talk about like the Hellboy fan film and everything, so your kind words mean so much to me, especially because I wasn't too sure about my acting and playing Liz. I'd love to thank my manager, the CEO of Statues Collective, which is Danang. He is great, and he always pushes me to get my music out there and to take on more roles like Liz in the Hellboy fan film. And yeah, everyone go watch it if you haven't. It is half an hour, but it is probably the best half an hour you will experience.
Yeah. Ooh. Hey boy, you've been on my mind. Slow down, you better get it right. Don't let this get to your head. Who I thought you were to me is dead. And every time you pop into my mind, I have to cringe and ask myself, why did I waste all my time on you? What I saw, I had no clue. Give every piece of myself away, and you never give it back to me. So I'm here to spill the tea, and while you're at it, you can clean it for me. Tell me, did you find somebody new? A girl who could do it like I do? Well, at least you tried to. Could it be free with your arms around me? Hands on my neck that wrapped ever so tightly. Yeah. Oh no, had you begging, pleading, like just stay with me. Yeah, a story that I left in the past, mistaken by the love you never had. No one could ever compare to the way you never cared. I got to know the real you, but when they ask about you now, I'll be like, ooh, ooh, I know it hurts so bad. Did it better than any girl you ever had. I laugh now when I look back to that record of you I thought was a man. There's never anything you got right, was letting me go so I could find him my worth, and I'm grateful for all of your love. Tell me, did you find somebody new? A girl who could do it like I do? Well, at least you tried to. Could it be free with your arms around me? Hands on my neck that wrapped ever so tightly. Ooh, oh no, I had you begging, pleading, like just stay with me. Yeah, a story that I left in the past, mistaken by the love you never had. Never had, never had. Yeah, yeah. Want it back, yeah. Got it bad, yeah. But this love you never had, never had, never had, yeah. You want it back, yeah. You got it bad, yeah. I took it back, the love you never had. And through it all, I was never enough. Always wrong under your thumb. Tore me down till I was numb. Said without you I was nothing. After you, no one would want me. That I would never be something. Boy, look at you, then look at me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I had you begging, pleading, like just stay with me. Yeah, a story that I left in the past, mistaken by the love you never had.
Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my next guest is this incredible director and actor playing the lead role of Hellboy in this fan series of Hellboy. I'm going to be giving him an ad into the live now with his co-star. So here we go. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey,
How's
how
it
you
going?
doing, man?
Yeah, pretty good.
Nice to
Okay,
meet you.
so what I'm going to get you guys to do is introduce yourselves and explain a bit about what you guys do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, sounds good. I'm Ryan Kessler. I'm the director, and I'm also playing the lead role Hellboy in the Hellboy fan film that's coming out tomorrow.
I'm Philip. I'm one of the main actors in the Hellboy fan film. help out, a little bit of a stunt choreographer as well. Mainly just helping out with the cast and being the main actor.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So for my very first question, with this fan film of episode of Hellboy, what was it like shooting for this very first episode of Hellboy?
Yeah, it was pretty thrilling at first. You know, the whole idea of the group was, let's do a Hellboy. Right off the bat, there's already complication, right? You gotta deciding on story,
location, character, who we wanted in the episode of the film.
Right. The mythos is so huge throughout the universe, and we sort of had to pick apart with what we had to work with and then combine it with Hellboy. So we sort of had the balance, and from there we started production, and it was a really fun experience, especially with all the actors and the cameraman and sound mixers and the party of group of people, and it was a really good time doing it. It was one of our films that was a lot more smoother.
Yeah, I say Ryan did a really good job on the script with this one, especially when we were trying to he pitched the Hellboy film. We had to work smaller scale, but because of the much more tight knit story, I'd say a lot more character development, and with the locations we got pretty creative, and we're really good at our fight. It's our main background, so we incorporated some of those too. So there's a good amount of action in this film as well.
Awesome. So for my next question, with as you guys mentioned before, with locations and stuff, how hard was it to actually look for locations for Hellboy, and what makes this fan series of Hellboy different from the movie franchise of Hellboy?
To answer the first question, location was a little, like I said, back in Mythos, it's a very colorful world. You know, it's not earthly like. That being said, there are comics where it takes place on Earth. A lot of it is, and we sort of had to also work with the script, so sort of adapt towards the location as well. Right, so we sort of were looking for, and you were talking to Brandon a couple days ago or a week ago. He was actually going to help us out with this production, as in terms of location, and he had this huge sort of backyard forest, tons of land, and that would have been awesome. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it due to unfortunate circumstances, but we ended up resorting to another forest area location, and a lot of it is also shout out to our editor. A lot of it was in post, making it look otherworldly in a sense. So that's turning up color grading, just all that, just to make it look very different and unique. And as in terms of what makes the Hellboy different, if you want to pitch in a little bit, and I'll add on.
Yeah, in terms of especially with Hellboy, very kind of grand story. We got him coming up. A lot of the stories too, they focus on origins. So just kind of jump right into it, and we're focusing more on how Hellboy fits into the BPRD. So he is a demi-human, he's a half mutant kind of thing. So it kind of focuses a little bit on people will react to that while the BPRD is investigating these paranormal activities, and now we have something paranormal in front of us just standing right there, and we got to kind of deal with it that way. Kind of how Hellboy kind of wants to fit in too, because he was raised as a human, even though he's not human. So he, at his core, still a human pretty much, but he's still trying to figure out place.
Awesome. So for my next question, this is actually for Philip this time. What character are you playing, if you can give any details about your character?
Yeah, sure. I play Agent Brody. No, sorry, Agent Lindell. Agent Brody's Marco. We have Agent Peters, Agent Lindell, and Brody. All of them kind of play a role. They're sent in on this investigation, the forest, with Hellboy as their backup, kind of like their smoking gun, their ace in the hole, if anything. And let's just say that in the beginning too, they don't very trust Hellboy too much, so they kind of tolerate him a little bit. But as things progress, Hellboy takes lead, and kind of follow suit.
Yeah, we sort of worked a lot with making the characters, and the cool thing about it was they're not taken from the comics, so it was completely up to our imagination who we want these characters. So we sort of worked as, okay, if they were actually sort of from the military, and then they had an opportunity to join this mission group. So they all sort of worked on that during our acting coaching. We'd ask all the actors or the agents, where were you beforehand? How did you get here? Do you know these people? Do you know Hellboy? And it's sort of just as these fully fleshed out characters. And I think you'll really see that in the film. Characters will hesitate to do things because he knows, oh, I know this guy. I don't want to put him in jeopardy, so I'm going to do this. There's a nice connection with these three agents, and we really want to because, yes, Hellboy, and that's like the grand of it all, but we really want to, if this is going to be contained, we've got to all have them all interlooped. And I think the agents really live up to the BPRD.
And we did a really good job too. Week of prep work, we would talk on set just in character. So you're gonna see a lot of like the camaraderie of the agents kind of come out because we really kind of worked on the fact that the people made it realistic, as that they would know each other and work well together, not as just like friends that you kind of have on the street, but as like military operatives and as like agents that have your.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was it like wearing the Hellboy mask?
It's a pain. It honestly is. Yeah, so it was basically it's a mask and also a bodysuit to wear, and then you got the hand, and a lot of it was also less of prosthetic and more of actual face makeup. So it would take a long time to really put on. It would take roughly about 2 hours to get everything on. So if we were filming at 6 in the morning, I'd have to show up at 4, do them, and be ready for 6 kind of thing, right? But I think I told myself when doing the film, Hellboy's got to look right. As soon as the costume doesn't look, the film is going to fall through, right? So if there's one thing we got to get right in this film, what look of Hellboy. He needs to look like Hellboy, and he needs to look, notch. That being said, we're also on a budget, so things we did were practical, and I really like how it turned out. But just acting in it, performing stunts, whatever it may be on the day in the suit, is really like dreadful. It really takes a toll, and this was during the summer, really hot, so it's just even more the idea of just really just pulls you down. But you keep it in the back of your mind, this is for the fans, we put so much work into this, at one point or at some point, the whole idea of just being hot and sweaty and just tired just goes over your head, and you're in the game, and you're just ready to go. And that's how I looked at it. But you can ask him. He just see me on set, stressed out.
We're there. We're planning our scenes. We're planning like what we need to do. See Ryan in the corner sweating buckets. We're reapplying makeup, reapplying the mask because it kept kind of popping up. We almost had an issue with one fight scene in particular, bit of a costume malfunction, but we managed to like move through that, put it on, because that was the one thing, especially when is if the costume broke at any point, then that was anymore. So we were very cautious of that, and we just wanted to make sure this looks good. That was the main thing. Even with Ryan, like this to look like, even though it's a fan film, we need to have at least Hellboy look like pristine.
Awesome. So for my next question, as you mentioned before, Philip, about the fight scenes, what were the fight scenes like?
We had shout out to Matthew. Right now he's a boxing coach, really good guy. He's been doing our fight scenes like with us for probably since we started back in high school. So he really knows his stuff and really works hard and really kind of figures out, okay, this would look good. So we have a knife fight in there. We have some gun disarms in there, and we have a big fight scene with Hellboy and the main antagonist. With those fight scenes, we kind of had it planned out too, where we showed up before in that week of figuring out the characters. We also would figure out, okay, how these pictures look, how would this look. We recorded on our phones, and that way we have a kind of like basis. And we kind of, when we were there, we did it, we shot it, and it was perfect. I'd say these fight scenes are probably one of the best we've had so far.
Awesome. So for my next question, why should people watch this Hellboy episode when it gets released?
It's gonna sound a little cheesy at first, but it's sort of like it's made by the fans for the fans, but that's not the main reason. It's it's a whole new concept. It's a whole new idea, right? We're taking a really Hellboy movies when they come out, and they're big, spectacular, huge monsters, huge fights, huge effects. But for a moment, let's just take Hellboy and a couple people and put them in a small contained story and just work with that. And it sort of worked on our end because I think we told a really nice tale. So I think people should watch this because it is a completely new, right? If you're a fan of Hellboy, it's going to be like reading a story from Mike Mignola's, right? Because Mike Mignola released short stories of Hellboy that are like a couple pages long, and they're just small little adventures. And you don't really see it on the big screen, not as often as you would like. So in this, take that idea, right? These small contained stories with a link, and you can sort of watch it and appreciate for what it is. And it's nothing too grand. Just a nice something where after it's short and sweet, and you can at the end of the day have a good time.
Awesome. So for my next question, who inspired both of you guys to get into directing and acting? If you guys can say.
I'll answer for directing. I started as an actor first. I've been doing acting all my life ever since the beginning of high school and translated away after I graduated from college. So I'm doing it for a long time now, and I really like the dynamic of getting a script, figuring out a character, and doing my portrayal of it. You know, I really love doing that. As in terms of directing, that sort of came upon me during doing some other films where I'd have no choice but to direct, in a sense. And I do really enjoy it a lot. I do like the idea of coaching people on how to form character. I like taking actors that are lost throughout a script and not sure what to do, and I sort of guide them with them, right? But with directing now, I really do enjoy it a lot. For this film, as you know, I juggled directing and acting, which was kind of rough. But like Phil says, we did a lot of pre-planning, and that was a very extremely important part. It was just the pre-planning, because that on set is going to be very limited, as in terms of me also directing, focusing on my lines, focusing on being in the costume, and sort of just getting in the groove. So yeah, the whole pre-planning stage was absolutely fantastic, just in terms of me to be able to direct them beforehand. But as in terms of directing how I feel towards it, I do enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, all of us, it was really good. Ryan gave us like a set. Okay, this is how I want the scene to feel. Kind of that out. So while he's rehearsing his lines, or while he's just kind of getting more into character, able to bang that out. In terms of acting, I've inspired us to act or to be in acting. I've always loved kind of action movie stars like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Van Damme, Jackie Chan. Like, those guys are really cool. So I come from a bit of background, just in high school. That's what I would do. So boxing, jiu-jitsu. And in terms of the fight scenes, everything looked fluid, everything looked nice. And then also taking characters too. So Ryan gives me a character. This is what I kind of want, and I can spin on it. And he can either be like, okay, we'll dial it back a little, or yes, a perfect idea, let's go with this. And taking stories and taking arcs and developments and tweaking them and working them and putting our little spin on it. Like even our Spider-Man series, we didn't want to do just a classic Spider-Man. We put our own spin on it. Whenever we do something, a project, an independent IP, or even the fan film, like this Hellboy film, we put our own nap spin on it. And I think it really I like that a lot, that we have our own little signature.
Awesome. So for my next question, with this Hellboy, with your Hellboy, what makes this Hellboy so different from the actor that has portrayed Hellboy in the movies?
Yeah, we sort of had to, we can't help but take inspirations from all the interpretations of Hellboy. So David Harbour, Ron Perlman, big inspirations. They're more portrayed on screen as the big sort of don't give a damn badass, right? And you see that a lot. I sort of leaned a little more towards the comic, and I love my producer that helped me write the script. He's a huge Hellboy fan, read all the books, and he simply told me that Hellboy is really, at the end of the day, just human. He feels human. The way he talks is human. The way he reacts to things is human. But the only difference is that he's half demon. Right? Other than that, he feels like a human, right? You take off the horns and the red up and the tail, he would basically be just a human. Right? So I like that idea, and I sort of translate that to film, where he's not always acting like the big badass and always having the last say in things. He's literally just human with these other humans that he's in a sense also trying to fit in. And I think that's where sort of the idea comes in comics, why he's so human, is because the point of Hellboy is he wants to fit with others. So as you film in our short film too, that slowly, he's talking like him and he's reacting like him. It's more, I like to think of it as almost a little act, as in him trying to be like, hey, I can be like you guys too. We can all have a beer one day and it'll be absolutely normal kind of thing, when that's definitely not the case. So he have his one-liners in the film, because that's definitely part of his characters too, where he has the one-liners, but I wanted to lean more for just a human character, right? Something that not quote unquote relate to, but sort of you can feel for.
Awesome. So for my next question, what have you guys learned about yourselves during all this COVID pandemic stuff?
Go ahead.
I'd say what we learned is that we really love like filmmaking in general, and I think given like the time, because when we usually do our films, we do a bit of prep work, but this one we really wanted to put like our 100% effort into, because we're locked in COVID. I remember he pitched the idea, sure, how we're gonna do this, how we're gonna film it, because even though like the script and everything took about, I'd say how long? 4 months?
Yeah.
Maybe to finally like figure it out. So we've known about this project for like a while. So while we were all in lockdown, we were still kind of figuring out, okay, like we're still practicing our movies. We're still trying to see, hey, Ryan, like how's the script going? He's telling us great. And we're trying to figure out, okay, so where are we going to film after? Where are things going to open back up? So really it was, to us, prep work is one of the biggest keys, because when we were there, filmed it, and it was such a smooth experience, even with all the hiccups of not finding the right location in the beginning, somewhere else, and then we completely scrapped that and filmed in a different course, and it still ended up being still had an idea of how the shots needed to look. So honestly, just prep work really helped us out, and having clear vision with everyone, not even just Ryan and himself, but everyone kind of understanding the director's vision and coming together, being able to project that on the screen.
I sort of took from COVID, sort of learned from COVID that if you're doing what you're doing, especially in the film industry, if it's friends or not your friends, have a good time, have a fun time. The whole time I was doing Hellboy, yeah, like I said, it was tired, the costume and everything, but if you have the idea of like, okay, this is fun, I'm having a good, you'll overcome all of that. Right? You'll overcome budget, you'll overcome editing, you'll overcome just whatever is blocking you from getting the project done. Just having fun is really, at the end of the day, why you should keep doing what you do. Right? And yeah, I had a great time, he had a great time, and everyone had said had a great time, and that's why, and I think that's one of the more important reasons why it moved so well, is because everyone's having a good time, right? Really see this as work in a sense. It's more of us hanging out and making a movie.
Yeah, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
Awesome. So for my next question, what were the challenges like filming for this Hellboy episode, and how did you guys get through those challenges?
For me personally, just challenges, like I said, with student stuff, but I already touched on that, so I'll come up with something else. I think just
even pre-production was pretty bad. We had an old cameraman, project lead producer. I won't get into too many details, but he bailed on us for other reasons, and we were just thrown up in the air. As Ryan was mentioning earlier with Brendan, we were actually going to do this short film with Brendan, and stuff ended up happening. We just didn't contact him, or our main guy didn't contact him, so he was just right. So then we ended up needing to find, within about a week, another cameraman, and oh shit, what are we gonna do? So we kind of brought it back to our high school roots. So we said, you know what, really amazing editor, really amazing shot, photographer, really good. So we ended up calling we asked him, hey, can you do this? Would you be okay? And at first, he was a little bit like apprehensive, but once he saw how serious we were about the film, he's like, okay, fine. I'll do this for you guys. Find locations, getting all our actors together. Everyone meets up like really early in the morning. We're all ready to go. We all get into our character method act a little bit. And honestly, it went super smooth. The location didn't work out in the beginning. We were going to go somewhere else, like a drive. But we ended up kind of filming there on scene, and it all ended up working out. We were a little, at least with Hellboy, with the costumes, sometimes he'd get knocked around and the mask would just fall off. And we're like, oh, okay. Because if it got broke, then that was it. So fix it up. We had to reapply. He's going to spend maybe another 10 minutes now trying to reapply the mask to make it look right. And now we go back into the fight scene. So there were some, but honestly, we had so much fun doing it. And even though Ryan was dying half the time, even he had fun. We got him some water. He was okay. And especially when we saw how these scenes, just without any like color correction or without anything, just the way the shot was taken, we got really like hyped because we're like, you know what? I like this. Like we love what we're doing right now. We're having fun, and this is looking really good.
Mm-hmm. A great thing too is, especially in the industry, is having those connections. And in life, when you have these connections, I believe in never burning down bridges. And as much as the first director bailed on us, you know, I'm very open because at the end of the day, things will fall flat, but you should always have those, you know, just like for us, for example, like that horrible thing happened. We lost our director, but we still have connections, right? We reached out, and there you go. Because at the end of the day, these would be the ones filling in the gaps for you. So great to have. The connection was great, but even more importantly was just overall just having a good time, footage, being really excited about it, and just keep going.
Yeah, the passion people put into this project was really good. Everyone was super on board. It was really like, you know, making it look the best they can.
Yeah, and I always say like we wouldn't be doing this if we weren't having fun, kind of thing.
Awesome. So for my next question, what TV or movie franchises would you guys want to be in if you guys could?
I'll let you go first here. I know he's the big movie junkie.
I would, in terms of TV series, I'd really get something that's David material. For those of you who don't know who David Lynch is, he did a lot of weird, abstract movies, TV shows. And showing mine on TV was Twin Peaks he did, and I watched it, and it's just disturbing. It's just weird. Like I talked to my colleagues and friends about it, and some people can't even watch the show. So, but I love that idea. Just so out there, and all these characters that are they're just so like something you never see, and that's David Lynch. These characters that are just so abstract and out there that he knows some people can't stand to watch it, but that's something that intrigues me a lot to get a script from like an episode of that. And I think that would be a dream actually, to get a script from Twin Peaks or David Lynch, be able to read the characters and be like, what the hell's going on, but anyways, kind of thing. So that's for me.
For me, I'd pick like a movie series, and one of my favorite movie series is Kick. I love to be in there, even though they're not superheroes. They're still, you know, superheroes in general, because we're normal people, but we're still going out fighting. Sure, you might get your ass beat a couple times, and you get back up, and you keep doing it.
Awesome. So for my very last question, guys, so what new projects do you guys have installed that you are aiming towards after Hellboy?
To be honest with you, after the whole promotion cycle with Hellboy, letting people know that we're doing this, we got a lot of opportunities from people on regards to project ideas. So we have a lot of take right now, and I'm very much privileged to actually just say that. But for us personally, for our company, and aside from working with other people, we have this really big story that I'm writing in the background, even while I was writing Hellboy. It was just an underlying script I was writing as I was writing Hellboy. And I've talked to Phil and the other cast members, and it's a really different kind of series. It's a mini-series. Yeah, and we're so infamous for our action films, and this is a whole different the drama, and I don't want to get too much into detail, but it's a really great story with characters. And
I'll say that I've known Ryan's work for like a long time, and we've done our like kind of action with Spider-Man. Even Hellboy was a bit more drama, but a little bit of comedy elements in there. When he told me this story, and he told me kind of the 5-episode series, it still worked on a little bit. We kind of have like the main touching points we want to work on. I would get like goosebumps just on like the twists and turns in this drama and how much the stakes are. Yes, it's going to be called Sleepwalkers. Part of the whole mystery of it. As the episodes go on, you kind of realize that there's something more to the characters.
Yeah. So it's like you said, it was just it's a drama I want to do. That's it's really not out there, but there's a whole secret underlying theme to it, and you sort of unveils itself throughout the series. And we sort of took the idea of this song that's really popular by this group called Depeche Mode, and I sort of took the lyrics and translated it onto these characters. It is a very controversial sort of statement, but I like when people pickpocket at it and just pick through it and all. So the whole overlaying theme of it is sort of if God loves humans so much, why does he let good people die? And the characters are sort of living with that sort of psychology in their head. So that's just a little sneak peek. I can't really reveal too much, but very much later on we'll have a lot more details about it.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, guys, for coming on to my show. It really means a lot. Everyone, definitely go support these guys. First episode of Hellboy fan film series dropping this week. So definitely check it out. And thank you so much, guys, again. Do you guys have any last words you would like to say?
Just quickly, thank you for having us.
You've been a great host.
Great host, honestly, great interviewer. So yeah, we're just very happy to be on the show. And I think we could just say we hope you enjoy the movie. It comes out tomorrow. And no point sitting around. Let's get a game face on.
Looks like Homicide missed the spot.
Shit! Contact!
I got sights!
10 more people down here. They'll just get killed.
We'll see about that.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actress and singer known by the name of Rebecca Challen. So I'm about to give her an ad into the live now to have a chat with Rebecca about her new song release and upcoming projects and stuff that she's been in. So yeah, here we go. Hello, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. So what I'm going to get you to do first is introduce yourself to people that don't know who you are, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca. I'm really happy to be here. Rebecca Challen. I am an actress, singer, model sometimes, definitely an advocate for mental health and love getting involved with the community. Yeah, I don't know. What else is there? You can check me out on my Instagram and all my websites and stuff, and you'll be able to see what I'm up to and get a better idea.
So we'll dive right into the questions now, Rebecca. So for my first question, you have this new song release that's out now. And how did you come up with this idea of this brand new song of yours? If you can give some details about it.
Yeah, sure. So I just released a song called Entropy. And it's about a past relationship that I had. A lot of the time you'll find the artists are inspired by things that happen in real life, and this definitely was no exception. A lot of the time when I'm writing, I'll sort of pick scenarios and things like that I've been through or my friends have been through kind of thing, and I'll embellish on that concept. So while it's not always exactly the same, it definitely has a root in real life. This particular song was about a manipulative ex, but it's quite cathartic to sort of release that, and I wanted those sort of dark vibes, sort of Billie Eilish style, Miss Mister, that sort of thing. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of because my voice is kind of poppy, I guess, so it's nowhere but the vibe is like Billie Eilish, so I feel like it's Billie Eilish cross Selena Gomez if I was to put a vibe to it, but in no way comparing to those artists. I love them so much. So I don't know, just doing my own thing and hoping that people like it.
Awesome. On to my next question. Why should people actually listen to your song?
If they want to, I guess. For me, you know, music and art and, you know, being able to do what I do, I literally can't do it without people listening and appreciating it. So it means a lot when people take the time out of their day to listen to my music or to watch the projects that I'm involved in, because I literally could not have my job without the support of other people. So if you want to support me and you like what I do and you enjoy it and you just want to vibe out with me, then yeah, give it a listen, give it a watch, all that sort of thing.
Awesome. So
I'm very appreciative.
Yeah. So for my next question, you were actually in this film back in 2014 called Twisted Minds, and you played a character called Casey. What was that experience like for you?
That was so much fun. So that was back in Perth. So I was born in Perth, Australia, and I now live in Vancouver, Canada, because there's just a lot more opportunity in terms of like Hollywood and all the things that I do. I'm very lucky and blessed to be here. But back in, I think it was like 2014 or something. Maybe even before that. I don't even know. I was young, and it was a really good experience because you know, in Perth there's not a lot going on in terms of film, so the opportunities are few and far between, especially to be playing like a supporting role like I was there. And I was really lucky to get play alongside some really cool people like John McPherson, and John Howard was in that one too, which he's like in like Aussie royalty, kind of like Blue Heelers or whatever it was. Like he's cool. But that was a really cool experience because it was like one of my first sort of character roles as opposed to like a cameo kind of thing. Like it was really someone I could sink my teeth into and like give her some depth and stuff like that, and a true storyline. I was very new to like all things set and everything like that, so it was a very surreal experience, having people, you know, all around me and like, you know, getting my wardrobe together. And there was a scene where I had to like take a bite of toast, and that was insane because every time I took a bite of the toast, like for continuity, they'd like get rid of that toast, get me a new toast, and it was dry toast as well, so that we had like the crunch sounds, and it was right before lunch and people were starving and I felt so bad. But it was quite an experience. It definitely gave me that, you know, jolt of excitement and adrenaline that I look for in my other projects, and, you know, sort of spurred me on to keep going.
Awesome. So for my next question, back in 2018, you were actually in this other film called Wrong Nightstand, and you played Amy. What was that experience like?
Wrong Nightstand was another Perth one, written by the Huxley brothers. They are a very talented bunch. Again, working with John McPherson as well. He's quite prominent in the Perth film community. That was really fun. She actually she ended up being sort of like a little teaser role. Without giving it away, she's at the end of the movie. But the idea behind her character was that if the movie was to get a sequel, then that's what I would have been a key player in the next sort of movie. So that was really interesting because like my character didn't really drive the plot or anything like that, but it was still a really fun experience. We rented out a Gelare. I miss Gelare. Oh my god, they don't have that here. It's so good. But yeah, again, like I was really lucky to be working with people that were my friends. So are my friends. So it was a really good experience, a lot of fun, a lot of talented people in Perth. Like it's scary good, like how many talented people are in Perth, and I really wish they had a bigger platform to show what they could do.
Awesome.
But yeah, those were kind of like my first experiences in film, like when I was a baby.
So for my next question, you were actually in this CW project called iZombie. You only did like production assistant work on it. What was that experience like?
So being in Canada has been amazing. Like there's been so many different opportunities been afforded to me in the film industry, and one of those is working in like the locations department. So I've been lucky to work in locations and wardrobe, background coordination, assistant directing, and director's assistant, like all sorts of things that I've been able to do. iZombie was one of my favorite shows to work on, and it was probably one of the shows I worked on for the longest. I was part of like quite a few seasons for that. And I kept going back because the team were amazing. Locations is pretty basic work. What I was doing, it was, you know, making sure that people are safe, making sure the area is like tidy and like no like outsiders are coming into set and things like that. So when you're thinking about like things like when there's a car chase or things like that, you'd be on a street making sure no one comes out and so they don't get hit by a car. But one of the fun jobs I got to do was to guard the cast sometimes, because we had quite a bit of paparazzi out on iZombie. So sometimes my job would literally be to like ruin photos. So I'd just be like standing in front of the cast like, hey, so that they couldn't use those photos and things like that, and just sort of keep the fans at bay. But the cast were very gracious and usually did take some time to sign things and everything for the people that were waiting for them.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I do actually
It was really
ask,
cool.
who did you actually meet out of the cast of iZombie, if I can ask that?
I met like pretty much all of them. So like it's like you're working, so you're not really like socializing and stuff, but being a PA, like you're usually, you know, keeping things safe or like staying in a room when other people can't be in it. So sometimes I would be in the cast room looking after their stuff. So in between takes, they'd come back in and chill out. Sometimes they'd talk to me, sometimes they wouldn't. Like it just depends, because they have such long days. Like Rose could sleep anywhere. She's amazing. And it's a talent you need to have on set, because this poor girl, she was pulling crazy days every day because she was in practically every scene, and then the amount of makeup and like work it takes for like to get the zombie look and stuff, that's a long time in like either side of her actual call time like on set. So she was pulling the longest days of anyone, and she was always so nice. Like she's hands down the nicest person I've met on set. She always like say hello to you, and at the end of the day she'll say thank you for your work. Like she was adorable. But I met the rest of the main cast as well. So like Robert Buckley, Raoul Coley, I think, and Malcolm. They were all there as well. They were all really delightful, and I got to meet some of the like, you know, day callers as well, which was cool.
Awesome. So for my next question, you also actually worked on the Power Rangers reboot movie, and you did a scene from there. What was that like?
I didn't act on the Power Rangers. I was again in locations, but that was really fun because Dacre Montgomery, the Red Ranger, he's from Perth, and I was just like sort of standing around and like chatting, and he picked out my accent and was like, where are you from? So I got to talk to him, which was really cool, and I met the rest of the cast. But that isn't the norm. Like when you're a locations person and things like that, like you don't always get to meet the cast and everything. That's just, you're lucky if you do, and you are working, so you're definitely not like, oh my god, can I please have a picture or anything. That's definitely a no on set. But I have been really lucky to have some really lovely like casts. Like I think probably the biggest name that you'd probably be interested in was Mark Hamill. So Luke Skywalker, I met him on the set of The Flash, and that was awesome because I loved watching him work, because first and foremost I am an actor, and I do try to like, you know, work on set and do other roles, but it's you know, you get what you like put into it, you know what I mean? Like you could go there and just do your job and not see anything, but for me, just being on set is amazing, and having the opportunity to be around these actors and see what they do, see what their process is, how they work in between takes, how they interact with the director. It's also valuable. Like it's really valuable information for me, so that when I do book those gigs on set, I have a better idea of what to do and like, you know, where to put myself so that I'm not like causing any stress or anything like that, and have a better understanding of how things work, so that because you do get divas, like you do get people who are on set and are just like, excuse me, like that was a perfect take, why aren't we ready to go? And it's like, well, you have to there's lighting, like there's things going on, like it's not just you. So I feel like it gives me a little bit more of a well-rounded perspective. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, who actually inspired you to get into creating music and into acting?
Such a hard question, because like I feel like inspiration is constantly there, but like if you're talking about like the very first time I ever got to perform and like you know, got a taste for that, I would definitely have to credit my parents for that, because they, you know, they saw something in me, saw that I was a little performer, and they, you know, they ran with it, and they never like forced me to be on stage or anything like that. They always let me choose what I wanted to do. And they just like, they were so encouraging and always loved that creative spirit. So like my mum has always been so unbelievably artistic and creative in terms of like painting and miniatures, and like always activating my imagination. And my dad is a musician, so he plays the drums and he sings. So I grew up around his gigs and things like that, and it was just kind of normal for me to just sort of go on stage. Like there was one time when I was little, I just went on stage while he was performing to ask for like money for a soft drink. Like I had no filter about it. I just like, Dad's like singing and he's like, why is my child on the stage with me? I think mum was having a moment, because she just let me go and she wanted him to take a break. But yeah, I ended up just going in there, and Dad used to like let me sing and stuff when I went on stage. And also church as well. They were all like, they were very into like the church choir and stuff. So I sort of started singing at school choir and church choir, and just, yeah, I've always loved singing and performing and acting, and it just sort of grew from there.
Awesome. So for my next question, what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
During COVID?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So much. So in Vancouver, we had like a little bit of a lockdown, and we kind of still are in it. Like it's still isolated, and there's like curfews, and in terms of my life, it completely changed, because every single minute of my day was scheduled before COVID, and I was working 15-hour days on set. I was also working like in a spin studio. I was really active. I was out and about, always with friends, always at karaoke, always hiking, hardly ever home. And then all of a sudden, all of my industries were shut down because they're all like customer facing. So things that I do, like working in fitness, working in film. I also am a Disney princess at kids' parties, so I play like Princess Jasmine, and all of that like stopped. So I went from having like so much interaction with people and a very fulfilling life to like nothing. And it was quite an adjustment for me. And I'm really grateful to be in the position to take advantage of this time and space. You know, our government's, the Canadian government's done really well in terms of my position, and definitely checking my privilege that I'm able to, you know, have some money coming in and not feel the stress to like put myself at risk, because I am asthmatic and I have low immunity, so it would be dangerous for me to be in like high traffic areas. But yeah, in terms of like the changes, like it's been a lot. Like it's an emotional roller coaster, because you know there's fear, there's hope, there's so much change all at once that you kind of have to deal with, and you know, a lot of adapting for my industry. So all the auditions are like self tapes and things now, so I've had to like get set up at home. Like I have a ring light, I don't know if you can tell the rings through my eyes, but it's been a lot. Like, and I definitely, you know, I encourage people out there, you know, to know that like you're not alone, and that this is a heavy time. There's no right or wrong way to do this, and you have no obligation to be productive. That was something I kind of struggled with at the beginning, because I was like, I have to use this time, I have to do this, and then I kept feeling like really depressed that I wasn't doing things. But eventually you do find your groove. I highly recommend, you know, counseling, journaling, meditation, all those things, because your mental health is so important. Like you live in your head 100% of the time, so you've got to do what you can to make that a happy and healthy, safe and loving space. So yeah, like COVID's definitely changed a lot of things for me. Some for the better and some worse. Like there's definitely things that I'm going to take away when things start up again. Like the time for myself and really like having firm boundaries, because before I kind of never said no. And my sister's always telling me like, if you never say no, where is the power in your yes? And I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, just learning lessons, taking the time to like soak that in. A lot of ups and downs, I guess, is the answer to your question. Sorry, I went off there.
No, you're all good. You're all good. So for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchises, what would it be and why?
Any TV or movie franchises. I would actually love something like iZombie or Alias, or there was one, an Eliza Dushku one called like The Dollhouse, because I love those ones because the main character gets to be something else every time. So even though you're you know, you're bringing depth to your own character, like with Liv, like she was Liv, quintessentially Liv, but she also had these fun brains to play with, and she got to play with like different sides of her personality and grow through all of those different like characters within herself. So I would love to be a part of something like that, because it would be exciting to play and challenging as an actor. I also love like New Girl and things like that, because it's just fun and quirky. In terms of like movies, I would love to, like, you know, play a power female kind of thing, like something like Wonder Woman, or you know, just someone like Captain Marvel. That would be really cool to be inspiring to others, and you know, have people look up to you kind of thing. But it would also be a lot of pressure. But I'm part of a movie franchise called With Friends Like These, and I do love being a part of that. I just I hope that it's more well known at some point, so that we can do the sequel, because that would be a lot of fun. Yeah.
So on to my next question. What are the positives and negatives into the acting and music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Yeah, there's a lot. It's a ride, because, you know, Hollywood is one of the most discriminatory industries that you can work in. It's like one of the only industries that can sort of go, no, you can't have the job because we don't like the way you look. So whereas in other industries that would be like highly illegal because it's got nothing to do with your skill. But with Hollywood and things like that, your look is a really big part of what you do. So there's a lot of judgment, and you do come across people that are quite blunt about it. So a lot of the time, like, I'll be going out for roles that are like ethnically ambiguous and things like that. And I'm often told that I can't be Australian, even though I am Australian, because I don't look Australian, like the blonde hair, blue eyes, the way that they portray that in Hollywood. And that is changing. We are seeing a little bit of a shift, and we're seeing a lot more diversity and a bit more emphasis on representation, which is great. And I love that. But it's definitely a challenge, you know, when you're being talked about as an object as opposed to a person. So even in saying that, like, a lot of the times my appearance isn't necessarily my own. So I love crazy colored hair. I love dyeing my hair and things like that. Like earlier in COVID, because it was quarantine, I had like pink hair because I knew I wouldn't have to be on set. But now that we're sort of getting back to work, I had to dye it back to like a normal color, because that's what's marketable and doesn't like put me in like a box kind of thing, because I'm not really all my own. I'm someone else's vision. You know what I mean? Yeah. So a lot of, like, they can demand things of you, like, we need you to put on 20 kilos, or we need you to lose 20 kilos, or we need you to be blonde. And you can lose a job for that as well if they don't have the budget for like wigs or time for you to like get your hair dyed or whatever. You can lose a job just simply for something like not having green eyes. Like, so that's definitely a challenge. There's a lot of like divine timing to this job. So you have to have a thick skin and not take all the rejections personally.
So on to my very last question. What new projects are you currently working on that you would like to announce on the show?
Well, Well, with COVID at the moment, things are kind of on hold a little bit, but with Friends Like These will be coming out soon, I hope. They're kind of in the last stages of post-production, and I think they'll be doing some like cast screenings and all that sort of thing, and then figuring out like what festivals. So with Friends Like These would be a really great one to sort of keep an eye on. Definitely check out my IMDb, and you can see like any projects that I'm attached to. In terms of music, I do really want to, be releasing some more songs soon. I do have some in the works, and you can follow Boxes by Button on Instagram, because the concept behind that is kind of like going to have all different boxes. So like the entropy is from like the black box, which is like the darkness and all that sort of thing, but there'll be like a country one and like a butt box and things like that. So there'll be all sort of styles, because another thing that I find in the industry is they always want to put you in one little box, and then that's where you are, that's where you live. You're not allowed to like anything else or do anything else. You are that. And I kind of resent that, because I have a pull to like a lot of different creative things. So yeah, just follow along my socials and like IMDb, and hopefully you'll like. I have a Patreon as well if you wanted to support my like studio time stuff. That's actually how I released Entropy. It was thanks to my patrons. They paid for the distribution costs and everything like that. So it's really validating and really wonderful to be able to like release my things because people believe in me, and because they are supporting me. Like I literally cannot do my life or anything that I do without the people at home watching, the people that support me. So like I'm so unbelievably grateful. Like it means a lot. So thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. So can I just say thank you so much, Rebecca, for appearing on my show. It means so much that you appeared on my show. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say?
Well, thank you so much for having me. Like I love it. Like this is great. This is so much fun. I really appreciate the opportunity to come on here and talk about what I do. Your questions are really thoughtful, so thank you. Yeah, just I guess everybody out there, keep going, just keep swimming. Times are heavy. Like you're right where you need to be. Don't worry.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show. So basically today I'll be doing a interview with this incredible cosplayer known by the name of Chrissy Q Cosplayer. She dresses up in Black Widow. So I'm about to do an interview with Chrissy Q Cosplayer now. So I'm going to invite her into the live stream and yeah, ask her some questions. Yeah, good, thanks. Okay, so what I'm going to get you to do is explain a bit about what you do, and yeah, we'll go from there.
No worries. So I'm Chrissy Q, most known for doing Black Widow cosplays. I've just been a cosplayer for a little while. I've always been a geek. My mum's a geek. She taught me to read by comics. So when I finally moved to the city, my best friend took me to Comic-Con for the first time ever, and I was like, what is this? I need to be a part of this more. And pretty much since then, I've been cosplaying. Yeah, awesome. Mainly Black Widow, but to do others as well.
Yeah, and so with, we'll dive into the questions. For my first question, what was it like creating that incredible Black Widow promo that you made?
It was awesome. So we actually I worked with one of my close friends from high school. We both found each other when I came back. Hey! I came back to Melbourne, and we found each other again, and he always wanted to do something like that. And I was hands down for it. It was a full day of shooting. My bag that I took was so big. I took up the back of his car with all of my outfits, and it was just crazy. He drove me all over Melbourne, and we shoot from about 9 till 9, I think. It was fairly hectic, but it was so great, and I really want to do something like that again because all those costume changes and all of that. It was amazing. Yeah, so much fun.
Awesome. And so for my next question, how long have you been cosplaying for?
2 years.
Nice.
Only 2 years. It's crazy.
And so for my third question, what new projects do you have installed after that promo that you made that you want to announce?
Oh, I don't think I could ever top that. I'm really like, oh my god, I was so happy when everybody loved it. It was such a labor of love, and especially for Darius. So Chan Darius, if you're not following him, you need to. He's amazing. But I just got a new Widow suit, which I'm very excited about, and I have a little secret test shoot planned soon. Up near where I was born, so up near Mount Sangunia. So keep an eye out for that once where social distancing gets relaxed. I have some hopefully very awesome photos coming through.
Incredible. Okay, so for my next question, what are you looking forward to seeing about the Black Widow movie that's coming out soon?
Ooh, that's tough. I'm really excited to see Yelena. I think she's going to be amazing. But also the whole back secret into like the Red Room and how she was trained. I'm hoping that they're putting Bucky in there as well, because if you don't know, he's a big part of her training. And maybe we might even see a little bit of that super soldier serum that she secretly has, but nobody will say that.
Awesome.
So I'm very excited to see what they do. Hopefully it lives up to all the fans' expectations, but no matter what, it's going to be great.
Fingers crossed. Okay, so for my next question, so if you could be in any DC or Marvel movies, and starring like with any character that you want to star with, what characters would you want to star with?
Alrighty, so I would, for DC, I'm always a big fan of Raven. She's amazing, but also Canary, I'd love to do a Teen Justice film. So with Aqualad and all of that, I'd always love that because I just love the Aqualad arc. And if you could add in some White Raven, that would be amazing. I would love to be part of that. Oh, the fight scenes would be so epic, which is always my favorite. Grew up in Jackie Chan films, so I always love a good fight scene. It's amazing.
You were a bit laggy just before.
Sorry, I live in the backcrop of nowhere, so my internet's not great.
It's all good. So for my next question, after that, what are the positives and negatives into cosplaying, and how do you get over those negatives in your opinion?
Okay, so I don't really find many negatives. I'm always somebody who looks on the bright side of the world. So I guess if you have any negatives, I don't think about them. I just keep going and kind of do whatever I want. So I've always found the positives that you'll always find somebody who likes the same kind of things that you do. So if you're like me, I was raised in a town of 100 people. So not many geeks. I was fairly alone in that. But when I started cosplaying, I realized that I wasn't alone in liking Gwenpool or growing up, like reading the Dungeons and Dragons books because I had nobody else to play with. I wasn't alone in that. And it's really nice to know that there are other people you can have really intense discussions about, but that you both like something so much that it's all consuming in your conversation. I guess the negatives to that is you'll always have somebody who's a bit intense.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a female who's a cosplayer. You do get those people who are a bit over the top. But with those, I've always found when I have my best friends beside me, the world can't stop us. Like, we're just people who love to cosplay, who like to dress up. And I don't think anybody should really be afraid of that. But at the same time, don't knock people down just because they do it differently. There's always a reason to smile. And I think that's what cosplay brings to a lot of people. So.
Awesome. Well,
Don't-
can I just say
yeah.
thank you so much, Chrissy, for appearing on my show. It means so much. Definitely, everyone, definitely go support Chrissy Q Cosplayer. She's truly incredible, and that Black Widow promo video that you made was truly, truly incredible. So everyone, definitely go give Chrissy Q incredible follow, and definitely go give her the amazing support she needs. So yeah, keep up the amazing work. Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actor and director known by the name of Jonathan Glickman. He is an actor and director, so I'm about to add Jonathan into the live now and have a chat with Jonathan.
Hello.
Hey Jonathan, what's up?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
Are you good? Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Thank you for
Sorry
coming
about
on
this.
to my
I'm
show.
kind of... Not a problem. I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. So what I'm going to get you to do first is I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and I'll dive right into questions.
Okay. Well, if you want me to drone on, please do stop me, because I do just go on for ages. So I'm a filmmaker based in the UK. I make films basically around sort of, fan fiction like Batman, Star Wars, the Portal franchise. So I kind of just came up from doing nothing. Like, I didn't go to film school or anything like that. I one day just thought, I want to make a Batman film. So, I spent 2 to 3 years making the first Batman film, and it was very well received at the time. I mean, I think we got over 50,000 views in the first 6 months, which was just so crazy because we spent no money on it. We went through hell to make it. We didn't really think anyone would notice, but they did. And from there, we've spun on to make another Batman film. And now we're working on about 10 different films, and I've had the chance to work with some amazing people since my first film. and that list is just growing exponentially. And yeah, that's you know what, that wasn't too bad. I thought I'd go on for about 10 minutes, so I think that wasn't too bad.
Awesome. So for my very first question, Jonathan, so as you mentioned before, how you worked on Batman films, for the very first Batman film, Terror of Arkham, what was that experience like filming that?
Well, Terror of Arkham was a very interesting one because, you know, before then we had made sort of Batman films, but not really. And the Batman Terror of Arkham experience was so interesting because it was the first time that I had to act so professionally as a director. I didn't have, you know, a huge budget behind myself. I raised all the money for all the film myself, and 45 to 50 minutes of a film for your first sort of outing is very, very ambitious. I wouldn't recommend anyone do that unless you've got funds behind you because it's very, very dangerous. I spent 3 years, maybe, give or take, and there was lots of, you know, cast and crew issues. Everyone was doing it off their own back, so there was lots of challenges in the sense of it was a passion project, and by the end of it we really had an idea of how many people really loved the character and loved the collaborative process. You know, I work as a director company, and our motto is collaboration is key, and I really do believe that if you work with collaborative people, like for instance on Batman, it was so rewarding because, you know, you're all there for the same reason. And then obviously that film came out. We had a huge premiere for it, just a big celebration of everyone who was involved in the project. Just a big thank you, because we couldn't pay people financially. When I first started the film, I think I was in college, but we could thank them by sharing the experience and the work and the passion with everyone else, and that's what we did. And I think currently the films are, don't quote me, like I think it's just past 30,000 views. I don't know. I do lose track. So that's the last time I checked, I think. But very rewarding experience.
Awesome. So for my next question, you actually directed the relic of Star Wars, the Star Wars story. What was that like?
That one was crazy. I mean, that one was still in the process of editing that film at the minute. It was out this December, and it's just something that I came up with the idea in 2015, and it was when the new films were coming out. The before any of the sequel trilogies visited cinemas, and I had this idea that no one had explored at the time. And the idea was very basic. I can't say too much about it because it's like the key thing of the film. But basically, I had an idea about a group of individuals all brought to one specific location to find something that we've seen before in other films. And like I said, it wasn't explored at the time, and I had a script in 2015. But since then, Disney themselves have explored it, but fans agreed that it didn't really do the situation justice. So we thought, let's just do it, you know. So yeah, we decided late last year to pick the project back, and that be our key focus for 2020. Obviously, the world fell apart. So filming was meant to take place the beginning of February, early March, and obviously that is literally when everything, especially on our side in the UK, that's when everything just shut down. So we took the the difficult decision to put everything on hold, focus on other things. Then in August, I believe, we were told that there's some restrictions, but if you work carefully and work your way around certain things, you can film again. So we made sure that we filmed everything outside, that in between takes, if directors or actors weren't talking to each other, that they were a good distance or wearing face protection. and yeah, it was difficult. You know, we've had to change the ending of the film because I can kind of reveal that the ending of the film was meant to take place on a rebel base, and we had about 50 extras planned, and they all were, the really high quality costumes. We had plans to put like CGI X-wings and things like that in the scene, but we have a deadline to meet. Our film's supposed to be coming out this December, and our film relies heavily on the forest where we film needs to be able to. We need to be able to change the color of the trees in post-production, so we can't wait too long, because when those leaves fall off, it's going to change the look of the film and end up having to wait another year to film it. So we just made the executive decision: let's change the ending, let's sort of rewrite it. The film's actually benefited more around the new ending of the film, which is crazy and hilarious at the same time. But like I said, we're in the middle of post-production now, and we're just so excited for people to see what we've come up with, because it's our first film during the pandemic, and we've managed to create something that we didn't even expect we'd be able to create, and it's just so exciting now. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually sci-fi called GLaDOS. What was that experience like for you?
Oh, well, GLaDOS is another weird pandemic film. So I've always wanted to make a film based around the Portal franchise. I love the games so much, and there's been a few fan films in the past. One famously that director Dan Trachtenberg created, and he went on to, make some absolutely amazing films. And he's like in Hollywood now. That's where he got his big break, was Portal fan film. So I'd always had the ambition to create a Portal fan film, but I didn't really know what story to explain. So basically, I went back to basics. I did a full sort of retrospective of the Portal franchise and picked areas that I thought like hadn't been explored very well, or hadn't been explored to the depths that could have been explored. And from there, I wrote a short script for around a 20-minute short film. And what's really I wasn't planning to be in the film. I've only acted in a couple of things. I'll leave that acting to much better people. But I thought this is the perfect opportunity during the pandemic to create a Portal fan film, because I can be working on the 3D models, animation, and all the other sort of rendering techniques, and learning new things, which is what I did. So I then decided I'd play the lead character of Doug Ratman, and I managed to shoot around half of the film all by myself, which was over the course of sort of weekends, setting up different lighting systems, green screen here and there. And that's one thing that's been really good about the pandemic. I've been able to create this 10 but sadly we're at a bit of a sort of impasse, because the second part of the film we need to film takes place indoors, and it features a lot of people. So until everything is lifted, we can't film those scenes, which is unfortunately, it's sad, because we really thought we were going to get the film finished this year. There was a point around July where the predictions were that the full restrictions would be lifted around mid-October, but that is just gone out the window. So we've kind of got everything on hold at the minute. Everything that can be done has been done, but it's in the sort of it's trying to crawl back and continue the production, but we don't want to do it until we can guarantee the safety of our cast, because that for me is the priority, definitely.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually directed a Batman, another Batman project,
yes.
Cal. What was that like?
That one was that one was interesting because that was the first film I ever created, and I don't really consider that now part of our filmography as a company, but I consider that a sort of big learning curve. The film went through hell to sort of be created. It's funny because shooting took place over the span of around 2 years. So you can see drastic changes to people's appearance in the film. And we had to rework scenes left, right, and centre. It was not the project that we thought it was going to be. But again, through that project, I met specific individuals through just, talking to people on set, or, going on Facebook and going through these creative networking groups. And that's one thing that I'd really implore people to do. If you guys are if you guys are filmmakers or creative people in general, the best thing you can do right now during the pandemic is collaborate with people. Just communicate with people online and share your interests, because it's been something that we've been doing. But back onto sort of the Shatter Hour. Like I said, it's a big learning curve. I had no real idea what we were doing. I remember my first day on set as a director, I was just winging it. You see things like documentaries and behind of how to sort of direct people, but at that time, YouTube wasn't very big on the tutorial. So all I was learning was kind of how I would like to be treated as an actor. And it was great. The first day on set as a director was absolutely amazing. It was terrifying, but it was amazing. And it went a lot smoother than I think anyone thought it was going to do. But then we set a precedent. And from there, everything kind of went downhill very, very quickly. Lots of members of the cast dropped out at the last minute, and it was just like, guys, you filmed 2 scenes, you've got to film 1 more, and not contractually obligated to do anything. So we kind of had to change the scripts in certain places, and it ended up basically just being this amalgamation of things that didn't really make sense. But like, things you can take away from projects that don't go well are things like who you meet and not making the same mistake twice. So if anyone's got a sort of a film that they've created in the past that they're not necessarily proud of, there's nothing wrong with that. As long as you've picked up something from that set or from that journey, then I think you've won.
Awesome. So for my next question, Jonathan, so you're actually in this new project that you directed, or it's called Redolent, and it's on actually Indiegogo. What can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I've not really explained anything about Redolent other than what's in the Indiegogo sort of synopsis, but I'll basically sort of go through a few things for the first time here. So Redolent, again, is a script that I've had lying around for around 2 years, and it's a short project that's got the potential to be a full feature film, a 90-minute feature film. And if I could describe the film by picking 3 other films that that would sort of mash together and create this, it would be Saw, as in the first Saw. Saw meets Eraserhead meets Zodiac. It's very much a psychological thriller film that I've designed specifically to be a visual piece of storytelling. We're not relying on characters to explain the story away through dialogue or anything like that. The film actually only contains one visible character, and this character finds himself in a situation where he's slowly unraveling the puzzle to figure out how he's ended up in a certain situation. And without spoiling too much, the key thing I think people can take away from this film, you look for things in the scene, whether that be hidden things in the background or the way the frame is set up, you're gonna benefit from things like that, because this is the story we're not holding the audience's hand in. We're very much trying to let the audience take their own interpretation of what the film means, and it's going to be very, very exciting because we've got a specific actor in mind, an actor who's quite big in the UK. They've been featured on like BBC, and all those sort of networks, and they love the project. So the fact that someone that believes in us and believes that this project has the potential to be something really unique and interesting means a lot to us, and we're really, really excited. That's going to be 2021, so we're going to be trying to shoot around February, March. So excited.
Awesome. So for my next question, who inspired you as a person to get into directing and acting?
I think my number one inspiration, bear with me, I'll show you actually. I think my number one inspiration is Kevin Smith. And the reason being is because he was an individual who, started, he grew up with pretty much nothing, I've got kind of this weird mirrored sort of upbringing with him, He started a dead-end job that he wasn't happy with, and he began writing stories when he was very young. So he one day obviously decided to come up with this project, and he didn't stop until it was finished. There's a funny story where he speaks about how he maxed out 10 credit cards just so he could finance the film, and it's inspiring that someone who started from nothing can, go on. He eventually sold the rights to Clerks for $200,000, went on to create Dogma, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, and his career's just blown up there, really. And there's a lot of weird parallels because, he's someone who looked up to making comic book films. There's lots of references to Batman and Spider-Man and like Stan Lee's in a handful of his films. So to have someone as an inspiration who started as just a geek, just a nerd who everyone told you're not going to be able to make a project, you're not going to be able to finance a film. It really speaks from the heart, So Kevin Smith is my number one inspiration, and I think always will be.
Awesome. So for my next question, what new things have you learned about yourself as a person during all this COVID pandemic stuff?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think the number one thing for me personally has been to push yourself to accomplish things you didn't think you'd accomplish. I mentioned before how with GLaDOS I've just been working on a lot of CGI, but I've learned so much regarding like animating, lighting, rendering technique, things that I would never have pushed myself to learn if there wouldn't have been a lockdown, because I've had the opportunity to work at home, so it's very easy access for me. But other things basically, like with everyone being sort of like losing the jobs and things like that, it's really made me think of position in life, and it's pushed me to actually create my own production company, because from before 2020, Infinite Potential Films was just a brand on YouTube. We weren't a company, and we just kind of created films for fun. But as of today, I've actually, been in touch with like an accountant. I'm setting this up as a real business now, because it's like COVID has taught me you could, fail at something that you hate doing. So I'd rather just fail at something that I love doing instead. If I have to choose one, I know which one I'd choose any day.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchises, what would you want to be in and why?
Oh, that is a very, very good question. I think the easy one is always, people always say the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because it's everyone joins that now. It's like, I think as soon as you get that ticket into Hollywood, it's like, do you want to be in a Marvel film? But you know what? I would love to either be in a Kevin Smith sort of universe. I would settle for, you know, just walking past or doing something quirky in the background. I'd say definitely that. As far as the TV, there's lots of good TV shows out there, like really, really good TV shows. And again, I think there's obvious ones you can pick, like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad, things like that. But I would go something a little more obscure. I've recently started rewatching the Fringe franchise, which I always loved. I loved it so much. And there's so many good. I wouldn't even call them villains. I'd just call them anti-heroes in that show. And I think I'd just love to be like a one character in an episode of Fringe. I know obviously it's not going anymore, but yeah, maybe I could have shaved my head and been an observer or something like that. I don't know. Who knows?
So for my next question, what are the challenges into acting and directing, and how do you get through those challenges as a person?
Well, there are a lot of challenges. You know, I envy directors who can do both, because I did it for the first time with Batman, and it's the first time I'd acted on screen. You know, behind the scenes things, other little sort of vlogs, but it's the first time I acted in an actual film. And I picked a character as Bruce Wayne Batman that doesn't show emotion. So it was probably a very stupid decision from my part, because even people who I was working with on set, they said it's not like you're not acting, but you basically, as Batman, you're acting with no emotion. So I'd go back and basically do a few other projects first to show people that I can actually somewhat act, because I think I you know, all you've got in that man is your eyebrows and you frown. That's all you've got. No one can see your eyebrows either, so that's those out of the window straight away. And when you frown, sometimes, depending on how the shot looks, it looks like you're smiling. So I'd probably go back and do something else first, and then slowly work my way to projects where I'm directing and acting together. It was just hectic, and I do regret doing it, but I think it's taught me a good lesson.
Awesome. So for my very last question, what new projects are you currently aiming towards that you would like to announce?
So there are a couple of projects that I have announced before, but I haven't sort of gone into detail or revealed certain things. So I'm gonna sort of go over a few exclusive things right now. So one of our projects that is coming out in 2022 is Batman Arkham City. It'll be the third and final film to our Batman series. And you know, we've done something very unique with this. Not many people know this, but the way that we've set the film up will be set around Arkham City and around the villains inside. But that's not the story we're exploring. We're going to be exploring the Nightfall story. So it's the story where Bane breaks the bat, and we've got so many really interesting ideas to explore. The actor who's playing Bane, Luke Richards, he's been hammering us with all these really cool interpretations of how he wants to portray Bane. And to know that we've got such a dedicated crew and cast involved is just amazing. I can also tell you that the villains that will be featured will be Matthew Foy, who will be reprising his role as the Joker, Bex Jones, who will be reprising her role as Harley Quinn. Then we've also got Jessica Jane Harney, who will be playing Poison Ivy. And there are a few other villains that I can't reveal just yet, but one other thing I can talk about is sort of the pinnacle of our DC universe, which is the Justice Public Enemies film. That film, we've been working on pre-production for that for 3 years. And it's been sort of a project we keep coming back to. We get back to it when we're feeling really passionate about the characters, because we don't want to, you know, go in half-hearted and come out with something not great. So the title suggests that the Justice League will be portrayed as enemies to the public. And what I can say is there's an event at the beginning of the film that sets up the Justice League being villains to society, that may or may not necessarily be their fault. By the time the film starts as well, Superman is not a member of the Justice League. Superman is only kind of known as sort of a whispering Kansas and Metropolis. And Superman will also be donning a black film, which will evolve into something so exciting. And as soon as I told Brandon Mellor, who's going to be playing Superman, I told him that my idea. Met him in New York in 2018, and I just told him the idea, all sketched out, and I remember we were in the middle of a hotel lobby and he just screamed. It was absolutely awesome. So we've got so many exciting things for the Justice League. I really can't wait for people the true potential of these characters on the YouTube platform. It's exciting.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Jonathan, for making an appearance on my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go support Jonathan and his incredible work. Any last final thoughts or things that you would like to say?
Just thank you for having me. I mean, this was a really, really nice surprise. It's great talking to another person's audience about the projects that we're so passionate about, and I just want to thank everyone. I know there's been lots of comments going past. Just want to thank everyone for tuning in, and make sure that you follow the Galaxy Man page. I don't know if how many of my followers are in here, but you know, I really think that what you're doing right now by sort of interviewing a combination of, you know, up and coming and sort of actors at the top already, I think it's a really good show and idea, because not many people are doing what you're doing, and it's a really interesting concept. So definitely follow him, and make sure that you stay tuned for his. I know you've got an interview with Brandon, who's going to be playing Superman, lined up, and I'll definitely be tuned in for that. So I can't wait.
What do you know about the Force?
Thank you for responding to this call so quickly. My name is Veron, and it is down to me that you have been brought here from the furthest ends of the galaxy. Remember the rules of the task. Anyone found to be breaking the rules will receive nothing.
So, who's on my team?
Hey Carl,
Hello?
what's up?
Oh, you can see me now, can you? I don't know what happened there.
How's it going?
I'm fine, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
Awesome.
Oh
Good
man,
stuff.
I have to say, by the way, thank you for coming onto my show. I'll let you actually, to people that don't know who you are, I'll let you like introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Carl Dobson. I'm an actor, producer, and screenwriter. I've been doing this for about, well, the acting side of it, I've been doing about 5 years now. I've done various short films over the last 5 years. Most recently, I've been involved in two fan films. Batman Terror of Arkham, some of you will have seen. It's been on YouTube for over a year now. It's just got over 40,000 views, which I think is fantastic. Fantastic achievement. More than 85% of people have given it a positive rating. And most recently, we have just finished shooting a Star Wars fan film, which we've titled Relic of the Jedi: A Star Wars Story. So some of you have probably already seen it. Well, I mean, not the film, but the two trailers we've released. We've just recently released the final trailer. It's been well, it's been incredible. It's reached over 10,000 views in less than a week on social media. The feedback we've been getting is absolutely incredible. We've got people excited. I'm definitely excited. We've produced something really quite special. So, well, I say promote me. I've basically just promoted the film, really.
Awesome. Well, to get a bit of backstory, what can people expect from your character in Relic of the Jedi? If you can give a bit of backstory.
Oh, my character. Oh, I didn't expect that one. So, my character's name is Tren. If you've seen him in the trailer already, he basically is the one that looks like a withered owl. My hair's all over the place. My beard's like out here. He looks like he's been living it rough for years, and basically the character has. He's a bit of he's a solo traveler, a bit of a mysterious character. Well, you'll see. You probably get a hint of like what kind of character he is in the trailer. But without giving too much away, he is one of a group of 5. He is the voice of reason. He's very, very, very spiritual in nature. The way he speaks, the way he acts. He's got quite a calm sort of, quite a calm nature, I would say. But he's also very cut and dry. He's very straight talking, straight laced person. He's a bit of a no nonsense guy. But having said that, he's a very, very compassionate character. There's one character who he bonds with quite well throughout the film. And, but, you know, as you can expect with all Star Wars films, not everything's as straightforward, and Tren is hiding something. And he's hiding something quite big. So that's all I'm going to say regarding my character anyway.
Awesome. Well, for my next question, to give you some questions, Carl. So for my next question, why should people watch Relic of the Jedi: A Star Wars Story, in your opinion?
Okay, I can think of 2 reasons. Okay, so for those of you that are avid Star Wars fans and have been keeping up with, well, not necessarily the series as such, but more the actual Skywalker saga, that includes episodes 7, 8, and 9. A lot of people were expecting a certain question to be answered, which never got touched on. It got touched on a little bit, but the question, it was something that was teased. So we kind of built our hopes up, hoping that an answer would be present. It never came. So a certain question that never got answered, we've basically created a story where, well, if Disney aren't going to answer that question, we're going to do it for them. So we've basically made a story around a particular theme, a particular thing that a lot of people are intrigued about. And not only that, we've also wanted to sort of deviate from a typical Star Wars fan film, like not. Because a lot of the time when you watch a Star Wars fan film, you kind of see the same thing, like a lightsaber duel that looks quite fancy, or sometimes it looks extremely clumsy, and not in a good way. But so what we wanted to do was create something that's kind of that you can watch independently, whether you're a Star Wars fan or not. Something that people would enjoy regardless. So the way we've done that is we've basically made it more of a character-driven drama than anything else. You know, we've expanded upon we've made the characters as interesting as possible. Each character, we don't necessarily know the backstory, but we get an idea of, if not sort of where they come from, sort of where their place is in the galaxy, shall we say. So the characters will be interesting, if nothing else. I can guarantee that. They are also all characters, save for one, original. I've actually created, well, apart from one character who already exists within Star Wars fandom and a character Jonathan created, I basically created the rest of the characters. So I hope you like them.
Well, the trailer looks incredible, might I say. Like, I've seen the trailer 4 or 5 times now, and you guys have done such an incredible job with actually making the trailer, putting the trailer together, and do you want to announce the release date?
Yes, the release date is December the 19th, and it will be released at 2000 hours. That's GMT, so Great Britain time.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Carl, for appearing on my show. It means so
thank
much.
You.
Everyone, definitely go support Carl and his incredible work. Definitely go support Relic of the Jedi, a Star Wars story, coming on the 19th of December. So definitely check that out on YouTube. So can I just say thank you so much again, Carl? And yeah, any last final thoughts or anything that you'd like to say to people?
The only thing I will say is basically just reiterating what you've said there. If you haven't watched the trailer already, please do check it out. Just type Relic of the Jedi in YouTube. You will actually see that we've released 2 trailers, and you will also see that our man here has created a reaction video for it. That's amazing. So thank you again for that.
You're very welcome.
Just like and subscribe. Definitely subscribe, because we have got loads of good stuff coming, and we promise we will deliver something really special with this, because a lot of time and effort's gone into this, and at the end of the day, we just want to please the fans. So
awesome.
And as our motto goes, collaboration is key.
Tell me a little bit about yourself, Jane.
I'm not proud of what I do. I just do it because...
It gives you a sense of purpose, a place of belonging.
I'm just a petty thief at the end of the day.
Is that all you are?
The end of the Empire was a payday for the likes of me and you. Imagine all the stuff that was scavenged by the scum of the galaxy. And think about all the things that weren't found.
Something's amiss. I feel uneasy.
You know what would help?
Keeping your eyes on the prize.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my next guest is this incredible actor known by the name of Jack, who will be in this Star Wars fan series called Relic of the Jedi, a Star Wars fan series. So I'm about to give Jack an ad into the live now and have a chat with Jack about his role as Dash Rendar for Star Wars Relic of the Jedi, and have a chat with Jack. Here we go.
Hey mate.
Hey. So thank you for coming on to my show. By the way, it means a lot, Jack. So to people that don't know who you are, if you can introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Okay. I always struggle with these questions. So I am Jack Patterson, and I am a writer and director and actor as well, as you've probably seen. I will be playing Dash Rendar in the upcoming Relic of the Jedi, which I'm super psyched about seeing. I haven't actually seen it all the way through. I've just seen the scenes that I've been in and helped out with. But yeah, anything else you want to know?
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Jack. So for my very first question, as you mentioned, you're in this incredible Star Wars fan film called Relic of the Jedi. And you play Dash Rendar. What can people expect to see from your role as Dash Rendar in Relic of the Jedi?
Well, I had the very lucky task of being the only non-original character in the actual whole film. Every other character that is in it is created from the minds of the writers, whereas mine was brought in, and he's actually based on a game called Shadows of the Empire. Now, not a lot of people have heard of it, let alone played it, but because I was based on a character that already existed, I kind of had to, there was a bit more pressure on me to kind of get the role right in a way, but I also managed to make it my own in a way. And Carl was very happy with what I did with the character. He was very enthusiastic about what I added to the character. So, I mean, the best way I can sum up Dash Rendar is exactly how Carl summed it up for me. He said it was like, imagine Tony Stark and Han Solo together. They're very similar characters. He's quite an arrogant and cocky character. He likes to think himself very charismatic and the leader of the group, where no one else thinks that.
Awesome. So on to my very next question about Dash Rendar. So what was the whole experience like for you filming on set wise for Relic of the Jedi?
Well, I've always been a Star Wars fan for as long as I remember. I grew up with the prequels. I've always loved Star Wars. It has been a dream of mine since I was a kid to be in a Star Wars film, and it was literally a dream come true. I was like a kid in a candy shop, just always, every single moment. My inner child was just going crazy, just the fact that I was on set of an actual Star Wars film, and that's exactly how I tried it. It was, because me, it was an actual Star Wars film. And to see other people around me who had that same passion, that same love for the franchise that I have, and we were all working together, it was such a great atmosphere to be in. And I always love being on set anyway. As a filmmaker myself, I love being on set, but it was so much, it was a lot different being on set with of a Star Wars film, especially when you're surrounded by all these people who have so much passion, not just for the project, but for the franchise itself. And I was surrounded by so many incredibly talented people, like the cast and the crew. They all did a great job in everything that they did, and the other actors were brilliant, the crew, everyone. So it was just it didn't really feel like a job at all. It just felt like we were all mates having fun together. And although the sense of professionalism never left, we never really felt like the pressure of an actual job.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What makes Dash Rendar different from other Star Wars characters from Relic of the Jedi?
Well, like I said, he's like an amalgamation of Tony Stark and Han Solo, but I didn't want him to be like Han Solo. I didn't want him to be compared to Han Solo. I know he's going to be because they're both smugglers, they're both charismatic and arrogant, but I wanted to deviate away from that. And Dash Rendar does have that more serious tone about him, and he can show a bit of cowardice when it comes to it. And he always does look after number one. But he is very charismatic, he is very arrogant, always thinks himself as the one in charge, and he likes to be in control of the scenario. But he also has this freedom about him because he is considered dead by the Empire. So as far as the Empire is concerned, he doesn't exist. So he has more freedom. He doesn't live with a bounty on his head. He's allowed to do what he wants as long as he's just a little bit careful about getting caught about what he's doing. And of course, he's lied to Leia about being dead. And so things are a bit touchy with him and the Rebels. But so he hasn't quite got the same reputation with the Rebels that Han would have. But he also, he's kind of seen as a hero amongst the Rebels because of his past story.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. Why do you think people should watch Relic of the Jedi when it comes out?
Because it's Star Wars. It's an amazing film with an amazing script made by amazing people, and I can't stress enough how amazing everything I've seen so far. It's just been amazing. Everything I've worked on, honestly, I've seen the other fan films, and Star Wars fans seem to make some amazing films, like fan films that are probably up there with the sequels. And I would be as bold as to say that Relic is up there with them. It has a great production value. The CGI just looks amazing for everything that it's got. It doesn't look like a student film at all. It doesn't look bad. It looks amazing. It looks like it's had a really good budget into it, and mainly because, like I was saying, the cast, the crew, because we all did this not for the money and not for the fame. We did this for the passion. We did this for the love, and not just the trade or not just the industry, but the love for Star Wars. And I think that's really shone through in our performances, in our jobs and our roles, and that's really made it as good as it is, and that's why it's going to be amazing. And if the fans and if people watching are going to love it half as much as we enjoyed making it, then they're in for a real treat.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If Dash Rendar could team up with any Star Wars character, who would he want to team up with and why?
See, my favourite character is Boba Fett, but I know Boba Fett, and I don't think Dash would ever want to team up with him. But I mean, I'm going to have to join the bandwagon and say Baby Yoda, because that guy is just, he's just a great character. I mean, he's got everything. He's adorable. He's lovely. He's just so, just being able to go around with him, and and he's got the Force abilities as well, and he's got no downside to him whatsoever. I mean, I would not mind changing his diaper every day if it means having Baby Yoda coming around everywhere I go, because just everything he does is adorable.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What has been your favorite all-time Star Wars trilogy movie, and why?
You're probably going to think I'm very basic, but I'm going to say Empire. That one has always struck a chord with me. I've always just love Empire Strikes Back. It, for me, like many other Star Wars fans will agree, is the best Star Wars film because it just has everything. It's just perfect. The score, the performances from all the actors, the character arcs for everyone. It's just perfection, and I love how it ends on a bittersweet moment. It's kind of like a cliffhanger in a way because obviously hand and carbonite. Luke's just lost Vader. And the duel between Luke and Vader and of course the ultimate reveal, the best cinematic moment in history, well, big reveal in Hollywood history is "No, Luke, I'm your father." Just, even though I know it's coming every time, it just still gets me every time. It's just the whole duel itself, and it's the one I've definitely watched the most.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
Well, it'd have to be Star Wars. I've grown up loving Star Wars my whole life, so to actually be in the Star Wars universe would literally be a dream come true. To actually be able to go around the different planets, the different systems, be able to meet all the characters, to live in that life would just be amazing. But if I was to go for something different other than Star Wars, I'd probably look at maybe Marvel or DC, because I'm a massive fan of both of them. But if I'll be honest, I would probably lean more towards DC because I feel like their characters are stronger than Marvel's, despite how much better Marvel are making movies.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
I've had a lot of time to myself, and it's given me a lot of time to reflect on my independence, not relying on other people, and it's given me a chance to really work on things that I've not really had a chance to, because I've had a lot of free time, so I've been able to work on my scripts that I've been working on and other projects that I've been working on. So it really helped me reevaluate myself and my own independence. So yeah, definitely that.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. Who inspired you as a person to get into acting or directing? And yeah, who influenced you to do that?
I'd have to go right back to secondary school. I used to watch these videos. I'm sure most people have heard of them, ASDF movie or ASDF movie. It got me into this guy called Tom Ridgewell, or Tomska, on YouTube, and he made a lot of student films, and it inspired me. I looked at his films and I really enjoyed making them, and I saw him like as the lead characters in his films, and I thought to myself, I can do that. I feel like I could do that. So I grabbed the camera, I got a bunch of mates, and we started making daft little low-budget films together, and I really, really enjoyed it. And that kind of what set me off on the route of becoming a filmmaker. And I started taking it more seriously. I started taking courses at college, and it led to me to go to uni to start studying it. So I definitely owe most of the influence to Tom Ridgewell, because he's the one who made me feel like I could achieve it. I am capable of doing that, and I don't need to be like this amazing filmmaker like Chris Nolan or George Lucas. I can just pick up a camera, get a bunch of mates together, think of some daft, wacky, stupid script, and just get out there and film it, because that's how all the best filmmakers started. I mean, Edgar Wright, who did the same thing with a Super 8 camera, he just got and he just made films.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
The positives, I'd definitely say that it's being able to step out of your own head and become somebody else. You get to be a whole different character, a whole different person. You get to live in someone else's shoes and you get to create this own character. You can be pretty much anyone you want. You're not really restricted as much as you are yourself. It's the only limit really is your own imagination, and that to me has always been like kind of a therapeutic thing for me. It's always been very liberal, and I've always enjoyed that about acting. It's if you just go for it, you just get right into the character, you just become the character, you live in their shoes, and it's, like I said, it's very therapeutic. But negatives, it is a very, very challenging and demanding and competitive industry to get into. I'd say about 80-90% of actors actually don't make it or make any success of it, and it's a very depressing figure. But if you go in with the right mindset, if you go in with the thought of you're doing it for the trade, you're doing it for the passion and the love, and you're not doing it for fame, you're not doing it for the money, you're not doing it with the intentions of making your face on the front cover of Vogue, then you will probably do better than those who are going in for the wrong reasons. But if you're doing it, even if it's just as a hobby, it is such a great and fun hobby or trade or profession to get into, even if it's just a semi-profession. I don't want to disrespect the trade at all, because I myself would love to get into that. But I love acting, and to me, at the moment, it is a little bit of a hobby, but I want to make it more of a profession, to be honest.
Awesome. So on to my very last question. So what's next for you after COVID-wise, like project-wise?
So I have been cast for Harry Osborn in the upcoming Infinite Potential film Scarlet Spider, which will begin filming in summer next year. So definitely looking forward to that. I have got my own projects going as well. I'm currently working on a sitcom called Kiddles, which I will be acting, writing, and directing. Carl is helping me with that. And at the moment, that's all I have lined up. Hoping to get more projects than that.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Jack, for making an appearance on my show. It means a lot. Everyone, definitely go support Jack's work, and especially check out Relic of the Jedi coming December 19th. It's going to be incredible, so definitely check that out. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people?
Yeah, definitely. Keep up with everything Infinite Potential Films. Like, subscribe to the YouTube channel and follow them on Facebook and Instagram. And keep an eye out for the film coming out 19th of December. It will be on YouTube, and you better be watching it because it's going to be amazing.
Tell me a little bit about yourself, Jane.
I'm not proud of what I do. I just do it because
It gives you a sense of purpose, a place of belonging.
I'm just a petty thief at the end of the day.
Is that all you are?
The end of the Empire was a payday for the likes of me and you. Imagine all the stuff that was scavenged by the scum of the galaxy. And think about all the things that weren't found.
Something's amiss. I feel uneasy.
You know it would help. Keeping your eyes on the prize.
Hello, one and all. Welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my guest today on my show is this incredible actor known by the name of Charles Terrier, who has been in Occupation in 2018, and he's also in this new incredible series called The Legacies, which is a Vampire Diaries spin-off series. So I'm about to give Charles an ad into the live now and have a chat with Charles.
G'day, mate.
Hey, Charles. What's up?
Not much, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
That's good. Long time no see. How's things?
I know. Yeah, things have been pretty good. Just, taking it one step at a time and just, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because we're all in this together, basically.
Yeah, basically, it's all we got, isn't it? That's the world we live in.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyways, it's a pleasure to have you on my show again for a second time. So basically, what I'm going to get you to do first is introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Sure. G'day, guys. My name is Charles Jazz Terrier. I'm an actor and a filmmaker. I've been in things like Legacies and Patient and things like Neighbours as well. And yeah, that's pretty much what I do.
Awesome. So for my first question, Charles, so you play a character called Chad in The Legacies on the CW, which is a Vampire Diaries spin-off series. What was the process like in auditioning for Chad for the series?
Yeah. Well, basically, it's kind of funny. I mean, so obviously the other day, I'm not sure if you saw this, but some people might have, put up the actual self-tape that I did for it, which was Sebastian. It's quite funny because that really, even before I auditioned for that, in the first season of the show, when they were announcing they were going to make it, I actually auditioned for the role of Raphael, which is actually played by my buddy Peyton. And that was a lot of fun. That was great. But ultimately, I didn't get the role, naturally, as you saw. So I ended up auditioning for Sebastian probably about June of last year, and it got down to me and Thomas Doherty, and it didn't go my way. And then obviously they turned around and were like, "We really love him. We'd love to have him on as a different character." So they sort of sent me this sort of sides, I guess, or this chat, and I put it down, and pretty much within about 10 minutes, they're like, "Yep, great. You're in," they said it was a bit more of a formality because they just really wanted to work with me. So I was incredibly flattered by that. And pretty much in the space of, I think from the time that I got that request it was 3 days later that I was in the US. So I pretty much went from in Australia, not even knowing about the show, to 3 days later being in Georgia, step to the set of Legacy. It was a bit of a whirlwind. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, Charles, who has been your most favorite cast members out of the Legacies to work with in the series?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really go past my brother in arms in Ben Gurins, who plays the Necromancer. Obviously, because Chad and the Necromancer have such kind of a tight bond. Most of my scenes were with him. He's also a fellow Australian. So we got along like a fun fight. Both love Australian football. So we just hung out a lot. We talked about that. What else? I mean, I got along really well. Aria, Shagasemi's an awesome guy. Kaylee Bryant. I mean, everyone's really lovely there. I really got along with everyone. Ben Levin and Olivia Liang as well. So, I couldn't really say who my favorite. I love them all, but I'd say the one I spent the most time with and probably got to know the best was Ben, from working alongside him so much. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, Charles, did you have to study the Vampire Diaries universe before you went into the role?
I did. You know what? I did and I didn't. For my Sebastian audition, I did speak to a couple of friends of mine very big into the Vampire Diaries and the originals, and I sort of gave them my take on it. I did a take, and then they said, "Oh, you know what was really good? Try it like this, try it like that." You know, it was a bit of like they were sort of like try Klaus Michelson or Michelson vibe, less Damon Salvatore, more Klaus. So that's why I went that way. You can see when you watch the show, Thomas has a different take on it as well. It's very interesting getting some people's feedback in the comments of my self-tape based on what they liked, what they didn't like, you know, about the way that the show went and the way I went with it. With Chad, however, it was a bit more, I guess, because Chad is kind of this standalone kind of figure, he, you know, isn't mythical that we know of yet. You know, as the audience, so it was a bit more like I kind of free rein to kind of run around with it and do it my own way. But I had watched a bit of the show to kind of get a feel of what I guess the acting style and genre sort of requires and asks for, and I've been lucky enough to have a couple of friends that had actually been in the show as well. So yeah.
Awesome. I have to ask, by the way, who would be your favorite Vampire Diary brother?
Oh, I'm partial to Damon. I love a bad boy. I love a kind of a misunderstood, you know, sort of anti-hero, if you will. Yeah.
You and I are completely way different now because I like Stefan, the hero type.
Look, I like Stefan. I get it. You know, when I was younger, I think I always wanted to be the hero. Now that I'm a bit older, I'm like, I understand the villain a bit better. And I feel like as an actor, there is more fun in playing the more complicated roles. Not necessarily the villains, but the more complicated roles. You know, Damon has that sass and that kind of that violence and that energy and all that sort of stuff. Stefan is very much guided by his moral principles. But, you know, any sort of character will give you an ability to, you know, stand and let someone else shoot. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, Charles, what was your favorite scene to shoot of Chad's?
You haven't seen it yet. My favorite scene.
I've seen it.
Oh yeah, yeah. No. So in the last episode, before COVID-19 shut down shooting, there's a scene where I get to, without revealing too much, I get to pretend to be someone else. And I get to impersonate them basically. And it unfortunately, because COVID hit, they didn't get to finish out the season. We fell about 3 weeks short. So I'm not sure if you've seen that, but that's currently sitting in, I think, the editor's bay. Hey, Lee. Yeah, it's currently sitting in the editor's bay. And I look forward to people get to have a look at that because it'll be a bit fun. Mm.
So for my next question, Charles, you were also in Occupation, another great film back in 2018. You were in as Jackson. If you could basically come back as Jackson, what would you want out of Jackson?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, look, Jackson had a pretty, you know, unfortunate but heroic sort of end, if you will. I'd love to come back. I mean, I'd love for both Vanessa and Jackson to come back. Great. But if only Jackson could come back, I would love to, again, sort of take on the more villainous sort of role, or the hero sort of role, if you will, where maybe I don't know, maybe he's kind of been taken over by the evil side, or, you know, the alien side, and re-engineered biomechanically, and, you know, starts fighting against his friends and has to end up, I guess, you know, fighting back, if you will, and then gets brought back to the good side. I'd really like to see something like that. I feel like that would give a lot of texture and a lot of depth to his character. And I wouldn't mind seeing him sort of battle it out and some of the other people in the show. Yeah.
Awesome. So because Occupation Rainfall is coming out this year, in November, so what are you expecting to see from Occupation Rainfall?
Well, from what I know, and what I'm allowed to sort of impart, I guess, based on my other friends that are in the actual film, it's a real spectacle movie. There's a lot of, I think you might have seen this in the trailer and the teaser as well. There's a lot of really kind of whiz-bang special effects. It's pretty special in that regard. I'm really looking forward to see some of the new characters coming. You've got Daniel Gillies from the original stepping in. You've got you know, Ken Jeong. I mean, they've spared no expense here. They've really sort of tried to make it as big as they can. So I think it's really going to shock and awe a lot of people in a really wonderful way. They've really, you know, gone all out here, and there'll be some great performances of people like Jack Garrett and Izzy Stevens and like that, and Charles Mazur even.
Awesome. So, what was your favorite Jackson memorable moment in Occupation?
I mean, I love explosions, so anything where I mean, I feel like I was always running in the film. I was running into frame or running into frame. It became a joke on set that if you're seeing where Jackson is, he's probably running either towards you or away from you. For me, my last scene, so, you know, without giving anything away, but the big, you know, explosion, I guess, if you will, that was probably one of my favorites in that it was great because it was challenging. You know, it was kind of like we spent all this time building it up and getting it ready, getting it ready and everything. And then we'd actually had a fire safety protocol go up in the what do you call it? In the, I guess you'd say the factory. So we had to leave the set and come. It happened again. So we had to leave the set and come back again. So I'd gotten ready for this big emotional scene like 5 times before I finally got to do it. So it was a really good test for me. So I enjoyed it in that sense. The other one would have been in the rain. And all you have to do is say the rain scene. People are like, oh yeah, I give it to him. Hi, Omar. And yeah, that definitely would have been it for me.
Awesome. So for my next question, you're actually in this new series that's coming out, I don't know when, but like coming out soon, called Interface, and you play a character called Wyatt. What can people expect from the series Interface, and what can people expect to see from your character?
I mean, so Interface is a great series that's kind of obviously with COVID, it had been held up a bit longer because, you know, obviously COVID had held up a lot. It's really sort of now starting to take shape. Part of it was held up because they're not just shooting in Australia, they're actually shooting in, I think, Taiwan. So they're kind of figuring out the different moving parts involved. But Wyatt is, you know, a very talented computer programmer who's kind of wasting attention, if you will, working in a day job. Like he works as a sort of an IT guy in a company. And so he's very much, you know, that's what he does by day, but by night he's hacking into government frames, trying to find out information about something that's very sort of dear and important to him. But I think what you're going to see there too is you're really going to have a kind of Mr. Robot kind of the James Bond sort of vibe. You know, you're going to have this kind of like grand scale meets human emotion type. There's a lot of it really blends a lot of sort of cyberpunk vibes in there as well. I mean, what else? Without sort of giving away too much, that's kind of what you got to look forward to. Yeah, bring back Chad.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could be in any current TV or movie, what would it be and why?
Well, I think I'd love to be in Tenet because I do love no, I'm not leaving Legacies. Don't stress, fan. Hi Amy. But no, I'd probably say Tenet because I love Christopher Nolan. I love his work. I'd also love to be in the Batman because who doesn't want to be Batman? But I guess in terms of TV shows at the moment, I would love to be in something like either Brown or Stranger Things would be great. Shortland Street, yeah, there you go. I guess closer to home, some of the Australian stuff that's coming out, you know. I think the new Thor movie being done by Taika Waititi would be awesome. I'm just a big superhero nerd, like, you know that, Jacob.
Like, who isn't a superhero?
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, Charles, what have you actually learned during COVID time? What have you learned about yourself during COVID?
This is a really good question. I think for me, you know, I was in Los Angeles when COVID kind of broke out. I mean, I was actually in Georgia. We were shooting Legacies at the time. And what unfortunately happened was it shut everything down, not just for us, but worldwide. Initially, I was thinking I was going to stay in Los Angeles. My family was like, I think you should come home because this could take a while. So I came back. You know, my girlfriend was here too, and I want to spend very well, thank you. But, you know, for me, it was really about nothing was certain anymore. You know, like a lot of work, very much, I'd love to be a Sith Lord, actually. There you go, Jacob. That's what I'd like to be. And I'm kind of all of them again at the moment. But I definitely found that everything kind of slowed down. You know, nothing was certain anymore. So I had to really just work on what I could control. So that was my own work, my training, my mental health. You know, I went through a real, I went through a real difficult time at the end of 2018, start of 2019, where I definitely start working on myself, try to become the person I wanted to be. So I've really keep that up during COVID and create a number of creative opportunities and creative outlets that, like I said, I can control. So I started a podcast called Stubborn Optimist. I've done a couple of other projects. I have done a couple things in lockdown when we were able to shoot things with friends. You know, we're trying to, you know, get to go to festivals. But in terms of that, a lot of it's just doing classes. So acting classes via Zoom, well-oiled, playing guitar, writing, things like that. Yeah, so a lot of it has been going insular, going inside myself to learn about things and make me tick and everything so I can be a better life. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives?
That's another good question. I mean, I really like these questions, man. I mean, look, I think, thanks, Berg. I mean, I think one of the big things, I mean, that, look, the positives about, you know, acting and the entertainment industry, you know, obviously you get to do what you, providing you're doing it because you love it, like I do. I always wanted to play characters. To, you know, be able to do things and feel like, you know, stepping into other people's shoes and lives every single day. So that's the positives for me. Obviously, the more successful you become, the more variety, fame, money you generally sort of get. And that's great. I haven't necessarily had all that come my way yet, but it will come in time, you know. I guess the negatives are, it's the uncertainty. You don't know where the next job is necessarily going to come from. You don't know. Sometimes you can, you know, nail an audition or nail a self-tape and it goes your way or it doesn't go your way. You have to get very used to, you know, they talk about the idea of rejection. It's not so much rejection. You learn the more you do it that you're never being rejected for a role if you don't get it. You're just not the, and I know a lot of people could say, well, that's the same rejection. It just means you weren't the right fit. You might do the best audition but not get the job. You might do a great audition but you're not what they have in mind. So it becomes, it's not really personal. You know, it becomes just like you get the jobs you're meant to, you don't get the jobs you're not meant to. And you kind of learn through that a resilience. It is hard when you're putting so much out there and you're not getting, I guess, what you think you deserve back. You know, I've had a couple of things recently. I even had something earlier, you know, due to COVID-19 restrictions, a job that I was set has been cancelled, which is a real shame. It may come back later, but you know, it's unprecedented time. So right now we're just like, that's the way it is, you know. So that sucks. Even a few weeks ago, there was something else I thought I was really close to. Unfortunately, didn't go my way, you know. So there are some really personal sort of hits sometimes. You can really feel like the world's kind of against you when that happens, but you kind of have to take a step back and go, it isn't personal. These things happen every day to everyone. It's happening to me. And if you're passionate about something, if you really love it, you know, this is why I kind of made that podcast, Job and Optimist, because it's about being able to find a silver lining in every, you know, situation, even if it's inherently like, you can either be hopeful about a situation or positive, or you can be negative. And one of them is going to lead to more opportunities, and one of them is going to lead to more depression. You just have to decide which one you want to. So, yeah.
So for my last question, Charles, what new projects do you have installed, like that you would like to announce on the show?
Well, mate, I mean, obviously there was something that I was set to do, which has just been delayed or cancelled, unfortunately. Fingers crossed it comes back, because that would be great, but we're going to have to wait and see what happens with COVID, at least down in Victoria. I did do, like I said, a couple of things in isolation. A friend of mine, we made a short film called Companions that's looking at going to a couple of international film festivals. That's really exciting. It's COVID, I guess you'd say, specific. It's, you know, the kind of the trials and the tribulations they face. Interface is obviously another one. It's going to be next year, I believe. We'll start early next year once the restrictions are kind of fully off. So that's really exciting. And Legacies, there will be another season. I can't do much. I don't know exactly as well what my role will be, because they still have to shooting out the last of season 2, start of season 3. But, you know, yeah, naturally, anything that's kind of was shooting will get back to shooting, but new projects have kind of been put on the back burner in the meantime, or have had to sort of reload, you know, because of the US can't necessarily shoot en masse at the Canada going gangbusters at the moment. Australia is sort of doing, yeah. So there's a couple of exciting things in the work. Look out for Interface. Look out for Legacy. Look out for Companion. But yeah, mate, that's really me. In the meantime, just kind of creating my work.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're all doing well and safe, Charles. Everyone, definitely please go support Charles. He's such an incredible actor in person. So definitely go support Charles. And thank you so much, Charles, for definitely appearing on my show. It means so much. You have no idea. And yeah, everyone definitely go support Charles.
Mate, my pleasure. So good to see you, all right?
Oh, I didn't think you had it in you. You were talking about killing kids. I had to stop you. You can't stop me, Chad. You're not in control of yourself anymore. I'm not your friend. I'm your eternal master. Now, Neil.
I think I figured it out. Oh, yeah? Why Maliver did it to you. What if he wasn't screwing you over? What if he made you human? To give you a shot at peace. And if he could have just lived that life well, you might have gotten there. He gave you a chance to start over. And you blew it, Ted.
ever call me that again. My name is the Necromancer.
Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actor known by the name of Houston Stevenson. I'm about to give him an ad into the live stream now. He's in this incredible film, new release, out now called Fear Farm. Definitely go check it out. So I'm about to give Houston an ad into the live now, and yeah, have a chat with Houston.
What's up?
Hey Houston, what's up?
Nothing much. How are you, man?
Yeah, pretty good.
Am I sideways or am I the right way?
You are actually sideways, yes.
I'm sideways. Okay, hold on. Put it in like this. It's on the cord. Should work like that. How are we doing now?
Yeah, good.
Good? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So I saw your page. You watch a lot of horror films.
I actually do, yes.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
and I support a lot of actors like yourself in these times during COVID. It's been crazy, so I love supporting you guys and
thank you.
Guys create. So yeah.
Nice. Where are you located?
Australia.
Australia. Nice.
Yeah.
So what time is it? What's the time going on over there?
It's around 9:24 around here.
Nice. Have you seen Fear Farm yet?
I actually have.
You have?
Yeah. Fear Farm was incredible.
What did you think?
Incredible. You guys did such an incredible job. And yeah, it was you guys. Man, you guys killed it. Like the whole cast killed it. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I had actually just seen it for the first time last night, and I shot that probably 2 years ago. So it was interesting for me because I'd never seen a project that I've done take that long to make, because I guess they shot a second one, and now they're gonna release that one a little later. But it was I didn't really remember what my lines were or what the script was, because it was like kind of like watching a movie, and I didn't have to be reminded constantly, like, you know, this is where the shot setup was, or this is what I was doing. It was kind of trippy for me, but it was weird to see me get, like, I've never done that kind of a gore before, so it was fun. I'm glad you liked it.
And I got a couple of questions for you, Houston, if I may ask. So for my first question, what was the whole experience like shooting Fear Farm?
It was really cool because it was totally guerrilla style shooting. It was very indie. The budget wasn't very big, but it got picked up by Indican and Magnolia, which is awesome. And a lot of the budget went into the film equipment. And for me at the time, you know, it was a project where I was kind of like, I don't know if I should do this, but I'd never done horror before. And I'm a huge horror fan. So I was like, hell yeah, go experience that. And the filming style was just nuts. We were in the biggest corn maze in Sacramento. The biggest corn maze, I think, in North America, which was in Sacramento. And we're just in the dirt every day, in old barns, and, you know, tetanus shots. You know, it was rustic, but it was really fun and cool.
Awesome. So for my next question, with the whole creating Fear Farm, what was your most memorable scene to shoot out of your scenes?
I like, you know, I went kind of I did a lot of weird stuff in the movie in the method sense. Like, I don't know if this sounds crazy, but like when they're skinning my leg, I got them to put like this really strong gripping tape on my leg. And so as they did the shot of like cutting me, which they put in, the shot of me screaming was actually me like slowly getting my leg hairs pulled. Like somebody was pulling a thing and I'm like, ah, you know, so that was kind of fun. And then when I'm limping, because I get sliced, I guess I took it too seriously that day, because you don't really see a lot of my facial reaction, but I was in pain because I spent all day creating blisters in these like really tight boots. And then right before we shot that, I kind of like gashed it open on both of my blisters on my ankles. So like when I walked, it was like in real pain. So that was kind of the weirder stuff that I did. That was kind of memorable.
Awesome. And with the location, what location did you shoot at, if I may ask?
Gosh, I'm not too sure. Like, this felt like a total American. Like, I rode up with my buddy the first time I'd ever met him. He was another castmate, and I drove up from. I was living in LA at the time. I drove up to I think he was in. He was like in North Hollywood or something, and then we drove out to Sacramento, and there was, we just drove out in the middle of nowhere where we got our location. It was really kind of just out in this big farmland, but it's apparently part of the maze where we shot in was an actual attraction for people for Halloween to go to. So a lot of our exterior shots are actually just people like, fucking about. But yeah, it was fun.
So for my next question, with creating in this industry, with the acting industry, what would you find the hardest about this whole acting industry?
Oh gosh, I think for I'm kind of I've been acting, I guess, since 2014, but I kind of had to build up my resume, and I'm off to shoot another lead role for a Lifetime movie called The Predators Obsession. I fly out in 2 weeks to Connecticut, and I found before I kind of started getting those kind of leading roles on bigger networks and stuff, and it's, I've got miles to go to get to where I want to be. But I usually say to a lot of actors who are just starting, like, you got to take no for an answer, and you can't let it kill you. I mean, like, athletes lose games, and they have to just come back and they have to fight. And I suppose it's just a matter. I'm not a gambler, but if you scratch enough scratch cards, eventually you're going to win something. So you just have to not give up and, I guess, be passionate. And so the hardest thing is just the rejection. You have to handle a lot of rejection. You just have to keep. My screen keeps going dark here.
For my next question,
Yeah.
with the whole after you said this about industry stuff. So for my next question, Houston, what movie or TV franchises would you want to be in if you could currently?
Oh, you know what? I've been watching. I'm not a big TV guy. As a matter of fact, I'm a big fan of random shows like Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares and stuff like that. Or I like the shows that try to investigate the paranormal. But I would like to do something like Animal Kingdom, which is like these 4 brothers who are kind of into robbing different casinos or banks and stuff. That I kind of like that. Are we still back? Are we back? Here we go.
Yep, you're back.
Yeah, Band of Brothers. I'd like to do a show like Band of Brothers, like World War II, kind of out in the nitty gritty. Yeah, I got what looks like a military hat on, but it's actually a camo hat.
Oh, that's cool.
Up here in Canada. Yeah.
Nice. Well, for my next question, with the whole Fear Farm, why should people watch Fear Farm, in your opinion?
Okay, well, I can only give you that answer because I've seen the movie now. So there were a few interviews where I had to kind of be like, yeah, you should watch it, but I had never watched it. So I think what's really awesome about horror films is they don't need to be made for the biggest budget for you to respect them, and they're really easy to make on a small budget. If you make an action film with crappy CGI on a low budget, a lot of the time people are going to get distracted by that. What was really great about this is that the acting was really great on all ends of the cast. I thought the chemistry was really cool, and I liked it wasn't trying so hard to be stupid. There were some stupid moments in terms of the comedy, but how you felt that it's just a normal day for the monsters, like that family. They have their comedy within the cookies and stuff. So it's kind of sweet, but it's dark, and it's got an American Pie meets the Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of feel to it. And that's why I like it, because it's unique. That's why if you like horror films, you should watch it.
Awesome. So for my very last question, Houston, upcoming projects, what new coming projects are you currently working on that you would like to announce on the show?
So in about 2 weeks, I'm going to film my sequel to this Lifetime movie called The Predators Obsession. I play a character by the name of Bruce, and he's totally heartbroken, and he just wants love, but he starts stalking this girl and murdering pretty much everybody she knows to get to him. She knows to get to her. So he's like a total psycho murderer. You can search it up. It's called The Predators Obsession, Stalker's Prey, and very excited. I have to start getting into a crazy kind of Dexter style mindset for that one. So that's going to be fun. And I have to be out in the water because it's basically about sharks. So in Niantic, Connecticut, in the East Coast in October, in the water, swimming is going to be a real joy. Usually it requires a little bit of pee in the bathing suit to keep you warm for at least a good 2 minutes, and then freezing again. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I can say thank you so much, Houston, for coming on to my show. It really means a lot.
I was scrolling through my messages. I saw you. I was like, hell yeah, man, let's do it.
I know, right? I was like, what? Straight away, I'm like, holy cow! Like,
yeah,
it means so much. Like,
hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I just love supporting you guys in these times, and as I said, you guys have done such an incredible job with Fear Farm, and keep up the amazing work. And yeah, everyone definitely go support Houston and his incredible work.
That's wow. I really appreciate it, man. You have an awesome time out in the Aussie world.
We should totally do this. It's only an hour away.
No, my car. I'm low on gas.
Yeah, and drinking. It's way too good to pass up.
It's gonna be crazy. Jesus, man.
Welcome to Fear Farm. For your safety and that of others, we ask you to abide by a few simple rules.
Is everything okay?
You get to visit our VIP maze experience.
How would you and your friends like to experience the VIP maze? You finish under 2 hours, you'll win $5,000.
Not pumpkin money or something?
Let's go for a ride.
Come on, strap in. Safety first, people.
Now, you don't think I was going to make it that easy, do you?
Cool.
I'm not ready to die. I'm so sorry I brought you guys here. No!
Just, can we try, for the love of God, keep the mess down? Laundry ain't cheap.
Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actor known by the name of Greg Creek, who was in this incredible film, new release, called Rogue. So I'm about to give Greg an invite to the live now, and yeah, have a chat about Rogue.
Hey, Jacob, how are you,
How's it
my
going?
man?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. It's pretty hot today, hey, man. Are you in California as well, right?
No, I'm actually in Australia.
Oh, no way, sweet, dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're down under, man. Isn't it quite early?
Oh man, it's hectic early. Yeah, it's like 7 in the morning.
Oh, dude, well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that.
It's totally all good. Well, so what I'm going to get you to do is I'm going to get you to introduce yourself if you can and explain
Sure.
a bit about what you do, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Awesome. Perfect, man. Okay, sweet. Well, yeah, my name's Greg Crick, and I'm a South African Hollywood actor and producer. Yeah, man, just been very, very lucky to have worked internationally. Some international shows would be the new one that came out last week Friday in the States is Rogue, Black Mirror, Maze Runner, Inside Man 2, Tremors, Samson, and then in South Africa, at least that would be The Recce, Monsters May Par, and a bunch of others. So yeah, very lucky to have worked in different parts of the world. Love what I do. I'm still learning so much, and yeah, I get to tell kick-ass stories with amazing people. It's a real privilege.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Greg. So for my
Sure.
first question, what was it like filming in South Africa for the movie Rogue?
Man, it was like a dream come true because I actually I was in LA last year, so to be able to go back home and see family and to work with an amazing like cast from all over the world, obviously Megan Fox, Philip Winchester, then incredible South African legends as well like Brandon Oretz, Sunday Henna, Jessica Sutton, Ashish. Like it's just unbelievable, you know, like the just the caliber of talents in front and behind the camera. So that was great to be able to kind of have like a hometown advantage, and obviously show off Africa in its full glory. It was just, yeah, it was a real proud moment just in terms of the caliber. I mean, I'm sure you'll know as well, Jacob, like with the level of stuff being shot in Australia, it's always wonderful to be able to have that homegrown advantage, you know?
Yeah. Like like with when I actually watched the movie Rogue, I was like the sights that you guys shot at, it was like it was incredible, man.
It's pretty badass, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Did you enjoy the river sequence as well? It was pretty sweet, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh man, that scene, like I don't want to like spoil or anything for anyone that hasn't seen it, but like that scene when you guys were in the river, that was crazy stuff.
Yeah, it was
man.
pretty sick, eh? Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
But on to my next question. What did you learn from the experience while filming Rogue?
Man, you know what? It's always a special thing to make a movie. You know, I always say it's a miracle, man, because there's so many factors involved to get the right people at the right time, to get all the financing in place. It's a team sport, like through and through. You know, it's never just about a actor or the actors or a certain group of people. It's a full team effort, you know, to make it off, you know, to pull it off. And Rogue specifically, you know, we had challenges like being in the elements. As you'll see, it's a very gritty movie, and you know, everybody's body was like put on the line. But I learned that teamwork makes the dream work. I know it sounds like a cliche, but it was just, we really had such a sense of family and pride, everybody going to work. And it was really special, you know, it was really special to have this international cast and crew. And the fact that when you do your job well, and when you care about everybody else, something magical happens, you know, then kind of like the sum of all the collective parts is much bigger. So yeah, I learned a lesson in terms of being a team player. And also the fact that, you know, the film industry is now global, and it's so wonderful that we're not just like locked into one location. Like we're telling stories all over the world, and it's just a wonderful privilege and honor to do what we get to do.
Awesome. So on to my next question, Greg. So you play a character called Mike in Rogue.
Yeah.
And he kind of, at the start, he doesn't really get along with his captain, played by
Right.
Megan Fox. What was it like working with Megan?
Oh, I got to tell you, man, she taught me so much. Like, you know, there are people in this world that just have that star quality, and this is the case with Megan. She's such a sweetheart, like so generous, so giving, so professional. It was a real honor to work with her. You know, like, you know, it's just amazing to see how a person is just deserving of so much success, and how they are, like, you know, at a, you know, person to person level. You know, she really has a gift to like listen to others, and she's always game. So for me, I really learned a lesson in terms of being a class act. That's what Megan Fox, you know, that's who Megan Fox is. She's a class act as a human being, as an actress.
Awesome. So for my next question, why should people be invested in the movie Rogue, in your opinion? Like, why would you want to get someone invested into the movie?
Yeah, well, you know, listen, man, we are in crazy times, and Rogue is more than what you see on the surface. You know, you can't like judge the whole movie. I'm sure you know by now, having seen it. Like, you know, there's a lot more to the story than just your typical extraction mission that goes wrong. You know, it's there's a lot more going on the surface. I don't want to give too much away, but obviously there's a lot going on in terms of you know, bad practice in conservation in different parts of the world, and in terms of you know, poaching. So yeah, it's a big deal. So I love the fact that Rogue has a commentary on that, and I love the fact it's really awesome to see Megan and a strong female character, and what they get to pull off in the workplace. I think that's a beautiful fresh spin on things. And also, yeah, just this colorful range of characters. So it's not your typical like action film, even though the action doesn't disappoint, as you can tell. And with strong themes of conservation, you know, themes of what it means to be a woman. And I won't give the whole plot away, but it's really beautiful. I think it's got that best blend. What I like about Rogue, because I've done some action movies in the past, is it really has a heart to it. You know, it's got real story. It's got real character. There are real obstacles internally and externally that the team and the individuals have to and need to overcome, which makes it really beautiful and unique in that sense.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
for my next question, Greg, you've also been in this film called The Race, and you played this
Yeah.
character called Hank.
Yes.
What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, man. Oh, listen, that was an honor. You know, you know, the special forces in South Africa were all called recce's. You know, coming from the word the reconnaissance, yeah, to play Hank in the recce was like really a dream come true. You know, because obviously being from South Africa, you know, I'm from a later generation, but having heard all these stories of these men that, you know, went to the border and were thrust into these difficult circumstances, that was something that hit close to home. And it was also beautiful. I mean, I put a lot of work in for that. And I must say, if I didn't have projects like the recce, you know, I would probably be in lesser standing to have gotten movies like The Rogue, because in the recce, I got a lot of training, you know, in terms of like weaponry, physicality, really understanding the mentality of what it means to be a special forces operator, even though I'll never claim that, you know, I haven't been in the military. So I say that with the utmost respect, but, you know, I put a lot of work in to really try and understand what it means to put your life on the line for a country. So yeah, that was epic, and also very privileged that the film was really critically acclaimed and successful all over the world. We won Best Foreign Film out in the United States last year. Very grateful that I was able to pick up a Best Actor award back in South Africa as well. And also just again, a team effort, you know, brilliant cast, brilliant story. And these are the stories that I really love to tell. You know, I think, you know, we can never get enough of it. Like war, in all shapes and sizes, just impacts men and women all over the world in many different ways. And it's such an honor to be part of that, you know.
Awesome. Well, for my next question, you also mentioned you were in the Maze Runner. What was that experience like?
Man, it's kind of crazy. Well, first of all, I always joke with my friends, you know, I always say to them, I think I'll know I made it when I get flown to set in a jet plane. And I don't know how it happened, but somehow on Maze Runner, I got flown to set because we were in a remote location on a jet plane. So I was like, well, this is pretty cool. You know, being a South African actor and, you know, getting something cool like that. And then to top that off, I got to hang out like for literally like almost a week with living in the same place with Barry Pepper and Dylan O'Brien. So not only did I get to film and be part of the movie, but honestly, I got to like literally in South Africa, we braai, you know, we call our barbecues braais. I got to braai with Dylan O'Brien and Barry Pepper at night around a campfire. And like, you cannot put a price tag on such an epic experience. But the movie was fantastic. I mean, like, I think with every actor, you know, when you get to play on these big, expensive sets, quote unquote, you know, this big set, and to work with a technical wizard like Wes Ball, he's such a genius of a director, you know, in terms of what he's done with VFX. And, you know, I think we're in an era now where VFX directors are really getting a lot of these big, quote unquote, tentpole movies. So that was really, really awesome to be part of a franchise, and, you know, to get to see all these people that I grew up watching in action and to be part of it was awesome. I like Barry Pepper, for example. I mean, the guy, what a great actor, man. Like, you know, some of the movies that I really enjoyed were like We Were Soldiers, and I just feel like and even Saving Private Ryan. I mean, he's genius. He's just like this unsung hero. Really, really think he's such a legend, man. So yeah, that was epic. It was really epic working on that.
Awesome. Well, for my next question, who was the person that inspired you to get into acting in the first place?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, you know. And hi to everybody that have joined in. Thanks guys for joining. Yeah, look, it's been a collection of people. Definitely my grandmother, my mother, and my uncle Daniel in the United States. You know, he was a tremendous help. He was like a father to me, you know. And you know, it's so tricky when you're a young actor and you don't have any credits to your name, and everyone kind of has that attitude of like step in line. I'm so grateful for all the people, especially like with family members and even friends who are, you know, closer than brothers and sisters. It's a journey, my man. And it's a collection of people, but definitely the people in the beginning that even without having anything to show for myself were there and said, you just got to stick to it. You just got to persevere. It's a time game. That's been incredible. And it's you know, it is a thing. I think for any actor, you know, you realize that more as you get more involved in Hollywood projects. It's an absolute miracle because so many people want to do this, and you know that like if you don't give your best on any particular day, there are millions behind you waiting in line to do this. So I do not take it for granted. For me, it's like I feel like I'm living a dream, and that, you know, I hope I don't wake up soon, but that's why, you know, I'm working harder than ever to stay there and to maintain a consistency in terms of being a working actor. And I take my hat off to anybody who who's ventured into this path. You know, it's not easy. It doesn't get handed to you. There's so much that you need to learn and grow as a human being. And the industry gets tricky. You know, there's no guarantee that a movie will do well or won't do well. You know, it's like there's just, all you can do is your part. There's so many factors out of your control is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I am a product of people you know, believing in me. Obviously the big onus is on your own shoulders as an individual, because sometimes you need to prove to people that you really mean it. You know, if you really want to do this, then you can't wait for an invitation from someone else. You've got to go and do it. And I've learned a lot. I'd say the biggest thing that I've learned in terms of acting is perseverance. And again, what I really do is I like to check in with the reason why. Why do I want to do this? And for many people, they've got different reasons. And there's nothing against those that want to, you know, become rich and famous. But my thing really, and I don't mean to sound like I'm making a UN speech here, but I really love telling stories. I really love bringing people to life. And I think actors really do get to do a noble thing in terms of reflecting back to society what it means to be human. So I've learned so much, you know, in terms of not being able to judge a human being. Like we all have reasons why we do what we do. And, you know, we all have a story to tell. And I know that from my own life, you know, in terms of, you know, things are not as it appears on the surface. So it's a tremendous honor and a privilege. And, you know, I still can't believe that I still get to do this, and there still opportunities coming. And, you know, I look back now and I can't believe that in such a short space of time, I've had this tremendous privilege of doing all these projects in different places. And I'm just grateful that I get to continuously grow and do this, like, with a team of people. And that's what I often say. I speak to a lot of actors that want to, like, break in and don't know where to start. The key with this whole thing is, it's like, once you know why you want to do this, and once you've kind of set out and make a choice to do this, you've got to realize that this is it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, it's a lifestyle, and to know that it's a tremendous adventure. If you approach it from the mindset of it's an exciting adventure, yes, there are lows, and yes, everyone's going to tell you it's impossible, but I tell you, it's so worth it when you get those highs and when you get those breaks, and you learn as you go. And many people are afraid. I mean, like, listen, I never had any formal acting training. I've got an honors in economics. You know, I came from a totally different background, but I've learned as I went along. And I think if you can develop a kind of system for yourself where you know what works for you, if you kind of keep your mindset open like a child, and say that, you know, you're always willing to explore and to relearn and to reinvent yourself, then you've got the DNA to keep it going. But it is something that, you know, one cannot candy coat it. It is tough. It's super competitive. There are factors out of your control. But one thing you can control is your attitude. And if your attitude is one of, I'm willing to keep learning, I'm willing to make a fool of myself, I'm willing to lose, but you still keep going, man, then nothing can stop you. You know, so I really take my hat off to everyone who even has this dream, and especially to those who maybe have, you know, given up in the meantime because it's been so tough. Like, give it another chance and give it another chance again. And, you know, yes, life happens. You know, we all in different walks of life, different stages of life. And yes, we need to keep the lights on and pay the bills, but don't give up on your dream. Do what you can, no matter where you are in the world. You know, there's so much, like, I'm living proof of the fact. I mean, I come from literally just, you know, like being down under. I'm down, you know, I came from down south in South Africa, and, you know, in a very small market compared to the rest of the world. But I just did my thing and was diligent and did my auditions and kept learning, kept growing, even after many rejections, and just stuck to it. And then one thing turned into the next thing and the next thing. And, you know, even with Rogue, I was lucky. This was my second time working with the director, MJ Bassett. You know, I was so that's what's awesome. You know, like, one thing can turn into many. So, yes, everyone's going to tell you, you're crazy, don't do it, you know, stay the heck away from wanting to venture down this path. But, you know, I look back now and it's amazing. You just get feedback, even from friends that knew me from school, and they were like, dude, you did it. Like, you said you were going to do this and you did it. And that's a great feeling. But the thing is, it's perseverance. So, but it is possible. If you can just get that right, if you can, in your mind, despite what the world tells you about, you know, you're too short, you're too this, you're too thin, you're too fat, you're too this, you're too that, I didn't let that stop me. You know, I mean, I can tell you horror stories of what people used to say to me right in the beginning. I mean, enough to make you quit a long time ago. But in your own mind, if you can make it up for yourself and say it is possible, if you can start there, even though that little seed of the idea that it is possible, everything else just grows from there.
Awesome. Well, for my next question, Greg, what TV or movie franchise would you want to work on currently that's on now, if you could?
Man, well, listen, I think it's every young boy's dream to play a superhero. I'd be lying to you if I said I wouldn't want to be part of the Marvel universe. I think it's unbelievable what Marvel has done around the world. And I mean, even just the idea of like what Stan Lee created in terms of his universe, you know, and I think we need more hope in the world, especially in times like these, you know. So a franchise that does still, despite obstacles, give messages of hope like Marvel, I'd love to be part of that. I like a blend of character and action, so I'd love to do something like, you know, the Bourne series one day. That would be awesome if that keeps going. Something that combines a little bit of physicality as well as a story. But yeah, I also am a sucker, even though it's not a franchise, I'm a sucker for a biopic. I love playing real life characters. I've had the privilege of doing that a couple of times before. So I'm still, you know, I've kind of like shifted from just waiting for opportunities to come my way. I've started seeking opportunities actively of stories that I really want to tell. And I wish I could share more now, but I'm actually attached to a project that has to do with the Holocaust. And that'll be shooting next year, which will be a game changer, you know, for me, you know, career-wise, but also as a human being, you know, in terms of the story and the many victims from that period. So that's something that I'm already doing my research on, and something that I want to tackle with a lot of sensitivity, but a story that's ultimately going to be super powerful.
Awesome. Well, for my last question, Greg, what projects are you currently working on at the moment that you would like to announce on the show?
I'd like to mention there is another project that launched on IMDb TV on Friday, which is The Holy Heist, which was a tremendous privilege to be a part of. We shot that in North Carolina, directed by Brigham McNeely, a legend, and it's about three country brothers kind of on the rough side of the tracks that go to extreme lengths to save their mom, you know, real action-packed heist film with family drama. So that's actually launched on Amazon Prime and IMDb TV. Then on the 11th in Africa will be the African premiere of Rogue, even though it's now launched in the States. Then I have another sci-fi coming out soon called Colonials, which is really cool. Another amazing opportunity to play a leading man, and something that's kind of in the vein and style of Guardians of the Galaxy. So it's a nice departure from what I usually do. Something a little more comedic than just serious and dramatic. And then, I'm very lucky to be one of the producers and also part of the team that's worked on a project called The Stranger, which is actually one of the few South African Westerns that have ever been done. And that's set in the Anglo-Boer War. So that's pretty interesting. It's called The Stranger. And we've done the short that won a couple of awards, but now we're going to be doing that as a series actually coming up very soon, which is really awesome. So yeah, I've got my work cut out for me. I'm in the running for some big things, which I wish I could have announced by now, but I'm still waiting for the final green flag. There's one thing that I am holding thumbs for in November, which people will probably want to kill me when they hear who I'm potentially working with. It'll be the biggest break in my life so far, you know, so really holding on for that one. But yeah, I'm just really grateful to get to do what I do and with amazing people. It's a team sport, like I said, and you know, I think we in such an exciting time, man, in terms of history, in terms of cinema, it's become a lot more accessible to be able to create our own stories and tell our own stories. And no matter what level, whether it's indie or studio, there's opportunities for everybody. And I would just say, like, get smart, sign up, you know, keep finding out about opportunities, and go for it. Do it. It's a practical industry, so you got to pick up a camera and get shooting.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Greg. It means so much that you came onto my show, and everyone definitely go support Greg. He's such an inspiration, and yeah, you got so much great stuff ahead of you. So thank you so much again.
Appreciate that. Right back at you, Jacob, man. Great job with the Galaxy Man show, and thanks for getting up early down under, man.
Yeah.
They're moving the asset. We go now.
Get down!
Nur das Hang muss man!
We lost the Osprey extraction. We have the governor's daughter. I promised I would keep her safe. We have a militia group in close proximity. They will come for us.
I wonder what this place is.
No one here.
Okay, but where did they go? Looks like the driver was cut up and dragged out.
About what?
He's torn to pieces.
The lion got her. Some lions go rogue. She likes to kill.
How do you know it's a she?
Females are the true killers.
Do you want to take a stand here?
Light 'em up, light 'em up. Molotov music, let's all lose it. Burn 'em up. Set a fire to it for my amusement.
We can finish this.
How about the sound of a fight movement? I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. This is the toast of the underdog. Now we doing it our way. Light 'em up, light 'em up. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Light 'em up, light 'em up.
What do you think makes a pastor go from helping others to chasing law-breaking people? Think there's gonna be a problem?
I ain't worried about the hypocritical prick. None of us should be.
I left the pastorship and decided to broaden my horizon and make sure justice is served. I guess you boys have heard that there has been a span of robberies in the area.
If you've got something to say, then say it.
Since I don't have any real evidence to tie you boys to the crime, I can't do anything.
Oh man, this is bad! Just shut up, Bobby! We are going to prison for this! Man, nobody's going to prison, Bobby! I know what I'm doing!
I'll be seeing you boys soon enough. You can count on that.
I can't keep taking these big risks for these small payouts. With me on the inside, this is a breeze. How do you know that kind of money will be there? I'm willing to give you everything I have as far as blueprints, logistics, etc. You name it. We found our father face down in a puddle of his own piss. He died because he was an alcoholic.
The suspects have consistently been in a group of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Get off our property.
Don't go messing with the Jefferson boys!
Here's my card.
Call me.
Thanks, I'll see you. Yes, you will.
I ran into Detective Danny today at church.
You could have ruined this entire upcoming operation.
James, I didn't say anything wrong.
I'll ride over tomorrow and talk to Mom alone. And maybe she'll open up to me. We need to know how bad this is.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'll be fine, baby. You boys take care.
You know, I know I said no more jobs, but this definitely changes things. We can't just stand by and watch this happen.
I feel guilty about everything we've ever done.
Maybe you're our guardian angel here to purge us from all unrighteousness.
We're talking about $5 million. You'll be in and out before the police even knows what's happening. Clean and easy.
You and I both know there's nothing clean and easy about a bank heist. We have to protect the ones we love.